Testing. Are you kidding me, man? There we go. Okay. Jeez Louise. A little bit of mic troubles. For some reason, it wasn't activating, but now we're good. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan, and we've got tornadoes on the ground here, apparently, according to our warning. Not seeing a debris ball at the moment. This storm appears to be cycling. Right in there, there's your area of rotation south of Urich, moving off to the north and east towards, this is in Missouri, just to the north and west of Clinton. And then we also got another tornado warning down over to the south here as well, with an area of rotation right here, just to the west of Bronog, heading towards Moundville, Nevada, and Richards. So if you guys live in these tornado warnings, you guys need to be seeking shelter and getting into your safe spots immediately. Yeah. Get this up really quick. Sorry, just kind of rushed to get on here. There we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued here. Go check out where that is. We have a high risk today. I know. I saw last night. We were live when that came out. Okay, yeah. New tornado warning. That's going to be for Chilowee, Leeton, Calhoun, and Windsor. Again, this is in Missouri here. So we got an area of broader circulation further up to the north. Then right on the other, like the very southern portion of this storm, we have an area, some pretty almost tight rotation here. It looks like it's broadening out a little bit as the latest scan. Let me see if we have any cameras out here as well. Yeah, it's a high risk today. Yep. Yeah, no cameras near the storm right now. And then let me just double check. We don't have any storm chasers live out here. I doubt we do. Welcome in, everybody. We have a couple of tornado warnings out here that one of them was just on the ground. I think they demoted that one to a radar indicated tornado warning. Thank you, Soap, for the $4. I do appreciate that. Story. That's about right. Did I sleep? Yeah, we got a little bit of sleep. Just a little bit. Should be all we need. All right, latest scan here. Looks like our rotation might be getting a little bit stronger here to the west of Branham, heading towards Moundville. Again, right in here, there's your area of rotation. It does appear to be tightening up right now, heading off towards Moundville. And after that's going to be Nevada. Let's go further down to the south here. I do want to check to see what's happening in Oklahoma as well. It seems that we have a broad area, a couple broad areas of circulation down here near Morris, Oklahoma. Nothing too concerning with those just yet. Yeah, then further down to the south, it's mainly just a line of damaging winds for now, heading towards McAllister and Muskogee and Tahlequah. If you guys live in this area, make sure that you are in your safe spots. Yeah, let's go check out the latest risk just so everybody is kind of caught up here in what we're going to be dealing with today. We'll come over here to our categorical risk. And as you can see, we have a level 5 out of 5 for severe weather right here in this region here near Jonesboro, Memphis, Jackson. And then we have a moderate risk. It's 4 out of 5 here in the red. And in the orange is a 3 out of 5. In the yellow is a 2 out of 5. And in the green is a 1 out of 5. If you come over here to our tornado risk, you can see this is a tornado-driven upgrade to a high risk. That's going to be a 30% for tornadoes for Jonesboro, Blytheville, Union City, Sikeston, Paducah, Murray, and Cape Girardeau. And then around that, we have a 15% chance here in the red for Bloomington, Evansville, Louisville, Clarksville, Greenville, Pine Bluff over here in Arkansas, Batesville as well. And then around that, we have a 10% hatch risk near Fort Wayne, Landsport, Dayton, Cincinnati, Nashville, Tupelo, Shreveport over there in parts of Louisiana going up into the Ohio Valley. So pretty large area where strong tornadoes will be possible. We also have a damaging wind risk. Here in the red and the yellow and the hashed region, that's a wind risk for 75 mile per hour winds and above. And then same thing over here, except a 30 to 15% chance for 2-inch hail and above. So we have potentially a long day ahead of us. We shall see how it plays out. It's going to be a little bit of a messy storm mode today, pretty much what we're dealing with right now all day. That should pretty much be the case until maybe there are some slight small periods here where we could get some prefrontal supercells to form in front of this kind of line of storms. But if that never happens, we still, as you guys can see, we just had a tornado on the ground. We could still easily, get tornadoes within this line. But further out front, if we can get a prefrontal storm, that's going to be the main kicker off of our most damaging tornado threat. If that does end up materializing. Still some big question marks there, but some models are showing that being a possibility. So we got to keep our eye out for that kind of risk. Let's come back over to here where we do see a little bit more of a reorganization south of Chillouee here in Missouri of a new area of rotation. It seems our southern one has kind of died off, and then this one is getting a little bit stronger over here north of Route 7, going up toward Chillouee and Leeton, Windsor, and Calhoun. All of you guys need to be in your safe spots. I'm not going to use Radar Omega. Not while we have tornado warnings. 24-hour stream today? Pretty much. I mean, we only slept for like 3.5 hours, or I only slept for like 4 hours. So it's almost a 24-hour stream. We'll see what happens. It really just depends on what the storm ends up doing in the future, right? If it just falls apart, which is technically semi-possible today, then might not be a long stream at all today. But if it holds together all the way throughout the day, and then going into tonight and tomorrow morning, that's when we're going to start to be a little bit more concerned for a longer stream there. Oh man, latest scan here, starting to show a little bit stronger rotation. That's very close to producing a tornado over here just to the south and west of Moundville, heading to Nevada and Richards. Again, if you guys live in this area, continue to be in your safe spots. We have not just one, but actually 2 areas of circulation over here. This one is just to the east of our main circulation, a little bit broader. This one back over here is definitely our strongest and tightest rotation. If we zoom in here, you can see we got those brighter reds next to the lighter blues, indicating some pretty strong rotation with that storm moving off to the north and east towards Nevada. Also, quarter-sized hail of up to 1 inch is possible over there near Allen, Indiana. So watch out. Let's go actually check up on our northern mode of this storm and see what's happening with this portion. Could be a tornado risk with this as this moves off to the north and east, but right now it does appear to be struggling. Not seeing a whole lot of areas of rotation. But we do have some hail over here near Fort Wayne, Indiana, heading towards Huntertown and Leo Cedarville. Make sure you guys are keeping a close eye on that. Yeah, other than that, yeah, some lightning and thunderstorms over there entering into Wisconsin. It's like a couple near Moundville. Yeah, two areas of rotation. Yeah, near Moundville. One of them definitely very close here to producing a tornado. It's not on the ground already. You see, yeah, no debris signature, but we have a very tight couplet here just to the south and west of Moundville, Missouri. If you guys are not in your safe spots, you need to be getting there immediately. Let me see if I have any cameras near this one. I think I might. Where is this? The north of Joplin. Got one near El Dorado Springs. I think is like right back in here. That might be helpful later on. I mean, these storms are going to be a rain-wrapped mess, but we need to get cameras and eyes wherever we can. So let me get that set up. Quick. How'd y'all sleep last night? Hopefully everybody got somewhat of some decent sleep. I know it can be a little bit anxiety driven sleep, which I understand. Even though I'm not under these storms, I can I'm kind of feeling the same thing. You never know what these higher end setups can do. They can either just fall apart or they can. Oh, there we go. We got officially a tornado on the ground here near Moundville. Again, a tornado on the ground near Moundville. If you live in Moundville, you need to be in your safe spots. Nevada, Missouri, this is coming to you next. And this is a tornado on the ground near Moundville. You can see that little blue speck. That's our tornado right here. That is not good. Now, right there next to Moundville, heading into Nevada, you can see there's our tight area of circulation right there, about to cross over 43, heading directly towards Nevada. Very, very close to Nevada. It's going to come very, very close. So, again, if you live in Nevada, you need to be getting into that safe spot immediately. This is, again, a tornado on the ground here going towards Nevada. Coming up back up here to the north, I do want to check this storm out again. This is south and east of Kansas City. Yeah, not quite wrapped back up yet, but it is still attempting to. No tornado on the ground just yet, but Leeton needs to be in their safe spots, and so does Windsor.
New information. This tornado
There you
warning
go.
has
Now
been upgraded.
everybody's on the same page. They know that's upgraded. We know it's upgraded. If you live in Nevada, get into your safe spots. A little bit of a storm merger actually happening down here as well. Going to keep an eye on that. We got some storms in Oklahoma that do still have some tornado potential in them. So definitely got to keep an eye on this line of storms. As of right now, though, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation. And it may be a little bit embedded back over here near Enola and Broken Bow, but unfortunately, that is in a major radar hole. So it's going to be really hard to tell what that is doing. Oh, wait, never mind. It's actually radar right here. Sorry about that. Okay, never mind. All right, let's come back over here. Okay, latest scan. Still an area, some decent rotation. And whoa, is that 2 tornadoes on the ground? Okay, I think we have 2 tornadoes on the ground right next to each other. If I'm seeing that correctly, that's there. That's there. Yeah, that's 2 tornadoes on the ground. I hope you guys got your coffee because it's time to pay attention. This storm is doing some crazy things. Yeah, we got 1 circulation here, 1 circulation there, and 2 debris balls right next to each other here, moving off towards the north and east. So watch out. And it appears to be, the best of my ability to tell, 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time here, heading towards Nevada. Just make sure that, yeah, that's not in the inflow. That's just outside of the inflow. So both of these could very well be tornadoes. You can see here is our debris signatures. There's our reflectivity. It's both over reflectivity, indicating that, and since we have 2 velocity couplet, that indicates that we have 2 tornadoes right next to each other, heading towards Nevada, Missouri. Again, that's heading towards Nevada, Missouri. You guys need to get into your safe spots there. Again, two tornadoes is twice as bad as 1. You don't want to, second guess this storm. You want to be in your safe spots. Again, it's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter, or in a basement that's underground. If you live in a trailer or a mobile home, you want to be out of that. You want to be going to a sturdier shelter. Find yourself a tornado shelter and find one quick. If worst case scenario, lay in a ditch. Man, that's crazy. 2 tornadoes right next to each other, man. All right, let's come back up to here. Checking on this storm. Hey, thank you, 2990 Rick, for the 20. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, if you live in this area, let's get this stream shared out to as many folks as possible on social media. I usually don't ask you guys to do this, but on these pretty dangerous days, especially when we're early in the morning, you want to be making phone calls, waking up family members, especially over here near some of these storms in Missouri, just to make sure that they are aware that these are actually dangerous storms here early in the morning. Again, our main threat's going to be this afternoon, but we still are going to have some early morning tornado chances here, as you can see. Maybe there's a couple of folks in Missouri that might not know that that was a possibility. All right, still waiting on our latest scan. Okay, here it is. Oh no. Folks, it's just going to go directly into Nevada, Missouri. This is not good. We have what appears to be a damaging tornado on the ground heading directly towards Nevada, Missouri. If you live in Nevada, you need to be in your safe spots. Wow, that is not good. Maybe even still another tornado here, just to the north and east of Moundville. Kind of hard to tell now that these are so close together, but we still could very well have two tornadoes on the ground at the same time here, heading towards Nevada. Yeah, this is not good. I really hope that they are awake and in their safe spots. Another thing about this morning, it's like, yeah, a lot of people wake up for work this early, but some folks like to sleep in, and those people might not even know that this thing is in the area. In fact, that they're still sleeping. You want to check back down here on our southern mode again. Yeah, a little bit of broad circulation is trying to develop on this storm south of Gertie here in Oklahoma. I'm going to try to keep a close eye on that as much as we can. Come back up to the north near Clinton, Missouri. Yeah, looks like our little area of rotation has broadened out and fizzled.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, looks like they are extending this tornado warning off to the north and east. Still observed, which we can see on radar as well. And that is heading towards Walker, Harwood, Shell City, and Appleton City. You guys need to be in your safe spots. As you can see, we got a tornado on the ground. When you have a velocity like this, right? And then you have the reflectivity right over it. And then you see a debris signature, a blue dot right here. That's a tornado. And right now, very unfortunately, this tornado is tracking directly into Nevada, Missouri. So if you live in Nevada, Missouri, you're out of time. That thing is right there. Next in line is going to be Walker, Harwood, Shell City, and Appleton City. Maybe if you live in just this little portion here of Nevada City, you have a couple more seconds to get into your safe spots. But as you can see, I mean, we're already seeing a strong velocity couplet inside of Nevada itself. Looks like it went very close to Cotty College. Going to be heading pretty close to the Nevada Municipal Airport. And again, this right here, that's your debris signature. This is a tornado that is 100% on the ground. So you need to be in your safe spots. That's just the bottom line. Let's come back up to here. Okay, still looking good up here. I do want to check back up in our northern mode because there is a small possibility that some of these storms may try to rotate and try to produce maybe, but I haven't really been seeing much evidence for that. What about like this one, like in this direction? No. And it is very rainy up here, which could be helpful for areas like Missouri and Michigan later on. We'll see how that ends up playing out. Yeah. And now is not the time to be correcting city names and chats. It's if you know the city names, that means you know people in this area. So instead of texting me to correct me, you should be texting your family, your friends, sharing the stream to try to get that word out as quickly as possible. Joplin, Missouri, right now you guys are looking okay, but there are some storms in and around your area. We're watching them. Not a whole lot of rotation on them right now, but a severe thunderstorm warned storm could make it into your area with 60 mile-per-hour winds. Over 8,000 in Nevada, Missouri. Yeah, it's not a small city, man. And unfortunately, we still have a strong velocity couplet on this storm. It might have briefly lifted here, or it's just not picking up as much debris as it was. I mean, this is almost the strongest velocity couplet we've seen with the storm yet. So it could definitely be either just lifted or it's just not hitting as much debris as it was because the debris signature isn't as definite here. But it's definitely, if it's not on the ground, which it could be, it's definitely about to be right back on the ground here with that new velocity signature. So Walker, Harwood, Shell City, you still need to be in your safe spots. It is not over yet. It's like we are starting to get a storm kind of run through our camera here. This is in El Dorado Springs in Missouri. Yeah, you can see the winds. This is just a couple of miles east of Nevada. Just wanted to keep an eye on it to see what the conditions are in the area. Try to kind of get our first look of what we're dealing with out there. You're scared? Well, take a deep breath. It'll be okay. We're going to get through this together. I promise. Still waiting on that latest scan. You're in Fort Wayne and it's constant thunder and lightning here. It's your birthday. Oh, man. And the good news is that up there in Fort Wayne, although there is a severe thunderstorm warning, as of right now, we're not seeing many areas of rotation really at all. Kind of a messy storm mode up there. So I would be indoors and away from windows. One thing that we're going to be monitoring up in this region is if our instability can recover after getting scraped off by these storms, and then where and when do those storms fire up here? That'll be the main risk up there, is after that atmosphere decides to recover, which some models indicate is very possible today. All right, still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Will this die off by the time it gets to Ohio? Western Ohio is still definitely going to be have a strong tornado risk. WS doesn't issue a high risk for nothing. Well, I will say the high risk is a pretty low confidence thing, but regardless, it really doesn't matter. The bottom line for today is that it's a dangerous day. No matter what risk you're in, you should be weather aware. I mean, where these storms are right now is in the slight risk, right? And we're already seeing tornadoes on the ground. Just goes to show, really doesn't matter what risk you're in today. You just want to be weather aware all the way throughout the day. All right, latest scan still showing some strong rotation here. Does not appear to be a new debris signature here. Let me see if they still got that observed tag on it. Yeah. Radar confirmed tornado is still on the ground, heading towards Harward and Shell City. As far as I know, I don't think there's any chasers live right now. I've checked all of mine at least. I don't think there's anybody live. Let me see if Tornado or Tyler Kurtz did a 24-hour live stream. No, he's going live at 4 p.m. today. Who confirms the tornadoes? That's the NWS. Wondering what this is on the southern side here. Doesn't really seem to be located near any rotation. Don't think that's a tornado, as far as I can tell. But just in case it is, if you live in Walker, that's going to be coming pretty darn close to you. It's either a tornado or debris falling out of the sky. Just continue to seek shelter from both of those threats. Still waiting on the latest scans to come in. Let's go back up here. Okay, looks like our northern tornado warning has been allowed to expire up there. Back down here to the south and see if we have any developing threats down here yet. Yeah, still looking good on our more southern mode. Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado. We've been watching it on radar for a pretty decent amount of time. And in fact, it had twin tornadoes on the ground at one point. 2 tornadoes were right next to each other. It was pretty crazy. We come over here to our, oh, wow. Our latest debris signature is kind of scattered, but it seems like we have another tornado on the ground, or our original tornado is still causing some damage out here near Harwood and Shell City. Again, our tornado would be located right here, just to the south and east of Ketterman, heading towards Fairhaven. If you live in Fairhaven, you need to be in your safe spots heading towards Shell City and also H&A and Appleton City as well. It's back going here. Morning. Good morning. Still waiting on the latest velocity scans to come in here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be for Rockville and Hudson, Missouri. You guys need to be getting into your safe spots there and starting to seek shelter from this storm as it pushes up towards the north and east. This camera's being difficult down here. Yeah, still waiting on the latest scan to come in. Just take the camera off for now. It's not even close to where this area of circulation is. Rockville is really close. Yeah. I mean, if you know anybody that lives in Rockville, you guys should be letting them know, right, that this thing is coming. And again, if you haven't shared this stream yet, please consider it. If you live in this area, when you share the stream on your social medias, you're sharing it to your coworkers, your family, people in your area. So you guys definitely need to be in your safe, are letting people know out there that these storms, even this early, are still tornadic. Hello, welcome, welcome. Is Schwamberg, Illinois, all right? As of right now, yeah, there's nothing going on up there. Environment needs to recover before anything really picks up over here near the Illinois and Indiana area. In Nevada now, no power in town, and that's not surprising. Not surprising. We just had a tornado pretty much come right through there. Hopefully, everybody out there is okay. We'll be trying to get more information. Yeah. Bring up our Broadcastify, see if we can hear the scanners in the area, see if we can get any reports. If there's any, actually, any scanners here. Don't think there is. I think this is one of those rare counties that actually doesn't have any scanners. I don't think there's a I don't think there's a scanner out here. Fortunately. Didn't see any damage in Nevada. Well, hopefully, that could be a good sign. As far as we could tell on radar, it looked like it was on the ground, but if it didn't actually go through Nevada, that would be great. At least a little bit of good news. Yeah, latest scan, it does not appear like this tornado is on the ground anymore. I think that debris is spreading apart. There's 4 counties together with no coverage. Yeah, fortunately, yeah. It'd be basically impossible to get information on these storms besides what we get from radar. High risk has grown. Check. Hasn't updated on my end yet, but I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, latest scan here looks like our area of rotation has almost completely dissipated here with the storm near Schnell City. Still watching, though, for some reorganization with the storm. Not seeing any other areas as of right now to keep our eye on. Let's go a little bit further down to the south, see what's happening down here. Maybe a little bit of circulation over here south of Pittsburgh that we need to keep an eye on. Also seems like there is a little bit of an area here of some broader circulation over here near Hannah. Check that on over here near Fort Worth. Yeah, not really seeing anything there right now in terms of anything dangerous. Those storms could upscale. As you can see, looking across the line here, it is actually a pretty messy storm mode. Pretty darn messy as of right now. See, just got a lot of, not really seeing too many individualized supercells. Pretty much what we're seeing here is, storms in a highly competitive storm environment. Struggling to get their act together, with some of them being able to reach full mature status and tapping into that sheer environment and producing tornadoes. So I think that's pretty much going to be the theme for a lot of today. Hey, we have our latest convective outlook here. You can see our high risk has extended a little bit further down to the south through Memphis and just to the east of Little Rock here in Arkansas and Tennessee. You can't see it here. Let me make sure this is working here. There we go. Let me try to pull it up here, see if it's updated on this thing. And that'll be the best way to kind of show you guys. It hasn't updated here yet, so we'll come back over to here. Our enhanced risk has grown a little bit to the south a little bit. But again, it really doesn't matter if you're in the moderate or the high risk or the enhanced risk today. You need to be weather aware. Multiple threats will be possible today, including 75-mile-per-hour winds and above, 2-inch hail, and also large and extremely dangerous tornadoes are also going to be very possible today as well. Got a high-end tornado day, so if you're out there and you're wondering, should you be preparing? The answer is yes. You definitely want to be preparing for this event. Making sure that your storm basement is cleared out, having a bug out bag just in case you are put under a tornado warning and you need to move quickly. You want to make sure that you can get that bag quickly, your dog, your kids, and then bring them into that tornado shelter as quickly as possible. As some of these storms are moving very fast. This storm in particular, the one that just produced that tornado we were just covering, is moving up to the north and east at 70 miles per hour. So it's very fast-moving storms. When you get put in a tornado warning, it's going to be pretty quick by the time that storm gets to you. Good morning. Yeah, shoes on your feet as well, yeah. All your personal details and all of that stuff should already be collected, put in a bag, and ready to go. All right, still waiting on our latest scan on this storm, but as far as I could tell, really not seeing much rotation on this thing. They might let this tornado warning expire if this continues to struggle all the way towards Appleton City. It could try to reorganize. We've seen this storm cycle a couple of times already. So it's not really time to let your guard down like near Clinton and Windsor yet. But at least as of right now, it does seem like that rotation is taking a quick break. Let's come back down further to the south. Check in on this storm near Joplin. Some pretty broad circulation with this storm right now, but it's a little bit more of an isolated cell. Fortunately, the radar isn't that great near Joplin. Here's another little look at our rotation there near Baxter Springs. Definitely an area to watch, not necessarily for that rotation just yet, but mainly because this storm is a little bit more discrete, semi-discrete, and if it can mature and tap into that spin environment that is around this storm, this one will also have the potential here to drop a tornado as it approaches like Joplin and Carthage. Doesn't have that on it right now, but if you live in those areas, just be ready to be in your safe spots just in case this storm tries to do kind of what its brothers and sisters try to do out there. It seems like the further south we go and the more clusters of storms we get near each other, the harder it is for these storms to produce, which could be a theme going into today, depending on how much storms we get within this line here, within this region. So it'll be important to kind of watch this area, watch the areas to the north, watch every area, and kind of try to determine what the atmosphere is going to be like today, especially earlier on, so we can kind of get that warning out the gate for a lot of folks that are out there kind of wanting some more information. So let's kind of go and check in on our environment. Come over to the Missouri, or not the Missouri. Let's come over to the SPC mesoanalysis. I can get it up here. Go. It's the wrong thing. There. Should work. All right, let's see what we're working with this morning. Okay, we still have a pretty capped environment. Down over here, 1,500 to 1,000 joules per kilogram. So we do have some decent storm food out there. Upper level winds are pulling up into the area with around 70 knots of upper level winds. It's going out of the southwest up to the northeast. So that'll be adding to our spin. In the lower level winds, wow, we're already dealing with a 70 knot jet. So it's not going to really matter what these storms are doing. You know, how much moisture is around them. We're going to see tornadoes pretty much try to be produced anywhere where that 70 knot shear is overrunning these storms. So pretty much all of these storms over here into Oklahoma, even down into southern Oklahoma, moving in their way up into like parts of Missouri. That is a big area that we need to be keeping an eye out for that potential for strong to potentially long track violent tornadoes today. The latest scan on this storm here near Appleton City, we do still have a decent little area of some broader circulation. It's not completely dead yet. It's still kind of hanging on to that rotation. So if you live near Appleton City, just watch out. Keep your eye on that storm. We even got a storm a little bit further up to the north that is also trying to, at the very least, form a mesocyclone. It's going to need a little bit until it can try to organize there. Let's come back down in here and check in on this storm. Yeah, still no organized rotation on this storm near Joplin yet, so still not overly concerned with it. Yeah, Joplin, unfortunately, is not in like a major radar hole, but it's big enough to notice. By the way, just a little quick check. How is the stream quality and the audio quality so far this morning? Just wondering. I check on Nevada again. Let me see. Yeah, Nevada's got a storm nearby. We're going to be watching these areas of rotation, or this little area of rotation to your south. But it doesn't seem like we got a storm directly coming back into the path of you. Okay, just making sure. My computer can struggle sometimes, so I just want to make sure that I can't really tell from my end if it's struggling. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see if, how long it takes for the computer to start to slow down today. Every day it's different. It's weird. So far, so good. So eventually a little area of circulation starting to develop back over here near Wagoner. Very small little supercell there. See a very skinny band trying to wrap up there for a little bit. Keep an eye on that. Also, storms like this near Eufaula is definitely going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for. Really, any of these storms that can be discrete, semi-discrete, we're going to have to keep an eye on their progress out here. Because again, All it takes is for just a brief moment for these storms to tap into that 80 knots of shear that is present. And then all of a sudden, you got a couple of tornadoes all trying to happen. All right, let me see if we can get like if we can get a camera in Sedalia. I think that's how you say it. I think we might be able to. No, we can get one to the north of there. Which right here. If it will load. That is the big if. Here. Yeah, we'll just use this one right for now. Yeah, 80 knots of lower level shear is not a good thing. Again, when you combine the mid levels and the upper levels and the lower levels all together, you get a lot. You get the spin in the environment. And so when those lower level winds are up to 80 knots and your upper level winds are up to 100 knots, and they're turning with height, all that kind of works together to produce spin, and a lot of spin. Like 80 knot lower level shear is on the high end of what we consider strong shear, especially in the lower levels. Okay, latest scan. Looks like our rotation might be trying to reorganize here on the southern portion of this storm. Looks like this storm is was going through a cycle and is now trying to kind of re-wrap up again. These cameras in Missouri are taking that long before they wrap out on us. Yeah, up here, this is near Sedalia. You can see that this storm doesn't really have too much rotation on it right now. Not warned for severe weather right now. But it's kind of a more semi-discrete storm that we will have to watch out for. Pretty much any semi-discrete storm that is in this region, again, because we have those 70 to 80 knot shear vectors really are already over this area here. Also, it is over this area near Joplin as well. That's why we got to watch all of these storms like a hawk. Can you sleep in northeastern Illinois? I mean, you can take a nap. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be question marks here on whether or not these will be able to recover and produce tornadoes. Let me check our latest instability. Yeah. As of right now, the atmosphere hasn't really recovered up there yet. But as you can see, eventually that instability will try to make it back up into the Illinois area in Indiana. And that'll be pretty much the peak of y'all's tornadoes threat. And that'll be in about 4 to 6 hours. Need to be confirmed. Yeah, all of Illinois needs to be weather aware. No matter where you live, you need to be locked in up there. Okay, latest scans still noticing a decent area of circulation here, moving off to the north and east. About to move over F. Road F. They might be about to extend this tornado warning, or they might let it expire. Kind of hard to tell. It's kind of like, okay, with this latest scam, they might drop this tornado warning. Day 4, Saturday, also got upgraded to an enhanced risk. Okay, thank you. Let me check that out. Oh, wow. Yeah, we got another little avocado for day 4. Down here near Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. Does this ever end? Yikes. Yeah, they expanded it to the high risk a little bit to the south. Let me see if it's shown up on my app yet. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's going to be like Pine Bluff, DeWitt, Stuttgart, Brinkley, Marina, or Mariana, Helena West, Wynn, Mark Tree, Jonesboro, Memphis, Paragould, Dryersburg, Union City, Sykeston, Paducah, Murray, Vienna, Jonesboro, and Golconda. Sending all the way from Arkansas into Mississippi, Tennessee, Missouri, parts of Illinois, and also going into Kentucky. That is the change there to that high risk. Still waiting on the latest scan here for our tornado warned storm. Still keeping an eye on other areas. We're not getting a little bit actual more rotation here near Galena. Keeping a close eye on that as it approaches Joplin. Not necessarily concerning rotation yet, but certainly an area still to watch. And then back down over here near El Dorado Springs, we have an area of broad circulation there. Let me get our camera in El Dorado Springs back up here. Just in case that storm really tries to wrap up. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm near El Dorado Springs here in Missouri. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is going to be possible. Further down to the south, most of our severe warnings are kind of for the same thing. Some smaller hail, up to quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These are about to push into the Arkansas area, and also we are starting to see some maybe more discrete storms try to develop over here near Quinton, Hartshorn, and Will Burton. Looks like our storm has officially left our polygon here, and they still haven't extended it. There is an area of broader circulation here still, but that just might not be enough to warrant a tornado warning at this time. Spectrum width is helpful, but it's not necessarily something that you need if you're just very experienced. Reading radar signatures and all that kind of stuff. Reading velocities, correlation coefficient. After a while, all the patterns kind of get set in your brain, and you really don't need spectrum width. It's not like a necessary thing. Quarter-sized hail for Hardin, Logan, and Shelby. They're in Ohio. You guys need to be watching out for that. I think the area near Joplin could go warned soon. Let me see. It's possible. It does seem like it is trying to wrap up a little bit. There's that area of circulation near Galena. Let me check our upper level rotations on it. Yeah. I mean, we certainly got some rotation aloft. That gets down to the surface and strengthens. We're certainly... Oh, okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for Galena, Joplin, Webb City, Carl Junction, Brooklyn Heights, Carthage, Carytown, and Jasper. All of you guys need to be going into your safe spots here. Again, this is a tornado warning for Galena, Joplin, Webb City, Carthage, Jasper, and Avila. Every single person in this area needs to be in their safe spots at this moment. Again, if you guys know anybody that lives in Joplin, you need to be calling them. You need to be sharing this stream out in this area so that people can get the word out that there is a tornado warning in this region. Latest scan is in. Yeah, still a decent little area of circulation here. Just about to head into the western portion of Joplin. I think we got cameras in this area as well. Yeah, we have a couple of cameras in the Joplin region. Let's go further north. Oh, wow. There's our storm. See it right there. There's the base of the storm, and we'll be able to see it a little bit better as it gets closer. There was going to be a tornado on this storm. It'll be on the top. It'll be on the top right of your screen. That's where the mesocyclone is of this. We'll be keeping a close eye. Let me check what our other cameras look like in the Joplin area. See if we have any better views of this. Okay, that's a worse view. And we got multiple cameras in the Joplin area. And also has a view of that approaching storm here as well. Oh, wow. Okay, here's our best camera for sure. And this is for a tornado warned storm here in the Joplin area. Let me bring up my radar in the bottom left. We are watching it like a hawk here. This will give us a way better indication of what is happening near the surface than our radar would. Again, just on the top left of the screen, that is our mesocyclone with this storm that is approaching Joplin. We're getting reports that there is damage in Nevada. And I really hope this doesn't produce Joplin. Joplin deserves, an eternal time without tornadoes after what they went through in 2011. So let's just hope that this does not drop a tornado in this area. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a camera here in the Joplin, Missouri area. We got a tornado warning on this storm. Area of rotation indicated, and we are looking right at it as it approaches the Joplin region. Again, if you live in this region, in Joplin, Webb City, in Carthage, this tornado warned storm is coming towards your direction, and you need to be seeking shelter from it. Again, if we come look at radar, you can see there's our area of rotation right in there. And it is strengthening as of our latest scan. See, there's stronger winds to the south. Couplet is right there. And it's about to go into northwestern Joplin, here near Tuckahoe and Lone Elm. Make sure you are seeking shelter from this storm. This is not one of those tornado warnings where we're in an environment that's not producing tornadoes at the moment. We have seen already a couple of observed tornadoes with the storms up to the north, and this one definitely has that capability as well. Yeah, if you're in Joplin, you need to be in your safe spots. Yes, this is live. I just saw a flash back there. Can't tell if that was lightning or not. Kind of looked like lightning, though. And a tornado on this storm would be on the left side of the screen, it appears. That appears to be the mesocyclone there, rotating into the city. And this is going into the northwestern portion of Joplin, but all of Joplin needs to be in their safe spots for this storm. Yeah, I think that was lightning, yeah. I think Wisconsin will experience severe weather. It's definitely in the possibilities. I mean, our latest meso analysis and models are indicating that we could have more instability build back in up there. And that appears to be lightning, hopefully, there. Just saw another flash. Again, we're looking right at our tornado warned storm here coming into the Joplin region. Folks need to be in their safe spots. There's a good likelihood that this is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado, if there was one. I can just tell by looking at our screen here and bring up my little camera thing. It's going to be like right in this area. See right here, there's our mesocyclone inflow notch coming in right here. And right there, there's your circulation. Usually where those two meet is where a tornado comes in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued near El Dorado Springs. So must have circulation higher up in the atmosphere. Let me check. Yeah, right there, north and west of Monticello, heading into El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Also, Roscoe, Vista, Collins, and Gertster need to be in their safe spots here in Missouri. All right, looks like that rotation is officially now in the northwest portion of Joplin. After that, is going to be going towards Webb City. This storm is producing a decent amount of lightning. What I'm watching for is power flashes with this storm. Power flashes that are like near like the center of the screen. That's what I'm looking for. Well, right now we're seeing what appears to be lightning back in there. Let me just check to make sure this is our best camera. I think it's going to be, but there is a camera just a tad bit closer to the center of circulation. Yeah, we'll go back to the other camera. That one's definitely way better. What are you seeing? You're looking at a mesocyclone of the storm. A tornado in this storm would be, bring up my camera again. If there were to be a tornado, most likely happen in this region right in here. That's where I'm keeping my eye out for right now. On radar, you can see that we'd have a decent little area here of rotation heading into Webb City right now. So if you live in Webb City, Oronogo, Brooklyn Heights, Carthage, and Jasper, you all need to be in your safe spots. Yeah, if you're in Carthage, this is your time. You got time to be in your safe spots. You need to get there right now. Yeah, power flashes means that we have a tornado on the ground. We're not seeing any power flashes. They would usually be like green, emanating from the ground, not from the sky. Like those little flashes on the right side, those are lightning bolts back there. Oh, wow. Looks like we actually have a lowering with this storm right in here, right above my head. Rain's clearing out potentially just enough to see a lowering right here. Given that that is associated with some rotation, that most likely is the wall cloud with our storm. So a tornado would happen right under that. So keep your eye on that area. AM News reports that it's on the ground. Okay. Might be getting reports that this tornado is on the ground. Let me see if I can confirm that with anything. Now, on radar, I can't confirm that. They might have reports on coming from the public that this could be on the ground. I mean, we're looking right at it. They've got reports of a rain-wrapped tornado. Okay, so there are reports coming in that we could have a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground right now. Reported from local news in the area. We are waiting for more confirmation on that. It looks like the rain is wrapping into our storm here. And if you're just now tuning in, let's kind of come over to the big screen here really quick, just so we can give a big picture of what is happening here. We have an area of circulation now to the north and west of Joplin, just to the east of Oronogo, heading towards Carytown and Jasper. Further up to the north, we've got an area of some stronger rotation developing here, just to the north and east of El Dorado Springs. So if you live in this area, you need to be in your safe spots. And then also we have another circulation further to the south on El Dorado Springs, moving towards 39 and 54. So if you live in Collins and you live in Roscoe, you need to be in your safe spots here in Missouri. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. These storms that have come through this area have a history of producing tornadoes. We've already seen a couple of tornadoes here this morning, and more could be on the way. So even if you're not in a tornado warning right now, the environment is seeming pretty tornadic. So if you live in like Boulevard, Springfield, Versailles, Eldon, you don't need to be in your safe spots yet, but you definitely need to be ready to go if at all possible. Back over to our camera view here, still keeping an eye on the Joplin area. All right, let me go check that camera out. Might have another camera we can look for here. Apparently is getting some bad weather. Very heavy rain on that camera. Yeah, pretty strong winds here shaking these power lines. This is still our best view of what's going on here. Still might be able to see power flashes in the distance if this thing is ever gets officially confirmed here. Again, we have reports from a local news station that this could potentially be a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground at this moment, but we have not been able to see any radar confirmation of that fact. Also, fortunately, it seems like this storm, behind this storm, might be rotating as well. You see, the last scan, we had a area of rotation building on this storm south of Galena. We'll have to see if that rotation either increases or not as it approaches. Yeah, still a little area of rotation. We could get another tornado warning here in Joplin if that continues to try to get organized there. So although central Joplin, southern Joplin can come out of their safe spots, northeastern Joplin still needs to be in there, or technically can come out of their safe spots as well. That tornado warning is past you, but still be on guard here for another potential rotation to come through your area. Going into a low signal area soon, do you think Springfield will be impacted? Eventually, yeah. You know, we have these little supercells that are coming off of this band here. So eventually, yeah, some of these could start to rotate and potentially produce tornadoes as well. But it seems like most of our tornadic activity, at least right now, is happening here where supercells are coming off of our main line and into some pretty decent shear environment. Okay, looks like our camera is picking up on our second storm coming into the Joplin region. Yeah, we are hearing reports that there could have been a tornado with that storm, but nothing confirmed at this moment. By the way, folks, if you haven't shared this stream yet or liked it, that helps us get this information out to more people, especially if you live in this area here. You guys definitely would be helping out your neighbors, your coworkers, anybody that's in this area. If you share this stream and get this information out there to more people. All right, let's come back over to here. Checking our latest scans on this storm. Yeah. Still a decent little area of rotation over here near Roscoe, here in Missouri. No debris ball on it right now, but it's pushing off towards the north and east towards Osceola and Lowry City. Now you can see the base of the next storm is coming into this area. And this is a camera out of Joplin.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued here. This is going to be for Lowry City and Osceola, right here in that region. There's your area of rotation. And that's why they're warning this storm a little bit further up to the north than it was. You can see we definitely still have a semi-discrete supercell here moving into the area. So if you do live in Osceola and Lowry City, you should be in your safe spots. You want to check on this storm over here near Columbia. It looked kind of interesting. Yeah, look at that. We're probably about to get a tornado warning on this storm too. That's very close to being able to try to produce a tornado. They're near Pilot Grove. Some pretty serious rotation on that storm aloft. Let me see if we have any closer radars in this. No, this is our closest radar. So watch out over here near Pilot Grove. That one is looking pretty serious as well. Let me see if I can get a camera over there. I know there's a lot of cameras off of 70. We can always come back to these ones if needed, but that actually looks like our almost one of our most eminent storms right there. Let's see. Be near Pilot Grove. Jeez, these city names are so small. Where's Jefferson City? Is over there. So it would be like over in this region. There's Pilot Grove. We want to be just north of Pilot Grove. If this camera's seeing, it'll load. Here's one just north of Pilot Grove. We'll keep that one there for now. But yeah, as you can see on our scans, strong area of wind in the south and a little bit of a couplet here south of Pilot Grove. So keep your eye on the storm. You don't need to be in your safe spots yet, but that they might throw a warning on that very shortly. Let's come down here back to the southwestern Missouri, where our rotation here is getting a little bit weaker. And we've got another strengthening rotation about to head into the Joplin area here, kind of similar to what we just dealt with in the Joplin area. In fact, since we do have a camera that's just honestly closer to where this circulation is going to be, let's just go ahead and bring this back down to Joplin. Oh, wow. Look at that. And there's your mesocyclone. Whoa. That's got a lot of motion to it. That is where, like, that little lowering that we're seeing on the right side of the screen, kind of like right of center, that is where a tornado would drop out of this new circulation coming in. Not tornado warned, but it is trying to organize, as we can see with our own eyes here. This is a second storm that's coming into Joplin. Let's come back over here and check in on our Carthage storm. Yeah, rotation is still struggling near Carytown. If you live near Carytown, you need to be continuing to be in your safe spots. North Carthage as well. And north and east of Carytown should be also respecting this storm. Let's come back a little bit further up to the north and check back in on our storm up here. Yeah, still a little pocket there of rotation. Just to the north of Roscoe, heading towards Osceola and Lowry City. Yeah, still a broad area of circulation right in there. Kind of southern Joplin. Still not tornado imminent, but this is one of those kind of circulations that can spin up pretty quickly. So it's definitely worth, at the very least, being ready to go to your safe spots again there in Joplin if that storm continues to try to strengthen. A latest scan over here near Osceola, still a little area there of rotation. Again, still not indicating to be very strong here. Given the environment that we have, I would still recommend that you guys continue to seek shelter until that rotation is passed. Georgetown, Delaware. Okay. Thank you for tuning in. Springfield, Missouri. Springfield right now has some storms nearby, but I am not seeing much rotation with them right now. Oops, sorry, wrong area. There's your storms.
A new tornado
Not a whole lot of
warning has been
rotation with
issued.
them right now. These are the ones that are going to be heading kind of towards the Springfield area. New tornado warning a little bit further up to the north now with this storm near Pilot Grove. Oh, yeah. Stronger rotation now with this storm heading just to the north of Pilot Grove. Let's see where the storm is tracking. Yeah, it's tracking to the east. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at our camera view here. So we have some strong wind and rain now making it into the Joplin area with our second storm here. I do feel like this storm up to the north has a little bit of a higher probability of producing a tornado. So let me get that camera back up in action here. If I can find it. It was a hard camera to find last time. Pilot Grove, man. There's Pilot Grove. Okay, it's this one here. Hopefully we can get this camera to load. Might take a little while, because that one would be in the path of this storm. Yeah, latest scan here. Stronger rotation now popping up here pretty much directly over Pilot Grove, heading towards Highway 70, Boonville, and Windsor Place after this. This is definitely has some strong tornado potential here. Fortunately, that the camera up here that is in the path of that is not operational, unfortunately. Do have one still in the warning here if this one will work. Okay. Yeah, this is a good camera to have here. All right, latest scan out of our Pilot Grove storm. Still not seeing a definite debris ball yet on this storm. But again, we still have some pretty strong rotation. This is about as close as you can get without having a tornado actually on the ground. So if you live in Boonville, Windsor Place, or over there near Rocheport, you certainly need to continue to seek shelter with that storm. Let's come back down to Lowry City and Osceola, where our rotation is starting to dissipate there. And then north of Joplin, let's go check back in with these storms. Yeah, this rotation is struggling. This one in Joplin is still relatively broad. And then I want to check all the way down here into Groove and Anderson, Oklahoma, and southwestern Missouri. Yeah, still looking good down there. And then further to the south. Yeah, still looking good down there. It's mainly just, honestly, it's mainly just this storm that really concerns me here in the Pilot Grove area. Yeah, latest scan, still an area of some pretty tight circulation on this storm. Heading pretty close to Highway 70. Confirmed damage in Nevada, Missouri, overturned trucks, roofs ripped off, and unknown injuries. Okay, yeah, Dan. Dan is our radio man. He listens to the Broadcastify radios out in these areas, and he's getting those reports directly from the EMS and police officers in the area. So it looks like we do have some confirmed, potentially significant damage there in Nevada, Missouri. And again, those are the kind of storms that we are, the kind of tornadoes that are going to be possible even early in the morning here. Oh boy, we get a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground here, north and east of Pilot Grove, heading towards Boonville and Windsor Place. Again, that's Boonville and Windsor Place. You guys need to be in your safe spots. A tornado is now on the ground with this storm. That is not good. Again, Boonville needs to be in their safe spots. You see right here, there's our strong area of circulation and our debris signature popping up just right under that. Located under reflectivity. And this blue dot there, that is debris. This is what this part of the radar scans for, is that debris that's on the ground. Okay? That's lifting off of the ground. So if you live in Billingsville, I-70, and Boonville, this is coming directly at you. You need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a tornado that is on the ground just to the north and east of Pilot Grove. Listening too closely? Okay, Dan, I'll be watching out for your reports in chat. That's a bad situation there, I'll tell you that. Would you be on cam duty? You can be, yeah. Yeah, we saw that ice cream. Thank you for letting us know, though. Okay, latest scan. Velocity is like right up in here. It's like this tornado almost immediately got occluded there. Could still be on the ground, but that's a little bit less of a definite signal there. Nothing's really changed here. Could still very well be on the ground. Heading towards Boonville and Windsor Place. Continue to be seeking shelter and respecting the polygon. Also, 1-inch hail. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued in Putnam, Ohio. Crews are already heading to Pilot Grove. That was definitely on the ground. Okay, so we have crews already heading to Pilot Grove. Almost none of those cameras are working. Yeah, unfortunately, they're not. I have a camera over here in this area. That's the one we're looking at underneath me. But I'm not sure if we'll be able to actually see this or not. There is a camera pretty much right next to where this tornado is at the moment, but it is not in, or it's not operational. Haven't heard anything yet? Okay, thank you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued that is now being extended into Franklin, Fayette as well. All those people in that area need to now be seeking shelter and getting into your safe spot. Again, that's the lowest, most interior room of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. You need to be getting there immediately. All right, let's come back down here to the south and east. Yeah, rotation is still dying on that storm. I'm probably going to let that tornado warning expire here shortly. And this tornado warning is probably going to expire in a bit. We're still watching this area of rotation near Dunway. And all these tornado warnings are here in kind of central and western, southwestern Missouri. You want to check our storm mode further up to the north just to make sure we're not getting any surprises over here. There's a couple of areas of broader circulation in and around this storm, and also it's warned for the 60-mile-per-hour winds, not really much of a hail threat. And we are starting to get some severe thunderstorms over here into the Ohio area, where we just had an extension of this near Continental there for 1-inch hail. Why is it still just radar indicated? I don't know. Sometimes those reports get out to the NWS, and sometimes they don't. Yeah, apparently Joplin might have dodged a bullet there. Oh, it's observed? Okay, good. They did upgrade it to observed. Let's come back in and check on our latest rotations here. Yeah, still potentially something here, but it could definitely still be a tornado on the ground. Still heading towards Boonville. And if you live in Boonville, you need to be continuing to be in your safe spots. Areas like Pilot Grove, though, Chateau Springs, and Lamine, or I won't say it for Lamine yet, but Chateau Springs and Pilot Grove is now good to go. How's Clarksville? I would be weather aware. You guys are pretty darn close to the high risk in that area. I think you guys are in a moderate risk. Yeah, Clarksville's in a moderate risk. Definitely need to be paying attention as the storms come through. It'd be a dangerous day out there. Is Carthage now safe? Yeah, Carthage is good to go from the storm that just passed through there. Still a little bit of a rotation, though, to your south and west. But that is currently not strong enough to warrant a tornado warning, but I would certainly be still aware of it. But yeah, there's no like imminent tornado warning storms near you. By the way, over here with this storm, still some broad and weak circulation on that. Again, that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire pretty soon. Sirens in Boonville. Okay, thank you for the report. What is that? On the top right portion of the screen, is that a raindrop or is that like a cloud? Maybe a raindrop. It doesn't move. It's a raindrop. Yeah, I think that's just a raindrop. Just had to double check. It is not moving. In the VC now. All right. Let me get that set up. Thank you again for the help. Tornado Explorer. Is it on the ground? It was. Still kind of seems like it could be. There's still what appears to be some sort of a debris signature here. It's not really like co-located, though, to a whole lot of reflectivity, though. So that might just be debris falling out of the sky. It's a little bit unclear at this time. I want to wait one more scan, see where that signature goes after that. So I would still be in your safe spots here in New Franklin and Boonville. I do want to check out the storm from another radar, though. Yeah, rotation is pretty much in the similar area on both of these things. As far as I can tell, though, on the rotation, it's a little bit weaker than it was. So low confidence that that's a tornado, but we're looking really far up on this storm. So that, that might still be something happening near the surface and we just can't see it because our radar's not close enough to the storm. Kind of in a radar hole right now. Okay, it looks like we're getting reports from law enforcement in the area that this tornado might have lifted, and there still appears to be a rotating wall cloud on this storm. And it looks like that report just reached the NWS as well, as they have allowed an observed tornado warning to expire. Got a new tornado watch. All right, let me look at the new tornado watch. Oh wow, yeah, quite the large tornado watch was just issued here. Talking about areas like Hannibal, St. Louis, Centralia, Columbia, Fort Leonard, Wood, east of Springfield, Harrison, Russellville, Little Rock, and Malvern. Few tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail of up to ping pong ball sized is possible, and scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour are likely here. So, again, if you're in the path of these storms and you're under a tornado watch, you want to be watching out for tornadoes. The ingredients are there to support tornadic activity, as we have seen already this morning, and that should only get worse as we go throughout the day. Lives in radar hole. It's frustrating. Yeah, radar holes are no fun. Let me tell you that. I mean, it's like a radar hole is essentially like, let's say the storm over here is the new iPhone, super high resolution screen, see everything clearly. This view of the storm is like a Nokia, very low resolution, kind of blocky, looks pixelated. And yeah, unfortunately, it just really doesn't help us in determining what is happening near the surface. Okay, latest scan though, is the best of my ability. It looks like this tornado has lifted, with reports on the ground and everything lining up here. I think Boonville can come out of their safe spots. Still want New Franklin to be in their safe spots just in case this thing tries to reorganize. Let's come back further down to the south, checking in on our more southern tornado warnings. They did. It does seem like they extended this tornado warning into Arcola and Umberview Heights. Little area here of some broader circulation. Still moving up to the north and east. And then further up to the north with this circulation near Lowry City, looks like our tornado portion of the storm has moved out of the warning, and there's not really much rotation on it anymore. So they're probably going to let that expire if it hasn't already. All right, I'll do a little bit of a broad view here while we wait for our latest scans, just so everybody can at least see their storms in Missouri. What even is a safe spot? A safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in a trailer, RV, or mobile home, there is no such thing as a safe spot in your building. And whenever you get under a tornado warning, your first thought should be evacuating and seeking sturdier shelter. Flying to Chicago today, you think it'll be spicy? There is a high chance that your flight gets canceled. When are you leaving? Yeah, as of right now, we have 3 tornado warnings. This one right here is is either expired or about to expire, and then this one down here just got issued recently. We do have an area of some broader circulations, actually 2 broader circulations here, just to the north and east of Golden City, heading towards Arcola. I do want to check what these rotations look like a lot, because just looking at our lower tilts here, doesn't look too bad. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a loft on this storm. There's actually, so like further up in the storm, there's actually a decent area here of rotation. What sometimes that can happen is, even though that's not at the surface, so it's not at the surface right now, so we're not expecting a tornado, but at this rotation, a loft can make it down to the surface. Then we're going to have a tornado with this storm. So if you live in Arcola, I'd be in your safe spots. Although it doesn't really appear to be rotating too much closer to the surface, that could certainly change And we're going to be watching for rotation to develop here on the southeastern side of the storm as it pushes up towards your area. So if you're thinking whether or not you should be in your safe spots, that's usually a good indicator that it's worth it to be in your safe spot there, just because we have that rotation aloft. I could easily make it down to the surface here in a little bit, so I'll definitely respect that storm and continue to seek shelter from it. There's like nothing in Arcola, right? A tiny gas station. I have no idea. I don't really have much understanding of that area, but it doesn't really matter, if it's small or big. If there's a lot of stuff in there or not a lot of stuff in there, regardless if any city gets hit by a tornado, it's just bad news, man. I think I'm gonna try to get out in front of this storm near Sedalia. I think this one is kind of in a similar environment as the storm that just happened. Are any of these cameras working here? Dude. Yeah, I think they're all down, unfortunately. Be our closest one up here, and that one's down too. Wow. Is Cleveland okay today? Tornado risk? Oops. Cleveland, that's Ohio, right? This first little round for Cleveland should be relatively tame, given the fact that we just don't really have the best kinematics out here. But as we go throughout the day, the kinematics are expected to improve, especially in this region that could kind of nudge into parts of Western Ohio. But then by the time the storm makes it to Cleveland, it's definitely going to be a little bit less of a tornado threat and more of a damaging wind threat. Still radar indicated a tornado warning here for all of our storms. Let's go check in our latest scan. Yeah, it looks like this rotation is continuing to broaden out a little bit. Still a little bit of a couplet here south of Fayette, though, heading towards 124. Looks like the storm near Sedalia is still struggling, so that's good. Basically, any little discrete to semi-discrete storm that forms in this area is going to be our top priority of keeping an eye on it. It looks like that rotation is actually starting to make it to the surface a little bit better here. Let's go check back up. And we don't have the latest scan in our upper tilts yet. You can see it is now in the 0.9 tilt and in the 0.5 tilt. Keep it on 0.5 here. That's still relatively close to the ground. This could be about to produce a tornado here near Arcola. So watch out. The storm is wrapping up. That rotation is making it down to the surface slowly but surely. Biting your nails over here near Springfield. Yeah, you still got some time before the storms come through. But as you can see, we have an arc here of multiple supercells. They're all going to have to be watched. Not a whole lot of rotation on them right now. But if we go into our upper tilts, let's see what we can see. Yeah, even in the upper tilts on these ones, they're still got some time before they start producing. But it's mainly this one over here that, again, has a pretty tight area of rotation. And again, is heading very close to Arcola. If you live in Arcola, you need to continue to be in your safe spots. Yeah, it's interesting. The radar out of Springfield, actually, the default for it is like a 0 tilt. Usually it's around 0.5, which is looking a little bit higher. So we're looking about as low into this storm as possible here. Multiple radar products. Yeah. The problem with that is for the average person, doesn't really know about weather. It's a little bit confusing. Like anybody tuning in, does this confuse you? Or is this, do you think, is a better experience to where you can see, both of the storms at the same time or not both of the storms, but both of the reflectivity and the velocity at the same time. What do y'all think in general? What's the general opinion on that? Because to somebody that doesn't really know about weather and they just tune in, they might think there's two tornado warnings, and they might not be able to easily determine what is what. I think it's usually better. Both. Hmm. Like both your weather nerd, maybe labeled the screens. North of Springfield is dark. Yeah, we do have storms north of Springfield, as you can see. Yeah, but this is the thing. Like, if I'm like, we have storms north of Springfield, it's like I think it's going to get pretty confusing pretty fast. Confirmed injuries as well. Is that near the what was that? Pilot Grove area still? Latest scan on this storm is it's not quite on the ground yet. You can see our rotation is still strengthening at the surface. So that rotation is still trying to make it down to the surface. Again, let me check to see what that rotation is doing aloft now. Change map 2 here. Yeah, I mean, right above the surface of the storm, we have very strong rotation. Let's just hope that that doesn't make it down to the surface, as this thing is rotating quite a bit here as it pushes towards Arcola. The surface, you can see that our reds are a lot weaker near our greens than they are. It draws on both sides. Now that's not as confusing. That's pretty cool. Wow. I think people could understand that. I might keep it like this because it draws on both sides simultaneously. So if I circle something over here, it circles it over here. That's actually a really cool thing. You're lost, but pretty colors. Yeah. Yeah, it gets a little bit more confusing, doesn't it? All right, so now that it's been up, the dual pane for more than a couple of minutes, what do you guys think now? All right, let's come back up here to the north. It looks like most of our tornado warnings have expired. This is now just our only tornado warning at the time. Like a refresh. Go back to that again. Oh, there we go. Update on Pilot Grove. They're calling in the cavalry debris spread all over the highway. Oh no. And residences damaged. So we're hearing of some pretty intense damage in the Pilot Grove area. Florence is going to have a risk for tornadoes for sure. Yeah, I think I'm just not going to, buck the system here. I think a lot of the people that are saying that they like it are probably weather nerds. No tornado on the ground with this storm right now. There is very strong rotation aloft, though, so I'm certainly concerned about that making it down to the surface. We'll do a poll. Let's do a poll. Dual view or single view? I said sine view, but sine view is single view, by the way. Shoot. A new tornado warning has been issued up here near Sedalia. Yeah, tight little couplet now on this storm. No debris signature at this moment, but definitely worth being in your safe spots for. You can see right there a pretty decent area of rotation that's moving off towards the north and east towards N. Route N north of 135. Oh no. That's heading right towards Pilot Grove again. Wow. That would not be good. Folks, if you know anybody that's cleaning up in Pilot Grove right now, any police officers, they're getting the warning right now, but this is bad. We have a lot of people in Pilot Grove that literally just got hit by a tornado. We have reports that we have residential damage. We have debris strung out all over the highway. And we got another circulation approaching the Pilot Grove area here. Just advise the crews. Pilot Grove is out of power as well. Yeah, so if there's tornado sirens in this area, they might not be going off. Yeah, rotation on this storm also above the surface is pretty intense. So if that makes it down to the surface, we could have yet another tornado on the ground. Right now, looks like our latest scan is a little bit weaker. Still no debris signature at this moment. But still keeping a close eye on this. Again, if you live in Pilot Grove, you need to be in your safe spots. Come back down to here. Yeah, this rotation is still not making it down to the surface yet. This one is struggling to become surface-based near Arcola. So still some good news there. No debris signature yet on this storm either. You want to check back further down to the south. We do need to keep our eyes on this storm. Looks like some broader rotation is starting to develop here south of Neosho, and that's going to be heading towards Wheaton, Purdy, and Monette here in a little bit. No debris signature on this guy yet, but worth keeping an eye on. You know, I'm surprised dual view is winning by 80%. And I really hope that this stays weak and misses Pilot Grove, man. That would be a worst case scenario. Because you got a lot of people cleaning up out there. You got a lot of folks that just got hit by a tornado, so they don't really have a safe spot to go to. There could be roads blocked. Yeah, latest scan, still some pretty decent rotation here. The west of Pilot Grove. Still not seeing a debris signature just yet. Yeah, thank you, JS. Trying our best. And Missouri is getting it pretty good right now. I mean, unfortunately, this environment is going to be here for the entirety of this storm's existence. All right, this is going to be here pretty much. You know, the environment to support these tornadoes are going to exist. It's not going to be like yesterday where it's going to get a little bit more conditional as the day goes on. This environment that is producing these tornadoes is going to come, into Lebanon. It's going to come into Rolla. It's going to come into St. Louis. It's going to come into Farmington. Eventually down here into Arkansas as well. So this is certainly not a day to, second guess what to do. You just want to be prepared and ready to go. Man, yeah, still a pretty strong area of circulation here. Still moving off to the north and east towards the Pilot Grove area. Man, it is a little bit stronger. New camera? No, I mean, unfortunately, this is the closest camera that we do have to this storm. If we come over onto here, kind of back out of it. You see this camera's back over here. Best camera for this would probably be like right here, but these cameras have been down, unfortunately. So I'm going to keep this camera up because I think this area is going to be tornadic for a little bit. So the camera might come in clutch eventually. Right. We'll check back in to our southern tornado warning, see if it's had some time to organize down here, if it's still struggling. Still a little area of rotation right in there. Right in there. There's your area of circulation moving off towards the north and east. Wonder if there's a way to toggle. Because I would like to be able to toggle in between the views. I think that would be best for everybody. Kind of mix it together. Whenever we're doing like a breakdown of what a storm is doing, we can switch to dual view. Let me see if there's a keybind for that. Open and close. Okay, so Control 2. Oh, there we go. Now let's do a broad view. We'll do the broad view on the big screen so everybody can see their storm well. And then when we do analysis, we'll go into dual view. The best of both worlds. Yeah, these storms haven't even hit the high risk area. That's true. Technically the environment is not as volatile as it's going to be later on today. This is unfortunately just the appetizer of what is to come today. We've already had potentially a couple of potentially strong and significant tornadoes this morning already. Miserable in Missouri. Yeah, I feel it's just continue to hang in there. We're gonna get through this together. I promise. Just make sure you're continuing to be weather aware here. That's shift 2. There we go. Okay, I gotta learn how to do that better. Yeah, latest scan with this storm, you can see that we have an area of rotation still south and east of Neosho. We've been watching this for a while. It's not tornado warned yet, but that's a little bit of an improvement there of its velocity signature. Still moving off to the north and east, kind of near the Wheaton, Missouri area. Let me see if I go like this, does it just immediately go to a velocities? Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, latest scan on the storm near Arcola definitely seems like it is falling apart now. Oh, okay. I just found out the keybind to close my radar program is Control W. Okay. I don't know why that's a thing, but it is a thing. Gotta be careful. That's really close to the dual view button, so that might happen a couple of times while I get used to hitting that keybind. Yeah, still no debris signature here, but you see we still have a pretty tight couplet here. Moving just to the north of Pilot Grove, heading towards Highway 70 at this moment. Looks like we just got a new update on our tornado warning. Does that show 2? Okay, it just only shows 1. Yeah, still radar indicated here according to the NWS. All right, we'll do a zoomed out view while we wait for our latest scans. What about Ozark? Where is Ozark? We've covered Ozark before on this channel. It's not exactly sure where it is. I feel like it's like somewhere in and along, like this road up here. Oh, sorry, I don't exactly know where Ozark is. Southern Illinois is like the very southern portion of Illinois, believe it or not, is in a high risk. North of that, near Carbondale, Mount Vernon, and Centralia, there is a moderate risk. Does it look like it's coming to Poplar Bluff? You mean Arkansas? Isn't there a Poplar Bluff in Arkansas, or is that Missouri as well? Oh, yeah. There's Poplar Bluff down there. Yeah, it will eventually get there, and I think Poplar Bluff is like I think that is just in the high risk. Yeah, you are just inside that high risk. So you got a 5 out of 5 for severe weather. It's going to be very dangerous later on in the Poplar Bluff area. So yeah, this is going to come towards Poplar Bluff. You definitely want to be weather aware and ready to go there as the storms approach. All right, we should have had enough time here on our radar scan. Let's come back into analysis mode. Yeah, north and east of Neosho. Looks like this we have a couple of areas of rotation, a broader circulation over here. Still a circulation trying to develop south and east of Neosho, but still relatively on the weaker side of things. Further up to the north, this tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. No rotation left on that guy. And this one still has a decent little pocket of rotation now just to the north and west of Pilot Grove. Pilot Grove should still be in their safe spots if you have one, or in a ditch if you're in the area that just got impacted by the last tornado that came through this area. And then next in line is going to be Chateau Springs and Lyman. Out of here. Yeah, let's go check in on our northern mode. Probably a couple people tuning in from up here. Yeah, up here in our northern mode, there's really not a lot happening. But we're monitoring our mesoanalysis to see how far north our area of instability goes. As of right now, you can see most of Illinois and Indiana really doesn't have that much instability. Still, some brief spin-ups will be possible, but for the most part, your tornado threat's really not going to get to its maximum until this area of instability makes it up there. So, if you live in this area, just be weather aware. But as of right now, your threat's really not that elevated until this instability starts to make it up there. And latest models are saying that's a possibility. But so I would certainly be ready to go at the very least. But right now, we're not really seeing anything overly concerning in this cluster of storms. In terms of rotation, we do have some damaging winds on this storm. With 60-mile-per-hour winds gusts heading towards Whitehall and Patterson and Pittsfield. This storm, if any of the storms, would be closest to our instability. So that makes sense why this is severe thunderstorm warned. And in fact, it actually has a little area, some broad circulation. Look at that, south of Louisiana, heading towards Pleasant Hill. That might get tornado warned if that rotation persists. It looks like our southern tornado warning has expired as expected, and now we're back. Now we're back to one tornado warning here near the Pilot Grove area. Right in there, there's our area of circulation still ongoing with this storm. No debris signature right now on it, though. Still not a tornado on the ground, but still pretty darn close to trying to produce one. So definitely a storm still worth your respect and to be into shelter for. Waking up from yesterday's flop. Well, there was actually a potentially larger tornado on the ground yesterday. Let's see if we can see anything from our camera view yet. Is a Pilot Grove storm going to hit southern Columbia? No, that's going to go to the west of Columbia, Missouri. Trying to see if I can see anything back out there, but it's just pretty milky. I do want to check one more time. Sometimes these cameras go down and they come back up. I want to make sure these guys are officially out of the game here. Yeah. Are still. What about this one north of this? Ooh, this one's actually got a view of something. It might be looking at the storm from far away. We'll keep that one underneath me for now. Latest scan on this storm is still indicating a pretty tight area of circulation right in there. Still no debris signature on the ground. We just got an update to our warning. Still radar indicated tornado warning right now. And it touched down in the Joplin warning. There was a report from a news agency that it did touch down, but we haven't heard any more evidence of that. So the news agency might have just been wrong. We don't know at this point. Time for Florence, Alabama. That's going to be later on today. Can't really go over timing right now while we have a tornado on the ground. Sorry. Well, not a tornado on the ground, but a tornado warning in progress. Sorry. ETA for Carbondale. I think that's closer to here. We kind of give a rough estimate. Yeah, kind of hard to tell. I mean, like 4 to 5 hours. Latest scan, we now have this rotation just to the north of 70. You can see on the right side, got those yellow pixels, grayer pixels, still touching, still indicating a decent couplet on this storm. But still no debris signature. So this is still not currently on the ground. Ping pong ball sized hail just got warned over there near Crawford, Seneca, Ohio. Watch out there. That ping pong ball sized hail can crack windows. Let's do a broad view of Missouri again. Storm moving 80 miles per hour through Ohio. Yeah, these storms are very fast moving storms today. What time should it hit Poplar Bluff? That is probably going to be in about 2 to 3 hours if I had to guess. Thoughts on Michigan? Still waiting to see if that instability is going to make it back up to you. It's pretty conditional up there in Michigan. But as of right now, the instability axis is about a couple hundred miles to your south and west. You guys need to be aware, especially if that instability can get back going up there. Because I mean, again, that's where our main forcing region is. That's where some of our higher shear values will be located. If that instability can recover, it could be particularly dangerous up there. 3/4 of an inch hail reported in Pilots Grove. Okay, thank you, Dan. And this line of severe thunderstorms is warned for a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be heading towards the Springfield, Aurora, Purdy, Ash Grove, Walnut Grove, and Bolivar. And we have an arc of supercells inside of it. These cells are struggling to mature, but if they can, any one of them could potentially try to produce a tornado, but none of them are, attempting to mature at this point. Further down to the south, we have some broad rotation near this storm, north and west of Stillwell. That one is still struggling at the moment. And then further down, even further to the south, we have another area, an outflow-dominated area of wind heading towards Clayton. And all the way down into the Dallas area, we are still watching for some convective initiation here, which is certainly possible. But it's not quite there yet. Definitely something worth keeping an eye on, though. How many storm rounds? Could be a couple. I just got to upgrade on our, or not an upgrade, an update on our warning. Looks like they're going to be allowing this to expire. And latest scan out of this storm looks like that rotation is still technically there, but it's definitely not as tight as it was. If we bring it back, you can see that it was a lot tighter earlier, and now it's starting to kind of get a little bit broader. See how close those pixels are, and then they start to get farther away from each other. There is still rotation on this storm, though, so it's still worth keeping an eye on. But as of right now, it's looks like it is starting to lose some of its rotation. Let me see if there's any news that I can report to you guys. Yeah, no new news to report. Other than potentially some severe damage reported in the Pilots Grove area. That was the last little bit of news that we got. We got damage to residents, so houses in Pilot Grove, and then debris was lifted out of Pilot Grove and apparently has made it on the Highway 70, and they're currently in the process of cleaning that up. Things will uptrend later. Exactly. Yeah, this is just the beginning of this event. Let's go look at our latest meso analysis here and see what we're dealing with. It looks like our capping inversion that is currently over these storms, still keeping them relatively weaker than they could be. It does seem like that capping inversion, that surface inversion, is starting to go away, which would not be a good sign. As these storms move into a less capped environment, they're certainly going to have that potential to become more tornadic as this line moves through. At our lower levels, looks like we're still dealing with anywhere from 55 to 60 knots of shear out into this region. So definitely a strong shear environment. Our strongest shear, though, is in kind of like southern Missouri. But these storms further down to the south in parts of Oklahoma are starting to enter into a little bit higher of a shear environment out here as well. So these ones might start to rotate a little bit more down there in the Oklahoma area, and that will eventually move into parts of Arkansas. You can see further up to the north, though, we really do have, favorable shear environment still up there. But again, our latest mesoscale analysis is continuing to bring that instability further up to the north. If you compare it to the forecast, though, it's actually a little bit further shunted to the south than what was expected. So hopefully that kind of stays down to the south. But even though this part is a little bit further to the south here, still have an instability axis over here, starting to push up to the north. On the right side of this, that might get up into areas like St. Louis, increasing the tornado threat. And then it also could easily still get pulled up to the north into Illinois and Indiana. And again, if that happens, that is where your tornado threat, and that is when your tornado threat is going to be the highest up there on the northern mode of this risk. And again, if we come back over here to our outlook and just give a look at it, just for the new folks that are tuning in, this is our risk for today. We have an enhanced risk for severe weather all the way in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley, making it all the way up into southern Michigan, coming back down into areas like southern Illinois, Indiana, going into western Kentucky, Tennessee, and northwestern Mississippi, and parts of Louisiana, going into Arkansas. That's an area that's a 4 out of 5 for severe weather. And then in this pink, that's the highest categorization you can get out of these severe weather events. That means confidence is high, that a strong tornado risk will exist in this area. So areas like Pine Bluff, Jonesboro, Hernando, Memphis, northern Jackson, Dyersburg, Union City, Murray, Cape Girardeau and Sykeston really need to be weather aware out there as you guys are in that bullseye for the worst severe weather for today. I will say it is a little bit of a conditional risk. There's definitely some failure modes, and you can kind of see those failure modes right now. We got a lot of clustering with our storms right now, but even with that clustering, as we've seen, stronger tornadoes are still possible in this region. So if you live over here, further to the east of the line, the tornado threat is forecasted to only get worse, especially as our inversion starts to go away. Let me check our satellite. I wonder if we have any heating out here. Yeah, some heating is occurring over in Arkansas, Mississippi, going into parts of Tennessee. You can see we do have a clearing here. So that is going to increase our instability out in front of this thing. Let me take off this flash flood advisory. It's getting in the way a little bit. Is that a flash flood watch? No. All right. By the way, this little polygon here, that's for this tornado warning, that has been allowed to expire. This takes a little bit, but I will say, latest scans out of this storm near New Franklin are still looking relatively dangerous. A little bit on the broader side of things, but if you live over there near Fayette and north of New Franklin, I would certainly be paying attention. Further down to the south here into Missouri, still got some storms approaching the Springfield area. In fact, let me get a camera on these storms. I know we have cameras in Springfield. I don't know how far to the west it goes, but I know we have cameras in the Springfield area at least. Yeah, here's Springfield. We actually have cameras pretty darn close to this area. If they work, okay, that one doesn't work. That one's in rain. So might get a good view of the storm eventually. There's still a chance that these storms struggle throughout the day. All right. If you're in that high risk or moderate risk, I do want to make the statement, although it's a dangerous day, there is no guarantee that it's going to be any worse than what it is right now. Conditions should improve, but sometimes they just don't. Like yesterday, we had a lot of our models saying that storms were going to fire, and no storms fired. So even the models can be wrong in the short term. But the overall statement that you need to be just knowing going into tonight and later in the evening is that the environment is there for some very dangerous tornadoes today. If any storm can fully take advantage of that, we could easily get like an EF3, EF4 type tornado today. Yeah, tag me on X for pictures, Tina. All right, let me grab my water really quick. 1 second. Need a little bit of a hydration boost. Over here north of Bella Vista, this is probably one of our more organized, broader circulations at this point, but again, it's not really that concerning. We got another area, broader circulation north of Monette. That is west of Springfield. Those storms actually would technically track pretty close to Springfield, especially this one. This is the storm we would have to watch for the Springfield area, the one that's near Monette. This one up here near Miller is going to miss Springfield. There is some little itty bits of rotation there. It's not concerning at this point. Let me look at the storm aloft, though, just to make sure We don't have any stronger rotation up there. Yeah, not a whole lot of stronger rotation aloft either. So there's not a. This storm's going to need a little bit of time before it tries to produce a tornado. But it's certainly something to be keeping an eye on as this storm gets closer. Because again, almost every single little one of these little commas that you see here, backwards commas, I guess you could say, that is a supercell embedded in this line. If any of these can mature within that line, that is where your tornado threat for Springfield would come from. Was I surprised waking up to a high risk? No, we were live when that high risk came out. But yeah, I mean, when I saw it, I was surprised. I'm still kind of surprised. In my opinion, this doesn't quite meet my criteria for a high risk, but SPC is different. Regardless if it's a moderate risk or a high risk, the wording is the same. And what I would tell you guys, which is the environment's dangerous. So arguing over who's right, who's wrong is kind of pointless. It's just, hey, the environment out there is objectively dangerous, and you should be, making sure you're taking proper precautions. A little bit of a couplet here showing up again south of Fayette, here in Missouri. Still keeping an eye on that. There's also a storm up here that is showing some broad circulation aloft, but that is in like a deep radar hole. What is this one showing? Yeah, this radar is also showing that rotation aloft on this, trying to organize near Shelbyville and Shelbina. New tornado warning has been issued over here near Fayette. If you live in Fayette, Seabury, Pumpkin Center, Bunker Hill, and Burton, you guys need to be in your safe spots. So again, for that rotation, we were just looking at. The storm has been rotating for quite a bit. Latest scan out of our radar is still indicating an area here of some rotation on the storm. See right in here, there's your area of rotation. It's under reflectivity. No debris signature right now, but certainly a storm still to keep in your shelters for, just in case. Is it near Chicago? It's raining a bit. Not really. We've got some rain up there, but none of these storms are really that powerful near Chicago right now. Some light rain to moderate rain. Do got some storms about to move into the Michigan area, though. Over here near Grand Haven, South Haven, and Benton Harbor. I'm about to get some thunderstorms over there. We still have some severe thunderstorm warnings happening with these storms in Ohio. This one's about to expire, though, so okay, looks like things are clearing out a little bit out in front of this storm near Springfield. You might want to move this camera a little bit further to the west again, though. Never mind. This one's still in a good position. Hopefully we can eventually get our eyes on one of these storms, but the bad thing about today is that it's just going to be like, if we do, like when our storm chasers do go live, as you can see, a lot of these little circulations, especially earlier on, are going to be rain wrapped. And it's really going to be hard to tell what is going on, even if you're just like right next to a storm. Yeah, latest scan on our storm here Still indicating an area of rotation here just to the south of Fayette. We got no debris signature on this storm yet, though, still. Oh, wow. A little bit of broad circulation starting to develop over here near Hermitage as well. And in and around Springfield, still not seeing anything that is concerning rotation-wise yet with any of these storms. Just might be the capping inversions a little bit too strong in this area right now. Potentially some elevated winds also trying to make its way into Urbana. When does the main risk start? Pretty much as soon as so our SPC mesoanalysis is saying that our cap is starting to erode, our surface inversion is starting to erode as we get some heating over here into Arkansas and Missouri. So as soon as the storms hit that area, which is going to be further down to the south, so our little axis of surface inversion kind of clearing here is pretty much right in this area. So once these storms get to here, or if that area of that capping inversion expands, we could even see something try to happen a little bit earlier. Just depends. That should be when the peak of the tornado threat is getting started. Loud thunderstorms here in Chicago earlier. Okay. Thank you for reporting that help. Thank you, Donald, for subscribing. Let's come back over here and check in on our tornado warning. Still no debris ball yet with this storm. Still definitely an area, though, of rotation. Man, this storm has been rotating for the longest time. And it hasn't, as far as I can tell, has not produced a tornado yet. It's like this environment is just right on the cusp of being able to be tornadic, but it's just not getting there. But it looks like Fayette can come out of their safe spots now. Next in line for this area of rotation is going to be 124 and A here north and west of Harrisburg. Back down here west of Springfield. My attention is starting to zero in this area, but it does appear like that is in the clear air. You can see there's your rotation right in there. And our mesocyclone is back over in this region. So they're a little bit displaced, but that could certainly indicate a strengthening inflow coming into the storm right now, which makes me curious. Our upper level rotation is looking on this storm. Yeah, still not very strong upper level rotation yet. But that inflow strengthening on that storm could be a sign that that storm is trying to organize a little bit better there south of Monette. Yeah, roofs missing in, unfortunately, in Nevada. Yeah, we're getting reports. We've got reports out of that from the scanner earlier. And yeah, looks like we got a potential video here out of Nevada, Missouri. Look at this. Posting it in chat. I can't show it to you guys via copyright, but you can look at it on the website there. Thank you for sharing that, Tornado Explorer. Do we have any videos of that yet? The actual tornado? Oh, Nevada. Okay, thank you. It looks like they are continuing this tornado warning. We're near the Fayette area. Yeah, I mean, we still got a tight area of circulation here, heading up to the north and east. That hasn't changed. Looks like our storms are slowly getting closer to our camera. Let me get a refresher of where this camera is located. I kind of forgot. Okay, so it's located at the top of that bend. So the storm's not quite there. What we're looking at is some moisture that is condensing out in front of the storm that's crossing over the screen right now. So that's not like a wall cloud or anything. We're still keeping an eye on this camera. This one is oops. This camera is located right here in this area. And we do have some storms coming in into that region. And if anything comes into Springfield, we got plenty of cameras out in this area. Looking back over here. And we actually have an area of rotation now consolidating just to the south of Wheaton. That is now lining up with our radar pretty decently here. No debris signature just yet, but I got a feeling a tornado warning is coming pretty soon for this storm here in Purdy. That would it looks like it's tracking to the south of Springfield as of this moment, although it's kind of going northeast a little bit. So potentially like a Nixa would be an area that would need to be, thinking about taking shelter from this storm if this can fully organize. Also, a little bit of broad circulation starting to get started over here near Ash Grove that we got to keep an eye on there. And then a little bit of something over here near Urbana as well, worth still watching. Come check back up with our area of rotation near Fayette. Yeah, still kind of hanging in there. Oh, look at our camera. Camera's actually looking at the storm. Or was. They were now getting damage coming out of Moundville, Missouri. Looks like a house or a business completely collapsed in Moundville, Missouri. Collapsed onto a car. Oh, no, it was a gas station. Oh, yeah, there's your storm. So this is the storm that's approaching Missouri right now. You can see the base of the storm, those darker clouds that we're looking at. How do you get access to the camera? Here, I'll just share it in chat. This camera operator is seems a little bit clueless for now. Keeps on circulating the camera like he doesn't know where to look at. But this view right here is showing the base of the storm that is coming close to the Springfield area. But we'll keep our eye on that camera if we need to use it. Hopefully we don't need to use any Springfield cameras today. Yeah, latest scans here on our radar. Looks like a little bit less rotation being picked up now on our Fayette storm. And I honestly have no confidence that this won't continue to rotate at this point, given the fact that it's still got a decent area of rotation, or it's been rotating for a while. Yeah, this area just to the east of Shelbyville, still an area of some broader circulation at the moment. You see they've got some grays in between our greens and reds, but this one is trying to get organized over here just to the west of Quincy. And then further down to the south, Still monitoring this area of rotation near Purdy. It's still there. Storm's looking a little bit weirder here on radar, though. It doesn't look as organized. We'll see if that translates into anything as our newest scans come out. Maybe that rotation will weaken a little bit. We'll see. Interesting thing about this storm right now is that we only have like one severe thunderstorm warning on it. Further up to the north, near Lori, that's warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is that one that's had some broader circulation, maybe trying to tighten up a little bit there near Cross Timbers and Max Creek. You're heading to Miami. Okay. Ridge limit the severe weather. It can, depending on where it is. But if there's enough instability on like the right side of the ridge, you can still easily get some like derechos and stuff. Or mesostorms. Mesoconvective systems. Mesoscale convective systems. They're like kind of like their own little circulation, smaller. They're usually what cause derechos. So yeah, our ridge can stifle more widespread severe weather, but it like say you got like a high pressure system like right here, and then say you have like pretty decent flow aloft in this region, and then for some reason you have like 4,000 joules per kilogram out in front of that. That's usually a recipe for some pretty dangerous severe weather there. But yeah, it just depends, really. All right, looks like our tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Thanks for making it this educational. Yeah, no problem. I'm here to teach you guys. A lot of people, when they watch weather, understand it. Having it simplified it helps understand it, and we try to keep it as simple as possible. But sometimes going into detail, because when you start to understand the finer details of these storms, if you watch my stream enough, you're gonna slowly learn how to read those rotations. So maybe at like 3 a.m. in the morning, I'm dead asleep, but for some reason, a tornado warning happens in your area. You watch for long enough, you might be able to identify whether or not that storm is dangerous or not as it approaches you, and that can help with your storm anxiety. If you're one of the kind of individuals that suffer from storm anxiety, whether it's from a storm from the past or just general fear of storms, learning how to read radar can be a huge help in terms of lowering that storm anxiety. So I would encourage anybody that suffers from storm anxiety to really pay attention to what I'm saying as we do these breakdowns of the rotations and all of that, so that you can see what to look out for on radar, just in case you're on your own during a tornado warning. Go check up on our northern mode again, see if any of these storms are doing anything. Yeah, they're pretty messy storm mode still up into the Illinois area. We're still keeping an eye for a QLCS tornado threat up here, but so far not a whole lot happening. Oh wow, our camera is actually getting a view of the some of the storms in the area here near Springfield. That's kind of looking at this storm here, or this area actually. It's to its north. What is that? Is that a raindrop under there? Yeah, I think that's like a scratch or something on the camera. I thought that was a funnel for a second, but that is like a raindrop or a scratch on the camera. And Springfield, Missouri is going to be one of those areas here where we have, at least in our short term, an elevated threat for tornadoes with these storms that are coming through. We don't have anything that's screaming tornado warning right now, but it is certainly something to be prepared for, as it is certainly possible that we get some rotation with these storms before it heads in there. So don't need to be in your safe spots, but just be ready to go, because this is your main threat for today here in the Springfield area. Yeah, well, let's do a model update. Why not? Here, let's come back over to here. Let's go over the timing for everybody again, since we have a little bit of time here in between tornado warnings. How many people in chat want that? Do you guys want a timing update? We did just get our latest model runs on the 12Z. Okay. Looks like people want a timing update, so let's do that really quick while we don't have any tornado warnings ongoing. So this is our latest model run here. Out of the HRRR, looks like at around 10, 11 a.m., storms are going to be heading through the Springfield area. And, as we get into around 1 p.m., is probably when we're really going to start to see that cap, a surface inversion, start to erode here. So over there near Jefferson City, like near Fort Smith, also Springfield, need to be, weather aware within these time frames. But I mean, as you can see, our line of storms might be a little bit more progressive than this HRRR run. So maybe I'd subtract an hour from these times. Further up to the north, you can see that, over here near like Springfield, Illinois, potentially Bloomington and Chicago by around 1 p.m. And then further down to the south, further to the south. Any one of these more discrete storms out in front of the main line, that's going to be our main tornado threats as this moves off to the east. Coming into 2 p.m., storms are now starting to move into like St. Louis, Conway, close to Hot Springs there, close to Tyler, Texas still. And then further up to the north, we could have a glob of rain potentially. It doesn't really look very organized there near Chicago. Seems like our northern mode might struggle here if we don't get enough instability. By 3 p.m., we might have to be watching out for these prefrontal supercells here in Indiana and Ohio for a brief but strong tornado threat up there. And then further down to the south, looks like storms are still going to be potentially impacting St. Louis by 3 p.m. A line of storms is going to be moving near Hot Springs and Tyler by 3 p.m. as well. And then continuing to push this forward another hour or two. You can see those move by about 5 p.m. We got storms near Urbana, Jonesboro, Pine Bluff, Shreveport. Prefrontal cells still trying out here. But again, no guarantee that those are going to mature fully. But if there's enough instability, there definitely will be that possibility. So still some question marks up there. But further down to the south, we're mainly going to be dealing with some embedded supercells here, unless we can see some more prefrontal supercells. Which we're not really seeing any evidence of that. So, a high-end QLCS tornado threat as we move into 7 p.m. For areas like Harrisburg, Paducah, Union City, Blytheville, down there near Memphis, a little bit more conditional the further south we go, kind of near the Clarksdale and El Dorado, Arkansas, and Mississippi area. Further up to the north, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Fort Wayne by 7 p.m. Some thunderstorms over there near Toledo as well. Yeah, people say that the audio is skipping. It's not. It's just a YouTube thing. Just refresh. Coming over to around 9 p.m., our line of storms is continuing to progress into the Pine Bluff, Memphis, Jackson, Louisville, and Indianapolis area. Stronger QLCS tornadoes will be possible. One thing I'm noticing on this model run, though, there's really not a whole lot of any prefrontal supercells. Maybe as we go into Memphis here, these could be a little bit more prefrontal, but it seems like for the most of the day, especially as we get into the nighttime hours, we're going to be dealing with a QLCS threat. So maybe a lower chance for violent tornadoes with this kind of setup. But still a chance for some stronger embedded tornadoes in the line, and some damaging winds will certainly be associated with that. there. So going into 10, 11 p.m. here, Memphis, Jackson, Clarksville, Bowling Green, Lexington, Maysville, Chillicothe, and Columbus, Ohio are going to be getting pretty close or, directly next to, our line of storms. And then eventually in the northern mode, by 12 a.m., that moves into, or 1 a.m., that moves into Cleveland. Over here near Nashville and Richmond, Kentucky, and Nashville, Tennessee. We're talking around 1 a.m. there for you guys in Memphis as well. And then our southern mode starts to die off. And this is around the time when this line of storms is going to stall out. Our tornado threat will still technically be there, but it'll be a lot more fewer and far in between. And this is when our flood threat is going to be at its highest. Going over to tonight into tomorrow, we're just going to have a lot of rain along this boundary. And then eventually, by the time we go back into tomorrow, by 5 p.m., we could have new supercells organizing with a strong tornado threat possible heading into Little Rock and Memphis. It's a conditional threat, very conditional. No strong tornado risk, I don't think, for this day yet, but models have been indicating a potentially semi-discrete to discrete mode here. Winds are going to be pretty parallel, but there will be an area here of some elevated shear. So as we go into tomorrow, these storms could certainly pose a risk there for some tornadoes. And then it kind of turns back into a major flood threat as we move throughout the 3rd, going into the 4th in the morning. And then that flood threat starts to shift over here to areas like Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. So that's kind of our updated timing there. Hopefully everybody got the information they needed. Any rotation near Springfield? Let's check it out. Nothing that I can see right now, no. I mean, there's a little bit of something down here near Marionville, but it seems like we're getting a brief break here in our tornado activity. I'm looking all the way up this line, just not seeing much evidence. Let's go a little bit further up to the north. And not seeing much evidence of really any rotation on any of these storms right now. Maybe a little bit of something over here south and west of Lori that needs to, be watched, but that is still relatively weak at this moment. Check back up further up to the north with our line of storms over here near Peoria, Illinois. Still no QLCS tornado threat developing here. Definitely a line of some damaging winds potential. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, guys. That model run is not a high risk environment. Let me be honest. Can't hear you. You're skipping out. All right, so let's try to figure this out. So apparently people are having trouble hearing me and my voice is skipping. Is everybody having that same issue? It just sounded the tornado sirens. Where I am, there must be testing it. That's a horrible time to test it. Okay, I see people that are having some issues with the audio. Again, that is not me. That is YouTube. Right? So refresh the stream in order to get that latest, or in order to get the most clearest audio. Hit the refresh button on your browser, or close the stream and reopen it on your phone. Or if you're on TV, do the same thing on your TV. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That last model run just looked like a line of storms with an embedded QLCS threat, which is the best case scenario in this environment. There's still going to be a strong tornado threat, but once that line of storms starts to stall and kind of fall apart, and then that outflow boundaries, pushes out in front of that, we're definitely going to see our tornado risk go down after that. So, yeah, thank you, Ice Cream, for the 2. I do appreciate that. So Florence will be on the weaker side? Yes. Yes, Florence will be on the weaker side, Ice Cream. Is Ohio going to be okay? I mean, as far as I can tell, it mainly just looks like some damaging winds up there. Just really depends on how much that, if you live in Western Ohio, though, there is a brief chance for some more prefrontal cells to try to fire, but that's really dependent on how far north our moisture goes. Let me see if we have any updates on that in particular. Still don't have any new mesoscale updates. So is it over? No, it's not over. We still have a tornado threat with this storm. It looks like it's going to struggle here for a little bit. Then once it hits some better instability, it should strengthen again. And then we're going to have a line of storms really extending all the way from the Great Lakes down in through the southeast and the southern plains. But it's going to be a line of storms, it seems like. Not any, I didn't see like literally any evidence of a prefrontal storm. So it looks like we're going to be dealing mainly with the QLCS tornado threat, which we can still get strong tornadoes in there, but we're going to be talking about more briefer tornadoes that are on the ground for less time. In comparison, if you have a more semi-discrete and discrete cells with this storm, they would be on the ground for a long time and have a much higher potential of being a much stronger tornado. Preparing for tonight here in Springfield, that's good. Yeah, we don't use Connor anymore if he is live. Don't think any of our storm chasers are live yet. See if Brett Adair is live. We will have like up to 4 storm chasers today, but they're probably not going to go live until later when the storms are getting close to their peak. Yeah, the Ohio Valley right now is a relatively muted threat. As you can see, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings out here. We just have, or actually, sorry, not in the Ohio Valley, in the Midwest. We don't really have any severe thunderstorms out here, but in the Ohio Valley and in Ohio, we do. There are some severe storms out here with some 60-mile-per-hour winds, or actually, no, some half-dollar-sized hail heading towards Newark and Heath. Then further up to the north, we have another half-dollar-sized hail storm heading towards Utica, and then another one over here near Mansfield. These storms will eventually make their way into Zanesville, Coshocton, New Philadelphia, Canton, Akron, and Cleveland. Tornado threat should be relatively low, but technically it's not impossible with these storms, given the fact that there is still a decent shear environment out here, even though there's like barely any instability. Looks like these storms are actually falling apart near Springfield. This rain and thunderstorm blob, the last thing we're gonna have in Chicago. Yeah, it kind of appears like you guys might be pretty close here to some storms. It might go into southern Chicago, but the instability is relatively weak. So, your highest chance for anything is really just going to be severe weather up there. Someone put their address in chat. Do not do that. Do not do that. That is not smart. There's a lot of people in here. One of those people might be, most people watching the stream are probably great people, but there's maybe one or two that are just waiting for someone to do what you just did. And they might not have your best interests in mind. It was Bass Pro Shop. See, look at that. People already searched it up. As soon as you posted it in, they were searching it up. Andy, that's crazy. Yeah. Relatively quiet right now. Relatively quiet. How did everybody sleep last night, by the way? They have followed your plan to order 400 pizza and send it to their house? Oh. Well, let me give you my address then. I could go for some pizza. Heard lots of thunder. Yeah, I bet you that's been an issue all day for lots of folks. That's one thing these storms definitely still have is a lot of lightning. Thank you, Philip, for subscribing. And this is just maybe a good time to remind you guys, if you have enjoyed the coverage so far this morning, consider hitting that subscribe button and maybe leaving a like on the stream. Also, still time to share the stream. If you guys haven't shared the stream yet, please consider that as well. Sound good here? All right, thank you, Terry. Terry, you might be behind on the stream, by the way. You'll send some pizza? Not gonna actually do that. 1 inch hail in Licking, Ohio. Ohio gets lots of wind. Yeah, it's pretty windy up there. You guys have been getting a lot of wind today, and over the past couple of storms that we've had in this area, you guys have been getting those gradient winds quite often. We'll run the radar for a little bit over here in the Ohio area, so you guys can kind of get a view of what the storms are doing and how they're moving. You like the stream and click the bell? There you go. Dang, how many Andys do we have in chat? What the heck? I swear I've seen like 5. We entered the food segment of the stream. Not really. Hopefully not. Thank you, Chronic, for the 5. Significant tornado parameter for Tennessee doesn't look anywhere as bad as yesterday. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of again, conditional things for today. A lot of things kind of just gotta have to line up correctly. But my current thought process here is that our storms, as they move into this more, pristine warm sector here, that's probably when they're going to become their most tornadic. We still got a decent time to go until then, I think. The peak of the tornado threat won't be for a while. A lot of things have to change as of right now. You can see our storms are looking a little bit anemic, a little bit on the skinny side, not as thick as they were earlier today, meaning that, they are struggling to mature, although there is a little bit of a couplet. Again, with one of these storms, let me see where this radar is here. Yeah, that is a legitimate area of rotation, south and west of Lori here in Missouri. A little bit on the weaker side, but worth keeping an eye on. What is this on our camera here? There's a storm back in there. Can't really tell though, due to the prevalence of our raindrops smattering our screen. Raindrop smattering issues here. Heard a lot of damage. Yeah, we've heard a lot of reports out of the Pilot Grove area. Sounds like they got hit pretty bad. The velocity signature was certainly pretty strong as it went over that region. So really hope everybody makes it out of there with no injuries. Thank you, Loco, for subscribing. Thank you so much. When will Western Tennessee be affected the most? Most likely as we go into the evening and into the nighttime. Yeah, these storms are still kind of removed from the moisture. One of the things that we have ongoing that seems pretty obvious here is we got a little bit of a shield here on these storms, and that's probably eating up a lot of that instability before our main core of storms even gets there. Hammer needs a wiper. Yeah, needs a squeegee, a wiper, just some wind, something. Some Rain X. Although I don't know how you would continuously apply Rain X on those cameras, as they are they're pretty high up there. The peak is probably going to be in like 3 to 4 hours, if I had to guess. 3 to 4 hours, and it's going to be down here in the Boot Hill, Missouri, and Arkansas, according to our latest meso analysis. But again, conditional risk, but certainly should be aware. One of the questions that I have in my mind is, when does this line of storm stall? Wherever it stalls, it's going to stall at some point today. Wherever it stalls, that is going to be when we most likely will see the peak stop. Yeah, still a potential broad area of circulation here north of Max Creek still. So keeping an eye on that near Climax Springs. It's still there. It's not the only thing that's really sticking out to me on radar at this moment. In terms of rotation, let's come back up here to Ohio. Wow, a lot of our severe thunderstorm warnings have actually just expired here, but we do still have one about to go through Baltimore and then Newark, Ohio here. Some rain and thunder further up to the north is moving into the Cleveland and Akron area. Over here near Chicago, still looks like that boundary here for the stronger storms is still to your south, but some thunderstorms are about to move into southern Chicago. You'll be my storm chaser in Chicago? All right. So no more storms for Springfield? After this moves through, yeah. This is your last round. And in fact, it looks like can barely make it out. But there's a mesocyclone of one of our supercells right in front of us. Thank you, Jack, for subscribing. I appreciate it. How far east is the tornado threat in Tennessee? It should go, I think, throughout most of Tennessee. Yeah, it should go out through most of Tennessee, probably stop in and around like the La Foliette area. Thank you, Jan, for upgrading to an EF3 membership. Thank you so much. That is a huge commitment, monthly commitment that keeps this channel funded. I do appreciate it. We rely on small dollar donations to fund everything that we do. That goes a really long way, those monthly contributions. And that raindrop just made it look like a tornado dropped out of that storm, but that's just a raindrop. I think the sprinkled storms will calm down by the time they hit Rolla. How far away? Let me see where Rolla is in comparison to our instability. Yeah, I mean they should. There's still going to be like a tornado threat with these storms presently, but they might struggle all the way into Rolla. That is within the realm of possibilities. At Springfield, I'm expecting these storms to strengthen again. Models indicate that these should struggle as they are in a capping inversion and less moisture, but these storms technically are moving closer to some more instability. Safest shelter to buy? I have no idea. In-ground shelter. That's what you want to. That's what you want to be focused on. Underground. The more you go underground, the more safe you will be from tornadic activity. It's going to need to give in the right environment. Exactly. That's the thing. It's like there's a lot of precipitation up here on our northern mode here. A lot out in front of these storms, which will most likely create an outflow boundary that sets up here. So it'll be interesting to see if that instability can really push out in front of this, and if we get another reinvigoration of our storms further up to the north. But again, I'm not sure how long any of you guys have been subscribed to this channel, but we've been talking about this possibility for days. Just a really messy storm mode, and it's going to be conditional. It's not a slam dunk day today. But if things can improve as we go throughout the day, it will form into a pretty volatile environment. So that's why we are live. That's why we are monitoring the storms, because the environment around these storms is still very conducive for tornadoes if our instability can improve as these storms move near there. But as of right now, these storms are sitting at about 500 joules per kilogram, and they have a capping inversion that's over them as well. Which essentially that capping inversion is going to keep the storms weaker, and 500 joules per kilogram is kind of on the lower end of our instability. But little spin-ups will certainly still be possible, the amount of shear that we have right now, but they're going to be few and far in between until that instability starts to improve. We are starting to get some rotations up here now in the northern mode of these storms, just to the east of north and east, actually just north of Jefferson City, heading towards the Columbia area. Let me see if we have any cams up there. I think we should have some close if they're in operation. Yeah, we do have one here. We might actually get a view of this storm after this rain clears out. Let me see if there's one like just south of here. That would kind of be like the best of both worlds. Yeah, no cameras just south of there. What about the tad bit to the east? Might not be a bad camera if it's facing the right way. Keep it on this one for now. See if we see anything pop out of there. We do have a little area of tight circulation forming south here, south and west of Columbia. Yeah, latest scan still indicates an area of rotation there, moving up into that region. And then further down to the south, near Tipton, we have some rotation trying to develop and organize. And then further down south of that, we have another area of rotation trying to develop and become better organized down here near Gravios Mills. Just double check to make sure We don't have any debris on this. Yeah, as far as I can tell, no tornado has dropped out of this storm yet. But it's certainly worth keeping an eye on. And thank you, Marmalade, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you for pledging your support for an entire month. Thank you. As big help out. It'll keep the lights on a little bit longer. Over the road truck driver here near Batesville, Arkansas. Not sure if you start heading that way. What are the tornado chances? I don't know which way you're going to be heading, but if you're near Batesville, you got a little bit of time before the storms happen. Thank you, Marmalade. Just do our best. Seems like our tornado threat is moving up a little bit further up to the north here with some of these cells. These ones up here are still, trying to be mature at least. And the more mature our storms are, the better of a chance they're going to have to try to produce a tornado. So we got to keep an eye on any mature storms in this environment, even if it's completely capped out. Even if even if our storms are struggling to rotate, eventually they might try to do something. All right, 70 mile per hour wind gusts up here near Lincoln, Atlanta, Randolph, Leroy, Empire, and Clinton, Illinois, are pushing through this area. And thank you, Chad, for subscribing. Ping pong ball sized hail is also being warned over there near Haskell, Latimer, LaFleur, and Sequoia, Oklahoma. Yeah, storm shelters are really expensive, Staying safe from tornadoes appears to be something only the rich can do. It sucks. Although there are local storm shelters that are available to everybody. Kind of hard to find them, but you got one nearby. Make sure you always have an understanding of where it is. Yeah, two little areas of rotation are now popping up over here near Barnett and Laurie and near Sunrise Beach, heading towards Eldon and Osage Beach. Keeping an eye on those for now. They seriously charged them? Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of labor they got to put in to put those things in. I know that there's some cheaper storm shelters, but they're like above ground storm shelters. And you run the risk of a large piece of debris slamming into one of those things. Like they're rated for their winds that they can withstand, not necessarily rated for if they can, withstand a hit from a semi truck circling around a tornado. So, the best way to just protect yourself from all the threats is to just get an underground one if you can, but it is pretty expensive. Attached to your garage floor. Yeah, that's the ones that my parents have. And it's really good. I always go over to my parents' house when there's like a big tornado threat in my area. And I use them for their storm shelter. Latest scan here still showing an area of some decent rotation over here near Barnett. There's a little bit of a chance that we might be getting a little bit of hail contamination there, but for the most part, that seems legitimate. Heading towards Eldon. Looks like our storm is getting pretty close to our other camera, so let's go ahead and bring this back over to that one. See what it's like underneath that area. That's a pretty heavy rain there. This is the closest camera that we'll probably have to that mesocyclone if it actually makes its way over here. Check out our latest rotation on this. I mean, we still got a decent couplet here. Moving into this area, that's pretty darn close to producing a tornado. That honestly needs a warning on it. Our camera is located right here too. So I think it's, if I had to guess, it's not facing the right way. Let me see if we got any cameras like actually facing that area of rotation. Yeah, that's coming right into Columbia here in Missouri. Not sure if we'll see it with the camera, but we're gonna have a really close approach to this tornado with this camera. Um, if it does drop, if the tornado does drop, I mean, right there near the University of Missouri, that is a tight couplet, very close to producing a tornado. I'm very surprised there is no tornado warning on this storm. And honestly, that doesn't really quite make much sense. Had the cam on next to that one. Okay. Are you west or to the east of that? That's not loading for me. You might need to restart your stream. And if you're just now tuning in, we kind of have a unwarned. Hey, stream just loaded for me. Unwarned potential dangerous thunderstorm here. Area of rotation just went over University of Missouri, heading very close to our camera. Our camera is right here on this blue dot. And we're trying to see if we can see anything out of this storm. It's not warned right now, but the circulation is pretty intense. Let me see if there's any CC on this. There's still no CC drop, thankfully. And this is pretty much going to go directly by our camera here. So we'll see what this storm looks like very shortly. This is not looking at the storm, but there's a tornado on the ground. I mean, it could impact this camera as it'll come really close to it. But as of right now, I'm not seeing any evidence of that. But I do want to see what the storm looks like as it goes over our camera, just to kind of get an understanding if there's what that circulation looks like. Do we got a funnel? What's going on? Thank you, Sheena, for subscribing. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Huge shout out to Mizu for gifting a membership, guys. If you get a free membership from Mizu, make sure you're thanking them in the chat. There was like during that time, there was a tornado in Pilot Grove, and we heard a lot of reports of some damage over there, and we're just hoping that there's no injuries in Pilot Grove, Missouri. Yeah, latest scan here, still definitely a couplet here. No debris yet. Definitely need a little bit of a lightning bolt there. Yeah, that circulation, blue dots where our camera is. Circulation is literally right next to us right now. Hopefully, if there's something potentially on the ground with this storm and doesn't show up on radar, we can see it pretty clearly with this camera. So we'll be getting an understanding of what is happening here really shortly. This is weather-wise. It's a free radar for the radar program itself, and there is a paid subscription version to it. And I really like the app, and I'm not sponsored by them. So always feel free. I always give them a shout out because it's just a great radar app. But again, I'm not sponsored by them. So you can trust my opinion. I'm not forced to say anything positive about this app. If it sucked, you can ask Radar Omega. I will tell you. All right, we should start seeing something here shortly. Where that rotation is now. Yeah, it's pretty much just behind where this camera is looking, so it should come into view that area of circulation very soon. Once it passes by our camera, this is looking northeast. Should show up on like the left side of our camera. Still a definite area of rotation here. Still no debris signature though. Again, we're not watching a warned storm right now, but we've got an unwarned, potentially dangerous circulation here. Yeah, there's that mesocyclone on the left side of the screen. Now showing up. That's where a tornado would drop out of that dark area that's moving on the left side of the screen. See what's happening with it. Hopefully this doesn't drop a tornado, but if it does, we'll be able to see it. Well, there's definitely a lowering underneath this storm, that is for sure. That is associated with it with rotation, so that is definitely a wall cloud that's appearing on the left side of our screen. My camera up just in case it's not clear what we're talking about. Our area of rotation would be right here. There's our wall cloud right above my head. And we're watching right under here for a tornado to potentially drop out of the storm. It's technically got enough rotation to spit out like a brief tornado. That's where we're watching it very closely, although it's not warned. Last scan just got more intense. Oh, yeah. Pretty strong rotation there. So no debris signature. But this camera's looking right at it. Keep your eye out for power flashes. Hopefully we don't get shrouded in rain. I'm watching that left side. Power flash would be like a green flash. Oh. All right, the storm that we're watching just got tornado warned. If you live in Switzler, Stevens, Murray, Browns, Hallsville, also Centralia, Thompson, Skinner, Hollinsville, and Molino. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This storm has a decent area of circulation on it, as you can tell by radar. That very well could try to produce a tornado here, and we're looking right at it. So, see if we see anything. Kind of zoom in that into that region here, or I think a tornado would happen. Right on the right, kind of in like the center of the screen, center to left. Watching for flashes on the ground. The latest scan out of this storm. Maybe something popping up here. It could be a tornado on the ground, but it's a little bit of a weaker signal. A little bit displaced from our velocity signature, so it's kind of hard to tell. I'm not seeing anything, and I'm not seeing any power flashes from our camera. Scanning the sky here to make sure we're not missing anything. Now, latest scan on this storm looks like that signal was either a very brief tornado that touched down there, and our camera is located here, looking up to the north, the east. It could have been like a very brief tornado on the ground, but that signal's not popping up anymore. Still haven't seen any debris signatures off in the distance yet, or any flashes. An interesting feature though, moving in front of the camera. That's the back side of the storm. Starting to wonder if like this camera's like maybe behind a couple of minutes, and then maybe that's the rotation. At least just the back side of the mesocyclone. Close in that area for a little bit. The latest scan here on this storm, still south and east of Hallsville, moving off to the north and east towards 22. Live in Centralia, I would certainly still be in your safe spots. I don't know. You didn't catch it on the camera. Not sure if that actually touched down or not. But there still is some pretty decent rotation with this storm. Our camera is now appears to be out of view of our storm. But if you live over here near Hallsville and Centralia, I would still certainly continue to be in your safe spots. Tornado Explorer, my thing's not loading for you. Can you try like going out and then into your stream again? Visible on your exterior cameras east of Hallsville. Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, keep giving me updates on that. I want to know what that camera's seeing. If you're east of Hallsville, you're pretty close. Athens, Ohio, Morgan, Perry, Ohio. $50 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Is it possible for this storm to reach Ohio? No. But, there are storms in Ohio right now. Moving off to the east, they're mainly over there near Coshocton and McConnellsville. $50 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm over here near Randolph and Clinton, Leroy, Empire, that is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then we got another severe thunderstorm over here going into Columbia. That is a tornado possible storm with 60-mile-per-hour winds inside of it. In terms of rotation, though, on that one, not really seeing a whole lot. Further down to the south near Springfield, looks like these storms are still struggling quite a bit. But even further south into areas like Fort Smith, we do have storms trying to mature with ping pong ball sized hail. Trying to make it into the Barling, Lavaca, Greenwood, and Charleston area here in Arkansas. Let's see if any of my storm chasers have gone live. I haven't checked in that in a while. Looks like Storm Owner Media is scheduled now for 1 p.m., which would be about 2.5 hours. Don't think you have to worry about Chicago anymore. I mean, there's some rain moving in there. I mean, there's some clusters of storms coming. This is going to be your main threat. Some of them might become severe. But I feels like the tornado threat's probably relatively low up here, as far as I can tell. So, would still be weather aware just in case something changes. Thank you, Sven Gali, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome. Thank you for pledging $1 a month to help support this channel. Thank you. There's no rotation near McKinley or McKinney there in Texas. It's severe thunderstorms tonight. Really just depends on how much this environment improves out here. I mean, we're gonna have a line of storms up here. Eventually, they're according to our latest model runs, the instability should, come back over here, over parts of Illinois and Indiana. So yeah, I mean, Columbus could definitely get some severe storms tonight. Yeah. The latest scan out of this storm. Which one of these are closer now? This radar might be closer now. 9,000 feet. Yeah, this radar is now closer to our storm. Still showing a decent area of circulation. A little bit weaker than it was before, a little bit broader, but still enough, I think, to be in your safe spots for sure. Check X when I get a chance. Okay. Eric said he was chatting with us chaser and Carmen Polero, and he said you can use his stream anytime I want. He is live now. Arson Arrow? Carmen. Might use their stream if they're live. Are they live on YouTube? Yeah, SIGTOR parameter really doesn't mean much if you don't have any storms taking advantage of that environment. Spelling it wrong. Palermo. Oh, okay. Palermo. Live. Okay. Yeah, we'll use his stream. I don't know where he is. Put him here. Never know, he might come across the storm and give us some helpful information before our main storm chasers go live, so might as well. This is Carmen Palermo. He's live on YouTube. Can't bring him full screen for some reason. Let me try to fix that. Well, I'm going to be honest. There we go. He's on a bridge. Does that give anybody any hints of where he is? Yeah, Carmen Palermo, I think is his name. Hopefully I'm getting that right. He's heading towards Evansville. Okay. That's why he let me use the stream. I get it now. So he's in Indiana. Down over here. So he might be helpful later today. I mean, we'll keep his feet underneath us, but we're still going to be using our cameras. 1-inch hail over there in Arkansas. Still going to be using our cameras for the most part to keep track of these storms. And thank you, Susan Vanters, for a $5 donation. Thank you so much. We'll use that to pay our chasers and our bills today. We were having a decent day so far. Yeah, so far these storms are still struggling up there further up to the north. This one seems to be maturing, though. Near like the Elm Springs and Eureka Springs area, there is a little bit of rotation popping up on this storm as well. This could be one of those storms we have to keep a close eye on, as it is more discreet, semi-discreet there. Also over here near Fort Smith, looks like this storm is still trying to mature as it pulls up into Greenwood and Charleston, but not a whole lot of dangerous rotation on it right now. Back over here to our tornado warning. Let's go check in on our latest information here. Oh, man. Looks like our rotation is getting a little bit stronger here near Centralia. No debris signature on the ground at the moment. But this storm is certainly wrapping up yet again as it approaches 15. Let me see if we got any cameras in this area. Near New London, there might be some. Dang. Yeah, there's like no cameras north of 70. Not a single one. That would have been helpful. It's rule no cameras. Yeah. Hopefully it's rule enough to where if this drops a tornado that it doesn't cause much damage. But I do see some buildings in this area, unfortunately. It's some pretty intense rotation. That drops a tornado. That could be a strong one. Again, if you're in the path of this storm, I would certainly be in your safe spots. Ping pong ball sized hail now being warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Crawford, Franklin, they're in Arkansas. Yeah, I mean, the main thing that we're going to be watching out for, still pretty much a guaranteed threat no matter what happens, is going to be, eventually a line of QLCS tornadoes, according to our latest HRRR. But one of the things that I am noticing here, at least for a brief moment, we do have a discrete storm mode. These storms are, really not in the best environment right now. But as they move into more instability and can mature, if they can stay discrete, that could be an issue. Yes, PB Smipes. That is definitely going to have an effect. We're just a little bit unsure on how much of an effect it's going to have. Golf ball sized hail being reported in Ohio. Wow. Actually, some pretty decent sized hail there. Let me see where that is. Not that one. Probably one of these to the south. That's this one. Golf ball sized hail now heading towards Coshocton and Newcomerstown. Watch out. That can crack some windows, put some dents into your cars, and make your dog very uncomfortable. So get your dogs and pets indoors and your cars as well. Latest scan here, they're still showing a decent area of rotation on this storm to the east of Centralia. Surprisingly, still no debris signature. So this thing's pretty close to dropping a tornado, but it's just not quite there yet. So as far as I can tell on radar, still not one on the ground. But if you live like north of Mexico, here in Missouri, watch out. Another 1-inch hailstorm for Ashland, Lorain, and Medina. That's going to be kind of closer to the Cleveland area. Thank you, Spengali, for another $5 donation. Thank you so much. In Fulton, east of Columbia. Find that. How far east of Columbia is the question? Yeah, east of Columbia, I mean, your tornado threat's going to be pretty darn close to zero. There's not whole lot going on out here. And that most of that moisture is getting scraped away. So east of Columbia, never mind, I see it. I was looking west. Sorry, it's been a long couple of days. We've been live every single day for about 9 to 12 hours a day. So yeah, there's Fulton. Yeah, I mean, you're still gonna have to watch out for these storms after these storms passed. It'll be a little bit less dangerous. Until they do, I mean, there's going to be that tornado threat. South Hamner. New tornado watch issued for Arkansas. LaForest, Sequoia, Crawford, Carroll, Franklin, Arkansas are all in that tornado watch. That is going to be for Hot Springs, Little Rock, Heber Springs, Russellville. Let's check out the latest details on this. Few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. And scattered large hail events to 1.5 inches in diameter are possible. Broken cluster of storms and some embedded semi-discrete supercells will spread east northward across the region early to mid-afternoon with an increased tornado risk aside from widespread damaging winds and hail. Tornado watch areas approximately along the 50 or 60 statute miles east and west of a line from 50 miles. Okay, that's going to confuse everybody. But yeah, bottom line is if these discrete storms can tap in and mature, they're going to be they're probably going to be a big time tornado threat. It's probably the best way to put it. So you got to really watch out. Yeah, look at this one near Eureka Springs. It is starting to rotate quite a bit. So watch out there in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. Let me see if we got any cameras near Eureka Springs. We got a lot of cameras in Arkansas. Not sure if we got any near Eureka Springs. Yeah, no cameras in Eureka Springs. Do have a camera though near, I think, where's Springdale? There's Springdale. Yeah, we got a camera just east of Springdale. Let me bring that up. This storm might be about to go tornado warned. See if we can get a sneak peek of what it's looking like near the surface before that happens. Facing westbound. Just south. Yeah, I think this is facing away from the storm. It would be better if it was facing to the north. I don't think we're going to be able to sneak peek a view on this. Yeah, keeping a very close eye on this area. This will probably get tornado warned soon, so be ready to get into your safe spots there in Eureka Springs. Latest scan for this storm, still a tight area of circulation here in northern Missouri. Still pushing up to 15. Still no debris signature, though, on this storm. Is that a PDS watch? Let me see. Doesn't really specify on the thing. Tornado watch hasn't even hit NWS tornado. Let me see if I can find more details. Just by clicking on it. Usually that wording is with a PDS tornado watch. Okay, latest scan, maybe a little bit of a better look here on our storm. Less rotation. Yeah, a little bit less rotation from both of our radars, but still an area of circulation approaching the Eureka Springs area. This storm further down to the south here near Fort Smith, Arkansas. Still trying to get its act together, heading towards Charleston. Those could be the storms of the day. These are going to be moving into the high-risk area eventually. Thank you, Big, for becoming or for subscribing. Thank you so much. I don't know. It hasn't showed up on like the tornado, NWS tornado site, which is where I get all my graphics from. So not sure when that's going to get started or when that's going to show up. Okay, latest scan here, just to the north and east of Centralia. It's like our rotation is getting a little bit broader here. Still want folks to be. Do I have desktop audio on right now? I do not. I accidentally turned it off. Make sure I can hear stuff. Yeah. Oh, I can hear stuff. Yeah, I had it off. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me. It's very helpful. No, I got you. I got you. I like them on too because they alert me if I'm looking for somewhere else. It alerts me to look. Crawford, Franklin, Madison, Arkansas. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on that storm. Latest scan on here. Area of rotation here, still near Molino. A little bit weaker than it was. Still getting, still struggling to organize. For Memphis and Paducah. Okay. And latest scan on this storm, it looks like it is struggling, pushing up towards Eureka Springs, but they did just put a 1.75-inch hail warning on this with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Heading towards Kimberling City, Reed Springs, Coney Island, and Emerald Beach. That one still doesn't have anything on it. One channel 60-mile-per-hour winds on the Coshocton storm now, so they did downgrade that from golf ball down to what's the word I'm looking for? down to quarter sized. What would you need for weather streaming? OBS or radar, webcam, a mic. That's pretty much it. And like a Photoshop for the thumbnails. Or you can use Canva too. Canva's pretty good too. All right, latest scan with the storm. Still some rotation there. Still not appearing to be on the ground though at this moment. Illinois side of St. Louis, probably in a little bit here. I would give it like 2 to 3 hours. These storms are moving pretty quickly, as long as they don't stall. Benton, Carroll, Madison, Arkansas, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for you. Watch out. Yeah, I wouldn't stream the weather if you're not knowledgeable, because all you're going to do is potentially get some viewers and then mislead them. So if you don't know what you're talking about, don't do it. It's not just a thing that anybody can do. Carbondale's going to be a little bit. Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to extend this tornado warning. I mean, there still is a decent little area of circulation in there. Still pushing off towards 154 and Perry. North of Lebanon, this storm is spaghettified. Wow, Springfield. All these storms just kind of died nearby you. Wow. Definitely not a very favorable environment for storms near Springfield right now. My goodness. The storms just evaporated. Stuttgart, where is that again? We just got a new information on this tornado warning. Looks like they are going to allow this warning to expire. So this warning is expired now. Back to the broad view. We shall see. What the next storm will bring. What I think about Michigan, really just depends. I mean, we have an area of storms, trying to develop. We did have a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning with the southern portion of this one. Also, Belmont, Gumsea, Monroe, Muskegon, Ohio, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Big question though on whether or not that instability makes it up there in time to, preclude or to indicate a stronger threat. Should get our new mesoscale analysis data in, though, soon, I think. Actually, it might have just come in. Yeah, okay, it did just come in. So we got a new mesoscale analysis is showing that the environment is becoming increasingly conducive down here into parts of Arkansas where these storms are. Strong capping inversion is over there into parts of Missouri, but this will probably be our strongest tornado threat we have had in a while. Storm mode is still technically going to be an issue, but the upper level winds are in the area. Let me see where our divergence is. Interesting. Our divergence is actually out in front of these storms. We might even see some storms start to fire in front of where these storms are in Arkansas. Should bring a threat for some, prefrontal supercells, and I have to watch out for that as well. But seems like our surface inversion is trying to open up near these storms near Arkansas. So that's probably why they just issued that tornado watch with that intense wording on it, because of the improving environment down here. If these storms can tap into it, they can, produce tornadoes. Let me see where our lower level lapse rates. Yeah, here's the one thing that'll keep these storms at bay. Lower level lapse rates are really low. 5 to 5.5, they are going to struggle to mature in that environment. Man, I didn't realize how low our lapse rates were across the board. Is that supposed to increase at all? Yeah, that's supposed to technically increase about 4 hours from now. So 4 hours just might be the peak of our tornado threat. The storms will struggle for a little bit. They can still technically become tornadic if we get enough forcing, but that's some weak lapse rates. That actually makes sense of why we're not seeing these storms kind of blow up in intensity. Still some rotation on this. I wouldn't rule out a tornado threat. Even with lower lapse rates, they can still kind of mature, but we're not talking about like a long track tornado threat with these guys with 5 lapse rates. Lapse rates, by the way, if you're wondering, basically just tells you. So basically, if you've ever gotten into a lake and on the top of the lake, it's warm. On the bottom of the lake, it's cold. If you hop in, you can feel that difference between the cold and the warm, right? If you flip that upside down, you have warm on the bottom, cold on the top, right? That's your atmosphere. That's how the atmosphere works. The higher you go in the atmosphere, the colder the air, right? And the faster that warm air goes to cold air as you rise up in the atmosphere, the higher the lapse rates are, and that can indicate, how strong your updrafts can be. And typically, in a more mature storm, your updrafts they usually need to be pretty strong. And so, if you have lapse rates under 6, that indicates that the updrafts might not be strong enough in the area to support thunderstorm or to support a tornado risk. But we have a decent amount of forcing in the area, so they are still storms to watch. But that forcing just might turn these storms more into a linear threat pretty quickly. It does not mean that they're already severe. It just means that they're going to struggle in comparison to, like, if we had like 7 to 8 lapse rates here, these storms would be monsters with, like, right now. If we had like 8 lapse rates, these storms would be producing like 2-inch hail. It would have had multiple PDS tornado warnings by this point. But because of those lower lapse rates, these storms are struggling to get their act together. And thank you, Sheena, for becoming a WIMD member. New MCD just dropped. Let's go check it out. So it looks like they are highlighting an area here, potential area of discrete storms. Boundary layer continues to destabilize. Greater tornado threat may develop. The storm arrives. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, man. We shall see. Again, today is more like an enhanced risk. Maybe a moderate risk over here in this area. That's how conditional it is. That's how much disagreement we have on what these storms are capable on the models. I think the SPC put a high risk out just to be like, hey, if worst case scenario happens, watch out. Regardless, it's going to be a dangerous day. Mother Nature always wins. The models always lose. Go over and look at Ohio for a little bit. We do have some storms about to push into the Pennsylvania area. And so, just because the models are saying, oh, it's going to be a linear line, and, some things aren't going to really line up correctly, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like yesterday, it was kind of the opposite example of that. We had the model saying we could have widespread Large supercells with potentially intense tornadoes under them. And no storms actually matured, and we didn't get any large scale tornadoes in that area. And so, yeah, you can just tell that there's always going to be an air of uncertainty. And it's always best to just be prepared and ready to go just in case things line up as they can. Because in a day like this, if they line up just right, and you get EF4, EF5 out of a day like this. The thing is, they have to line up just right. And as of right now, they're not quite doing that. I mean, our wind shear is just really strong. That's why everybody's kind of on their toes here. We have really strong wind shear in this area. So, but that's not going to do anything if our storms can't mature and tap into that environment. Thoughts on Shreveport? Shreveport's going to be a little bit later. But the thunderstorms are trying to make it down there. You see, we got a line of storms trying to develop as far south as like Gatesville. Eventually, that will be Shreveport's threat. Let me see what the wind shear is like there. I mean, strong enough wind shear to support strong tornadoes in that region. But the big question mark down there is the forcing is going to be a lot weaker down there. It's going to be pretty far removed from our low pressure system, which is currently like up here in this region. So it's going to be really hard for storms to mature down there. But if they can, I mean, there's definitely going to be a tornado threat. Hey, look, it's Carmen. So this is who's storm chasing for us. Let's see what he's saying. Is he saying anything?
Cloudy. A lot more cloudy here.
He's noting the clouds.
Yeah, I know. I did it. I did it for a second because I was trying to check something. Sometimes it freezes and I need to.
Everybody say hi to Carmen. He's gonna be out there chasing this thing. He's still getting in position, but he hit us up and he was like, "Hey, you can use my stream if you want." And so there you go. Carmen is out there. I've never met him before until today, but he sounds like a nice guy. Trying to get the word about the storms. And thank you, Wendy, for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. And if you guys get a membership from Wendy, make sure you're thanking her, or there will be consequences. I'll let you just imagine what those consequences will be. You better thank her. And thank you, Jinxie, or Jinx, for being a member for 1 month. Signing off. Hopefully there's no more severe for Chicago. I hope so. I mean, we're pretty close to being able to say you guys are completely in the clear. We're not quite there yet. They got one more little line of storms that is going to be coming through Joliet and Chicago. But then after that, that's it. After like this part clears out of the Chicago area and you're back in like this kind of rain, that's it. Nothing left for Chicago. Well, where is this going? Let me just make sure this isn't trying to, well, maybe not. There's still another area, actually. It actually might be a kind of a long day, just depending if that can make it up there, too. It should struggle, but you never know. I take back everything I said. That could make it up there. Could eventually make it up there. Actually, we got a little bit of rotation on these storms. Not strong, but I have to keep an eye on that area eventually. Hey, quick question. You guys mind if I grab breakfast really quick? I kind of just like woke up and then like immediately started streaming because we had a tornado on the ground. Absolutely not. Rude. It'll take a minute. It'll literally take a minute. I got some things I could throw quickly in the microwave, and it literally takes a minute to cook. So I'll be back in like a minute. Dang, jeez Louise, we just lost 100 viewers just because I announced that. That's crazy. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Stay tuned. Let's see how many people. Let's see how many people think eating is unacceptable. Well, it's like 200 people. Wow. Can't believe that. I'm joking, of course. I understand why. Some people have attention spans of about, 7 seconds. All right. So you leave the stream for more than 7 seconds, people leave immediately. They come back eventually sometimes. There's no, I always joke about it though, because what it looks like is happening. It looks like people are like, oh my gosh, he's eating. I'm leaving. But that's not actually what's happening. They're just like, they just get randomly bored and they might go check Twitter for a second and then come back. Or that. Yeah. Other people might have got food too. I always like to joke about it. When there's nothing going on. Still in the storm waiting room again, which is good. Storms are not looking too dangerous. Well, let me not say that before I look at radar. I say that sometimes, and then like there's like a storm rotating, so we'll hold on that. Okay, yeah, we're still good. Still good across the boards. Man, these storms are weak right now. They are struggling. But it should improve. The lapse rates are forecasted to improve, but I will tell you this. If for some reason they do not do as forecasted, these storms are going to struggle. There's one of them. Try to eat away from the mic. Or just like mute it when I'm chewing. This one over here south of Springfield looks like it's about to move into like some 6 lapse rates. Moving north and east. Just line stalling. Wouldn't say it's stalling yet. It does seem like we're getting a lot of training of moisture over the Springfield area, though. Kind of seems a little bit stalled, like in that area. Put any stock in NATO cast? A little bit. Yeah, it sometimes gets it right. Sometimes gets it dead wrong. Just depends. It's an AI program, so, you know. Let me mute this. It's an AI program, so AI programs can hallucinate sometimes, and when they hallucinate, they just spit out garbage. Really, Faith? Now that that's impressive. Faith says she hasn't missed in a live stream since 2024. Not a single one. Not even the ones I initiated at randomly at 3 a.m. That's impressive. And this storm, so our better lapse rates are like out over here, but we also have another thing that I'm noticing as of our latest SPC outlook is that our storms are kind of in like a little bit of a surface capping environment. So there might be a little bit of like an outflow boundary sneakily hanging out over here. I mean, right out in here, that's where your area of uncapped, pristine instability is. I mean, and they're like right on the line of that. So you got to think that some of these storms in Arkansas should eventually try to get a little bit stronger when those lapse rates improve. Because like lapse rates over here in like central Missouri are also improving. And that's where that little storm down over here is heading directly into that area. So we should see this storm try to do something here soon. On this, yes, that is literally the purpose. There are so many people out there, not just YouTubers, but also news people, all that kind of stuff, that will, during these times, they will just constantly remind you how dangerous the environment is. And it is, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't need to be forced down your throat 24/7. If things are calm, we're going to be calm with it. When things ramp up, we're going to be, using a little bit more of scary words, and it's not going to be as calm, obviously, if we have a PDS tornado warning and there's like a city in the path. But I try to keep the tone of the stream equal to the storm's intensity, and really try to just make sure that I'm telling you exactly what I see instead of using tactics. Because again, people do use tactics to scare the crap out of you and will lie to your face. In fact, we might have had an example of that earlier in Joplin, as apparently a news station was reporting a rain-wrapped tornado in Joplin. How? It's rain-wrapped. So I don't know, and we don't have any damage reports out of Joplin, so he might have just been saying that to keep people hooked onto his TV when there was rotation. It just wasn't very strong. Yeah, the Weatherman Plus, Direct Weather, GM Weather, they're all major clickbaiters. Luckily, they don't live stream. I can't even imagine how they would live stream. Oh my goodness. A direct weather live stream? I wonder what he would say. I wonder what he would say. That would be an interesting one. I would watch it just to see how crazy he sounds. He'd probably be like, yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is going to go directly into that instability and blow up, and there's going to be a nuclear storm explosion, and we're going to have a 10-mile wide wedge. There will be a divot where there was your city. That's how I would imagine he would do it. That's how I imagine somebody would like that was a fear monger would do something. Jonesboro, Arkansas, you just got a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail. Watch out for that. In the latest SBC update, the moderate risk grows more in central Indiana and extreme southwestern Ohio. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Path Medic Jan, for the 10. Thank you so much for keeping us all safe. Someone tell me what CAPE means. CAPE is the... So this is what CAPE looks like on the mesoscale analysis, but it means convective available potential energy. And essentially it means, how buoyant your air is out in front of a storm, right? So if you have really buoyant air, the air can lift faster and easier. When it's less buoyant, it's harder for that lifting to happen. And, when you look at a storm and you see it bubbling, that's that air lifting. And so the easier that storm can bubble up with that, and we call it storm food because that's what storms eat as they're, moving or as they are trying to mature. And yeah, it's basically just storm food. But essentially, it tells you the buoyancy of the warm air that is out in front of the storm. Actually, we might be able to get a view. I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it, but I mean, we got nothing better to do. Maybe we'll go spy on this storm real quick. Over here near Fort Smith. Like this camera. Maybe this one. Oh. Not really the best view. Had a good view of the Love's gas station, though. Pressure change from the storm. Fibro. Dang. That sucks. Yeah, if that was something that I was susceptible to, storm pressure changes. Wow. All of the severe thunderstorm warnings have expired on the northern mode of this. Yeah, if I had like a condition where it was like reactive to pressure, I would hire a weatherman to tell me where to live, where the pressures don't change as much. Where's the place on Earth where the pressures are the most constant and where I won't feel pain as much? That is a thing. They've also added a 45 hatch for winds now. Interesting. Let me see if that shows up here. No, it's not on. Not on weather-wise yet. We'll do a latest update once that comes through for sure. Go back over to Ohio, see if these things are still ongoing. Yeah, they are still ongoing and moving to the east. They are now in Akron, Canton, New Philadelphia, heading off to the east of the border of Pennsylvania and Ohio. In the SPC, yeah, it'll show up on the map here in a little bit, probably within seconds. It's probably there already. Let's see. We'll do a refresh. Oh, not there yet. Give it a little bit. It'll be there. It'll get there in a minute. But that's for a forecast, right? So we don't need to see it immediately, but we will look at it as soon as it comes onto the app here. Usually lags behind by like a couple minutes. If it's rain wrapped, you can't see it exactly. The only way to see it is to be in it, which you still technically kind of won't see it. Sometimes you can see it when you're inside of it, but most of the time it's still rain wrapped, even in the toilet. I mean, even in the tornado. Technically. I don't even know why. I don't even know why that word even came out of my mouth there. I wasn't even thinking about toilets. That makes no sense. I guess technically a rain wrapped tornado could be similar in a way. Still early enough. Let me see who this is. It's probably a spam call, but I just want to make sure it's not important. Hello? And it's spam. I've been waiting on a phone call from Railcams, and that would be helpful to get permission during this stream, but I've been emailing them back and forth trying to get that set up, and supposed to be getting a phone call from them eventually. Is Ohio good? Ohio is it potentially has two threats. You have this threat in eastern Ohio right now. It's mainly a hail and damaging wind threats. That could eventually push off to the east into East Liverpool, Wheeling, and New Martinsville. As still a severe threat. Every now and then there will be severe warning. The tornado threat on this storm should be pretty much non-existent at this point. But then there will be a secondary threat later on in the day if we can get these storms to reorganize and push off into Indiana and Ohio. It's kind of the thought process right now. What about Rolla? Rolla's going to be a little bit. I will say the storms have like, best word to put it, the storms have evaporated around you. It is like it's like 150 degrees outside, and every piece of moisture it's just almost been completely evaporated. It seems like it's crazy. These storms were looking like something earlier. Promise. They certainly were. And we're still expecting a reinvigoration of this line. Our thought process on that has not changed yet. But if I go back in time, you can see just like how this part of the line near like St. Robert, Lebanon, and even Springfield kind of dodged a bullet. You see how we were getting tornado warnings earlier? And we had just like a bunch of little bean looking shapes. Look how fast it just goes from red to just poof. No more storms. I mean, there's still technically maybe some lightning in there, but like for St. Robert and Rolla, I mean, that's just light rain. But we are expecting that to re-intensify. We're just kind of in a lull in our tornadic activity at the moment as the atmosphere is trying to recover right now from all of the rain that happened earlier today. We have a lot of lower lapse rates here. So that's going to keep these storms at bay for a little bit. We have a capping inversion that's still in play. But as the day moves on, let me remove this, hide the warnings real quick. Well, we need heating at the surface in order to see an improvement of our severe threat. I mean, really, there's a lot of cloud cover. Maybe you can make the argument like over here near like northern Mississippi, it's getting some heating there. Near Arkansas as well. it's pretty much what's causing our surface inversion at this moment. Is the fact that we just have had a lot of rain. There's a lot of rain-cooled air in this area. And that's what's, one, lowering our lapse rates, right? Because it's warm to cold. If the surface temperatures near the surface are cooler because of the rain, then that warm to cold gradient gets messed up and the updrafts aren't going to be as strong. And so you need the surface to warm. And then also the surface inversion forms because of that cooler air or cooler air in the surface as well. And then you need those clouds to kind of part to get to see, to get more heating to kind of remove those things. And as of right now, this area is pretty much completely socked in clouds. So. What's the green lines? I don't see any green lines. Sunny and muggy in Columbus. Yeah, so that's, that maybe this is somewhere up there where the instability can build. And the main question about that, which some models were indicating were possible up here. Come back over to here. The main question with the northern mode is, can it destabilize enough, and will there be enough forcing? And according to our latest models, there should be, but it's not necessarily in the warm sector, right? Our warmest and moist air is going to be here. So if we do get that instability all the way up here, we should see some new storms try to fire here. There will be less of a surface cooling inversion, and these ones will be able to produce QLCS tornado threats. But, more of a prefrontal threat right now seems pretty low, given the fact that our forcing is still mainly, like these little purple lines, is mainly near these storms. And forcing essentially is just, when you look at the upper levels of the atmosphere and you get the winds part, it's like when you put your hands in a bathtub, you push it aside, right? What happens when you do that? Water rises up from the center and splashes up. That splash is the storms. So all those things work together, believe it or not, to make a tornado threat, which is why, one, it's really difficult to forecast, and why you can have some things that are definitely in place at a time. Like right now, we have lots of wind shear, but our surface temperatures are a little bit struggling right now. And so even though we have strong wind shear, our storms are kind of getting ripped apart by the shear rather than growing and maturing. So, but according to our latest models, that improves as we move into the afternoon hours. So we should technically still be on for a strong tornado threat, but we're live right now. We're watching it, and we're just monitoring the atmosphere in real time to see if that's going to improve. As of right now, it's still thermodynamically a little bit off. So that's basically the bottom line. If you're out here, just be weather aware. Right now, there's no serious warnings right now. We do have some severe warnings in, Arkansas. No dangerous rotation with these storms. Some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible heading towards Jasper, Coal Hill, and Clarksville. And then we got another one over here that's probably going to lose its severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe it'll keep it. It's kind of hard to tell. No rotation on it, though. Severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, easily survivable storm. 99.9% chance to survive that storm as long as you're not outside. Same thing up here into parts of Ohio, where actually our damaging wind threat is below severe criteria, but our hail threat is at 1 inch. So that's why we have severe thunderstorm warnings here heading towards Minnesota, Carrollton, also over here near Kent, Ravenna, Brimfield, and Windham. So as you can see, it's not as easy, right? When you're forecasting, a lot of times you'll see people, look at the shear maps and they look at the instability and they're like, oh, see here, they intersect. Watch out. That means danger. It's a lot more complicated than that. And you really got to put time and effort into forecasting to even get close to being right. And it takes a while. It's definitely not something that everybody can do. And even if you can do it, it's definitely not something that everybody can explain. Hard to explain all of that in like one video or in one sitting. And actually have people be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Most of the times you explain it and they're like, come again? I heard you. I thought I understood it. But 5 seconds later, I'm still confused. Oh, okay. Yeah, these green polygons. Apparently, we're getting a lot of questions about green polygons. These are flash flood warnings, I think. Let me just make sure. Yeah, flash flood warnings here near Mountain View, Batesville, Pocahontas, Corning. Some more over here near Benton, Arkansas, Arkadelphia, Camden. Some in there in Tennessee. Some over here near Kentucky, near Central City, Carmi, Clay City, Lawrenceville. Got a couple speckled flash flood warnings over here near parts of Indiana and Ohio, and some more over here near Wisconsin, and then over here into Michigan. Yeah, flooding is going to be bad. Like, I think no matter what these storms do, right, the flooding is going to be a story. Let me turn on the areas where people should be flood aware. You guys haven't heard. So today it's going to be over here near Pine Bluff, Jonesboro, Memphis, Jackson, Clarksville, Louisville, with some flooding potentials possible as far north as the Great Lakes, but 3 out of 4 there in the red. Tomorrow we have a high risk for flooding. This definitely has a chance of happening here. Not nearly as conditional as our tornado threat. We're talking about Jonesboro, Paragould, Blytheville, Dyersburg, Union City, Murray, Mayfield, Paducah, and Hopkinsville. This is an area where we could see catastrophic, life-threatening flooding. This is a serious risk. It's very likely as this line stalls, wherever it stalls, which is most models are saying around in this area, wherever it stalls, it's just going to be storm after storm after storm after storm for about 12 hours. So again, big time flood risk out in this region. If you live here, be ready for those floods. And even in the red here, from like Louisville, Cincinnati, Evansville, Clarksville, down into like Hot Springs and Pine Bluff, flood risk is going to be pretty darn elevated. And then it continues into the next day. And then it continues into the next day. And then it continues into the next day, but not as bad. But multiple days here of a lot of flooding is certainly possible here because, again, one of the reasons why we have severe risk, right? After severe risk in the same areas is another, because we're just going to have a stalled boundary, and storm after storm is going to kind of ride up that boundary. So there's going to be storms around here for a while. And thank you, DDEP, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. The memberships are only $1. That is correct. Which is $1. A membership is pretty much you just pledge to pay $1 a month, and that is guaranteed money that is always going to be there for me and my storm chasers so that we can continue to do this. Oh, I missed another member. Oh, thank you, Sarah Liz, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. And little perks come with it. You get like the memberships and all that kind of stuff. This helps support the channel monthly instead of just through like super chats and stuff like that. getting windy where I am. I'm a windy member in real life. We're down to one severe thunderstorm warning in our main area. In our secondary area, we got 2 severe thunderstorms. Heading up towards the north and east, towards Augusta, Lineville, and Raverna. Let's go see if our camera has a better view on the storm yet. Make sure we get it refreshed. Maybe we'll go a little bit more east. Oh, yeah, look at this. This is the severe storm in Arkansas. Kind of just looks like heavy rain. Trees are barely moving. I'm sure there's a little bit of a gust in there. Thank you, Cynical, for becoming a WIMD member. You might not think so, but $1 a month really goes a long way. So I really do appreciate that. Discord's not working for me, man. I cannot connect to your stream for anything. Let me try again. Yeah, it's just not letting me. My computer is struggling today. I mean, you got to think about it from the computer standpoint. I have been putting this thing through its paces. Both me and the computer are struggling a little bit. Oh, there's some storms over there, potentially. Sorry, Explorer. You do a great job. Thank you, Brent, for becoming an EF3 member. Projected areas for Illinois. I mean, for Illinois, I mean, it's a developing threat, right? We're waiting for that instability to get up there. It hasn't quite reached this storm yet, right? And even this storm to the south isn't really reaching it right now. So the really big question is, will that instability build out here into Illinois and Indiana? Very conditional, but if it does actually, start to pool up there, then the severe threat will certainly go up, and the tornado threat will also go up with that. Yeah, Pennsylvania is about to get in on the severe weather soon, actually. Approaching the border here near Warrenstown, East Liverpool, and Weirton and Wheeling. And after that, it's going to be in Pennsylvania. So a little bit of a damaging wind and hail threat with these storms here. Shouldn't really get much more than 1-inch hail, though. Thank you, Bobby, for becoming a WIMD member. It's so windy here in central Indiana. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be windy. That's for sure. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we were up till about 1 a.m. last night covering those storms. Potentially had a large tornado. I'm trying to remember. It was near Salina. Thank you, Bill, for the 5. I've seen the latest HRRR showing prefrontals near Kentucky. Not really using models anymore for today because they're kind of useless. Just monitoring the real-time data, but we'll check it out just for S and Gs. Thank you, Julie, for becoming a WIMD member. Yeah, this one here near like Nashville, that one looks a little bit immature, and these ones don't mature until right before merging with the storm. And those could be an issue if they actually happen. If they can mature fast enough before that line gets there, that could be a strong tornado threat. Like Evansville and Owensboro. Interesting. Something to keep an eye out for. If those prefrontals do form, that's definitely something to keep an eye out. But again, the HRRR is going to be wrong on this. All the models are going to be wrong. The weather will develop as Mother Nature will allow it. And we just got to kind of watch real time. Using models at this point is pointless. We just got to monitor the actual environment, see how it actually plays out, and then from there, warn the storms when needed. It does kind of seem like this storm is kind of pushing into maybe a little bit of a better stormy environment here. Let me come back over to our cameras here. It says it's facing to the south. Is there literally none that have a view on the storm? Or is that the storm? I cannot tell. Like all of these cameras are right next to it, but I think they're all just facing and that one's facing east. That one's facing east. This one's facing east. This one's facing south. This one's facing west. There you go. Might be able to see something from this one, maybe. Thank you, Perpetual Concepts, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. How many chasers with good instincts? Probably the best to ask at this point. Depends. Yeah, there are some really good chasers that are also really good forecasters, but there's also a lot of chasers out there that are not that great at forecasting. Just because you chase does not mean you have forecasting skills. Now, if you're good at chasing, that means that you have good forecasting skills. If you're good at chasing, that means you're usually there when a tornado happens, which means your forecast is verifying. Okay. Yeah, that's a good cam. And thank you, Nicole, for becoming a WIMD member. Oh, wow, they let this severe thunderstorm warning expire. We now have 0 severe thunderstorm warnings on our main threat. But don't let it fool you. Just yet. We'll see. I'm honestly questioning it a little bit, but the models are still saying these storms are going to re-intensify, as we just saw. So definitely not a time to let your guards down, even though it doesn't look too bad right now. Thank you, Corey and Brown, for the $2. My chat is freezing. Uh-oh. What is going on? Is my stream freezing at all? Okay, chat died on me. Hold on. I want to do the old refresh. It is taking forever for my YouTube studio to refresh. Try refreshing another page. Yeah, it's only YouTube studio. Okay. I was worried that my computer was slowing down. But we're good. We are good. Got chat back up. Appreciate that, Patty. I understand I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but if you want to learn something, you're in the right place. The latest scan on these storms out over here near Ava, not a single iota of rotation. This is just honestly a little bit flabbergasting at this point. Surely these storms eventually do something. That's my thought process. I'm not so sure about these ones, though. They are struggling quite a bit. Really close to the radar, does it make it harder to read? Yes. It does. Sent a few things in the reporter group. Okay, let me check that out. What's this? Where's Claire live? Kansas City, Missouri. Oh, in Nevada. We got some more damage photos out of Nevada. Posting them in chat. A couple different links. Was the storm we covered earlier that got hit by a tornado. Decent amount of damage there. Seems like it was on the stronger side, but at least as best as I can see. Okay, we got some photos we can actually show. This is from Missouri State Highway Patrol. Wow. That house got hit pretty hard there. Oh my goodness. Look at this house. Walls collapsed, roof collapsed. That definitely seems like a stronger tornado there. Where is this? Oh, that's in Pilot Grove. Oh no. That's sad. We got some more photos we can show. House that is damaged. Let me see where this is. This is another set of photos from Pilot Grove. Wow, a car flipped over. My goodness. Look like that's it from them. And that seems like significant damage, that's for sure, yeah. Yeah, take this into a little bit shorter of a time frame here. Lifted and tossed. My goodness. No sound? Turn your volume up. Unmute your TV. Well, crap. If he's got no sound, he can't hear me saying unmute his television. No sound, you're screwed. It's a better thing to say. Thank you, Querion Brown, for $2. How do I feel about Jonesboro? That's a wait and see. It's a wait and see. These storms over here are going to be your storms later. The main question is, do they make it up to you, and do they mature again, or are we just going to be stuck in this kind of weak storm mode forever? And that's kind of what we're trying to figure out right now. Is are we going to get these storms to refire and get their act back together? Because we had a pretty active morning, multiple tornadoes. And it's just kind of recently where things have really calmed down. I mean, in comparison to what we were dealing with earlier this morning, it's really calmed down. And we had severe thunderstorm warnings everywhere. We had a bunch of tornado warnings, a couple of tornadoes confirmed. And then all of a sudden, the environment has just gone poof. And so the models are saying, though, that it should come back. So that's what we're looking for. We're just kind of waiting and seeing when that's going to happen. What caused it to calm? Low lapse rates. Where our lapse rates are really low. We got cooler temperatures near the surface. That's pretty obvious at this point. Cooler temperatures at the surface. Lower lapse rates. That's going to cause surface inversion near the surface. A little bit of capping inversion there. So this storm, though, right here, according to our latest meso analysis, should be moving into some better instability. I'm still monitoring this storm, but if it is moving into some better instability, it's still struggling due to those lower lapse rates. Again, I'm not going to explain lower level lapse rates again, but basically all that means is, we need them at 6, they're at 5. So that's what causes a storm. And you need them for severe weather or tornadoes to exist. You usually need them around 6, and right now they're sitting at around 5. Once that will that get better? We need some surface heating. There does seem to be some clouds trying to poke through. Actually, let's actually investigate if we're actually getting some sunshine down in this area. Let's do that really quick. I am curious to see how much sun is poking through, because you can kind of see what appears to be some sun rays here. Let's go all the way down to Pine Bluff if we can, and just get an understanding of. Yeah, I mean, there's some sun. There is definitely some sun shining in the Pine Bluff area. And that should help. Those clouds clearing out. That's what's going to help put these storms in a bad mood. It's not what we want to see, obviously, but we're just talking about in terms of the storm, in terms of what would be favorable and what wouldn't be. And thank you, Leslie, for the $20. Thank you so much. And no problem. No problem. You know, it's no big deal for me. We do this all the time. Up early, bed late. Somehow I still have energy. I still don't know how it's possible. Yeah, I mean, it's only in that area where the sun is really poking through. I'm trying to see, like, maybe a little bit further south. And it's still a little bit cloudy in some areas. So it seems to be, like, not a whole lot of widespread sunshine. There are some breaks in the cloud here and there. Question is that going to be enough? Let's get that view back on our storm. What's that? Is that a storm? I don't think that's a storm. I think it should be darker than that. It's this one here we're looking at. How much sleep did I get last night? Like 4 hours. Maybe less than that. Wouldn't like be the stupidest idea to like take a nap, but I'm still feeling pretty good. I mean, I might make some more coffee. I think I might do that soon. Would 1,000 of you leave if I go make coffee? Would you guys still stay by my side if I made coffee? Wow. That's crazy, Tornado Explorer. I thought we were friends. We're not ending the stream. We're gonna keep on streaming. I want a little extra kick. I'm not gonna lie. Got a severe thunderstorm warning up here now. Look at this. Heading towards Truro. Why is that? Why am I having such Truro? It's got to be Truro, right? This is weather-wise, and all the weather parts of it are free. You can get some like extra features for like $6.99 a month, like 3D radar, which is a little gimmicky, but it's pretty cool. I think they're going to add more features to that eventually, just kind of like the base program on it. And then also, like to have global mode, that's also in this subscription, but like all the radar stuff is free. You can have correlation coefficient, high res, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's a great app. It's going to be an amazing app in the future. We don't do sponsorships on this channel, so I'm not sponsored by them. So everything that I'm saying right now is just the truth. No one's paying me to say this, and yeah, it's an amazing app. It's gonna kick Radar Omega's butt. People are barely going to remember Radar Omega in 2 months, 3 months. At max, 6 months. Going to be Radar who? Let's give some more coffee. All right, everybody get coffee right now. Let's all do a coffee break together, and we'll sit around and drink coffee and talk about the environment. Let's go do that. If you drink coffee, let's go make coffee together. All right, I'll be right back. I'll make a nice quick cup of that nice, warm, good coffee. Coffee has been acquired. Do you like your coffee with sugar? Oh, we just got our newest mesoscale analysis in too. About as fresh as this cup of coffee. So let's go ahead and check that out. Looks like our lapse rates are improving quite a bit. These storms, if they can move into that environment, we could be just about to see our storms start to get a little bit more spicy. All right, what about our surface-based cape? And warm sector is becoming a little bit more wide open here. Strongest wind shear, though, is kind of getting pushed off to the east away from our storms. Now, that's interesting. Looks like our upper level trough is ejecting off into the northern portion, into the Wisconsin region. Let's look at our winds are lined up a little bit perpendicular. Our strongest forcing is actually starting to push out in front of our line as well. Now, that's interesting. I wonder if we get like maybe some new storms form a little bit further out in front of our line. Could be not good. Let me see if we have any short waves showing up in our 500 millibar winds. Not really. These are our two little short waves up here. Maybe a little one down in there. Yeah, I would say thermodynamically, the environment is improving. So if we are going to get it, if we are going to get that, I don't really see any other thing that can kind of keep these storms bottled in. Yeah. I think it's about to be game on. I think these are going to be our storms here. Let's see what's happening up here. Yeah, storms up here are still struggling, though. I don't see any reason now why our storms would continue to struggle. I will say, further up to the north, though, our instability is still struggling to recover up there. You can see, like this is our observed instability, and this is what it was forecasted to be at this time. And you can see there's quite the difference. If only still shrouded a little bit to the south in comparison to where it should have been. Meaning it looks like this storm is going to kind of stay out of it. And then maybe this one here will be a little bit more further into it. But it looks like they're going to allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire over there. Come back over here and check in on Ohio. Going into the Pennsylvania area. I'm not seeing any dangerous areas of rotation. Oh, crap. Forgot my water. Hold on. I need the water. I'm back. But yeah, storms over here about to push into Pittsburgh. Watch out for that. And I'm thinking we should see these storms try to mature. I think this is the very beginning of our second tornado threat. I do not see, with our current mesoscale analysis, really not seeing an. I mean, I'm still thinking this is going to probably turn more into a linear line Those are still my thoughts, given our wind vectors out there, but embedded supercells in that line, they should certainly start to mature a little bit more pretty much from here on out. So now it is time to see what they can do. As the environment has certainly improved. All the things we were thinking, all the things that we noted earlier that was keeping the storms at bay have changed to a little bit more, or a lot more favorable for tornadoes, supercells, which was in the forecast. What we've been saying is to stick around just in case. And it does seem like they're going to try here very shortly. Columbia, Beaver, watch out over there in Ohio and Pennsylvania. 1-inch hail is coming towards you. You know, this is going to be one of those streams where I will be forced to order like DoorDash or something. But the environment's ready to go, which is the only thing I could see that holds this back. The last little thing is if this line just stalls right here, becomes outflow dominant, and just never runs into that unstable environment. Then we see another surface inversion build. But it does seem like it is progressing. So let's go ahead and get a camera back over here. Actually, we should still have a camera here, actually. It was this. Is this storm could be our first one. And there it is. This could be the first one of the day to tap into that new environment. It doesn't take that long because on DoorDash it has it has your last order saved, and if I get anything, it's probably just going to be wings. Bring up the radar too. I would suggest, at least when we go to this screen, to make sure that you have it on their television, so you can really see that radar. On your phone, it's going to be hard to see. The old reliable, yep. No rotation on it yet. See how high the echo tops are. Oh, yeah. Echo tops on this storm are pretty healthy, sitting around 40 to 45,000, 48,000 feet. We got some new storms trying to fire down here near Mena, Arkansas. Let me turn off this filter. My radar. Oh. Yeah, what we're looking at here is this storm right in there. I do want to see if we go up higher in tilt, what the storm's going to look like. Okay. And maybe a little bit of rotation starting to develop higher up in this storm, but that indicates we're still have a decent amount of time to wait here before this thing tries to do anything. 20 miles north of that, if that is Coal Hill and Clarksville. Yeah, so there's Clarksville right there. We have a lot of cameras on this road. So if it tries to do anything suspicious down here in this area, we got the cameras ready to go. This should be the beginning of our second threat. According to the atmosphere, we have checked almost every single box for a tornado outbreak, unfortunately. Any concerns for lapse rates? Not anymore. They have improved. These storms technically still aren't in those higher lapse rates yet, but they are moving into that environment as we speak. The lapse rates are sitting like just about right. Lapse rates are sitting just about here, near like the Clarksville and Russellville area. And they are improving, so that means, probably by the time it gets to around Clarksville, that's when those lapse rates will be pretty favorable. Let me see what the storms are doing up here. And these ones really aren't trying to do anything in Missouri. These ones have been downgraded to a special weather statement up here in Illinois. The second round for Chicago is trying to make it up there, so watch out there. More storms are on their way. Think more discrete storms will develop? It's going to be hard for that to happen. But some discrete storms, yeah, I do think they're technically possible, yeah. Little Rock in the clear? No. Your threat could be just getting started here. Thankfully, we got this coffee. The wind barbs along this storm are favorable more for a linear line, for clustering, but sometimes in those clusters you can have some semi-discrete supercells. I think predominantly we're going to be dealing with semi-discrete storms. Kind of like what we see here. Like this kind of clustering is pretty much what this environment supports. You get like a cluster like this, and any one of these can mature, then yeah, you could have a strong tornado threat with one of those. What about Memphis, Tennessee? Memphis is going to be further down the line, but I'm pretty sure you guys are in that high risk. Yeah, you guys are in the high risk, so if storms are going to do anything, they're going to be doing them near you. I would certainly be weather aware today. Batesville. Where is that again? Clouds are starting to cloud up near Sherwood. Okay, thank you, Car Wash, for the 2 and for that bit of information. Thank you. Your dog wants to know how bad the storms will be in St. Louis today and over the next couple of days. Big question marks over here near St. Louis for today. Lapse rates are there, but we don't have many storms taking advantage of that. But again, the latest HRRR run has a line that forms all the way through this area. All right, let's get the latest view on our storm of interest here. if we can. We'll have to get right up close and personal to it when it matters the most, I guess. No, I have Windows on my computer. One bedroom house and animals to take care of. You just refuse to worry about it. What will be, will be. I mean, that is a way to think about it. I would say, though, worrying about it actually has some benefits. If you were a little bit worried, you would be looking for a storm shelter, right? You don't have one. And I'm gonna be honest, if you got horses, right? Looks like Carmen is getting some food. If you have horses, you can't take them with you. And there is no logical reason to stay with them. A little bit of rotation is developing on this storm now, south of Ozark. Storm is trying to do something here. As much as I hate to say it, you're just going to end up, if a tornado goes through your house and you got like horses or animals that you can't move, you're just going to have to hope that, they survive. I see that all the time with fire weather. There's fires nearby and they try to save their horses and they end up dying with them. I understand a lot of horses are like family, but if you can't move them, you shouldn't sacrifice yourself. Horses are usually pretty darn smart. They're like pretty darn smart animals. They know when the winds are picking up. If it starts getting too crazy, they're going to start running away from it. And horses are fast. So the best thing you could do is just make sure that they're not stuck in some sort of enclosure and hope you can find them later. But if you just stick around with them, I mean, it's not really a logically sound move, in my opinion. But yeah, horses, like when people get horses, they're like family members. They'll literally just sit there with the horse. It's like a fire's coming. It is interesting. I feel the same way about my dog, so I understand that. But thankfully, my dog is small. I could take him wherever I go, but this thing, horses aren't small. If you got time, though, maybe you could make the argument if you can get them all inside of like one of those trailers fast enough. But if you don't have time, it's a last minute thing. Just let them loose and get out of Dodge. So if they do run, they can get away from it instead of being like just trapped right in their enclosure. It's pretty much the best and fastest thing you can do. It's kind of sad to think about it, though. Any clearings in the high risk area? I think that's where the clearings. No, that's further to the south. Clearings are mostly happening down in here. I mean, the smartest thing you can do is have a horse tornado shelter. That are only Storm Chaser end their stream. Which one was he? Oh, I can't tell. Oh, no. Okay. Some of our other Storm Chasers will be going live. There's Carmen. Never met any of my storm chasers in person except for Tyler. Pagey tornado scheduled for 3. Storm meter was scheduled for 1. I'm not sure if they're going to push it back or not. They're still scheduled for 1 o'clock. Oh no, now they're they're still scheduled for 1. So maybe Storm Runner Media will go live. Thank you, Linda, for subscribing. Thank you so much. And we should also have Brett out there. Let me see if Brett's out and about. Sometimes he comes. Brett likes to wake up early sometime and smell the storms. Let's no, he's not out there yet. But he should be out there today at some point. So we'll have Brett, we'll have Storm Runner Media, we'll have Pagey Tornado today. We'll have quite a few. The storms do seem to be intensifying a little bit down here. They're not as wispy as they were. Still no new severe thunderstorm warnings yet. Also, we're starting to get some storms really fire down here near Paris, Fort Townsend, Greenville, south of Dallas as well. But things do seem to be improving out there for these storms, unfortunately. Day 2 has been upgraded to a 10%. Really? Folks, I don't think we're ever going to get a break. Yep, there you go. Tomorrow, there is a 10% risk again for Texas going into Arkansas and parts of Mississippi and Memphis. 30% chance for some very large hail as well. Some damaging winds too. Man. And then we got another enhanced risk down kind of in a similar area on day 4. Maybe we'll get a break on day 3. Fingers crossed. Baseball. This looks like a hand and someone's pointing to the Atlantic Ocean. An arm and a hand. Yeah, it's active. Cape is overperforming in the south, I think. Let me just double check. Not really, actually. Cape is not overperforming, at least the RAP model. You can directly compare. So this is our current conditions. You can see Cape is a little bit farther south. Well, actually, it's about lined up pretty well now on the northern extent. And then further to the south, we're a little bit capped, more capped than the model said, but the cap is clearing, or at least the surface inversion is clearing. Yeah, it's about on par. Maybe a little bit less in some areas, like around where our storms are right now, but that's not going to really make a big difference. There's really not that big of a difference between 2,000 and 2,200 joules per kilogram. It's pretty much just still enough food, storm food. Cape is the instability or the storm food. No, the cape is these lines, and you see like where it says like 2,500, 3,000 there. That denotes the extent of that much instability. Typically, you want over 1,000 joules per kilogram, which is this red line here, and then this is 2,500. This line is 200. This one's 1,500. And you see these storms down here in Arkansas is the one that we're getting a little bit more interested in. Are just now entering into, an area where there's no blue shade, which that is the surface inversion or the cap, right? The convective inhibition. They're moving out of that and into our main instability axis. So we should see these storms try to make an attempt here to mature. Yeah, we got heaps of instability. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Warnings starting to get issued in Pennsylvania. Yeah, let's see about that. Yeah, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Ohioville in Pennsylvania, Midland, Harshaville, and Independence. But it seems like Ohioville is trying to revolt against Pennsylvania, to be honest. Like, yeah, we're in Pennsylvania, but we consider ourselves Ohioans. Yeah, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be possible with this storm as it pushes off towards Midland, Industry, Harshaville, and Independence. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. I just realized I think we lost 1,500 viewers making that coffee. That is wild. That's a record. Unless like one of the big streamers like went live as soon as I made coffee, which is also a possibility. Trying to learn just in case. Upstate New York. Oh, he did. Okay. I was about to say. That would have been a record. But no, that makes actual perfect sense. But yeah. No, I just love looking at it. It's always fun to me. I don't take it personally whatsoever. It's just always fun to me to see like it's like a streamer meme. Like streamers don't use the restroom like ever because they're afraid to lose viewers. And it's like it's kind of true in a way, but it's also just it's kind of ridiculous because like you shouldn't measure your entire worth based on how many viewers you have or how many subscribers you have. It should be measured, by what are you doing, right? What are you doing with your life? Not how many people are watching it, right? Just drove around that kind of storm in Ohio, and the lightning is crazy. Interesting. And we're getting reports out here near Ohio, someone that's driving around in this area saying there's a lot of lightning with these storms. You definitely don't want to be outside for any of them. But the severe ones with the hail inside of it, potentially $half sized hail now, 60-mile-per-hour winds just got upgraded here. It's warming up. Should be straight rain soon. Where? Tornado threat in downtown Indianapolis this evening. That certainly seems a possibility. Yeah, certainly seems like a possibility. Because that instability, I think, is going to have enough time to make it up into at least like Indiana. It's actually almost already there. So give it like an hour or two, and it'll probably be over Indiana. And really, any of these storms, like when the forcing gets there, storms should fire and try to become severe. Thank you, Pebs, for the 5. Thank you so much. 30 miles northeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Roof workers next door. Should you warn? Yeah. I'm not sure if they'll listen to you. Those roof workers, man, I'm not sure if they're tough or if their boss forces them to work through the conditions, but I've seen them work many times, at least in Alabama, when there's like lightning and thunder and heavy rain and wind happening. But yeah, I would let them know if they're in Pittsburgh. I mean, southern Pittsburgh might get missed by these storms, but like northern Pittsburgh near like McCandles and Cranberry Township and Center Township, if you got people building roofs over there, you probably let them know. Give them a little heads ups, see what they do. SBC says a tornado-driven moderate risk is possible for tomorrow. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me. We briefly looked at the models this morning when we started the stream, and it kind of looks like a pretty potent environment. So that wouldn't technically surprise me if that lasts all the way until tomorrow. And thank you, Sprint, for the 10. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for paying 10% of my electricity bill with that. Is it getting windy? Or it's getting windy and humid outside in PV, Missouri. Still having bad weather. Missouri's environment is slowly getting better for storms, I would say, not for you. But I think it's mainly going to start off here in like the southern portion of Missouri, and then it might spread up further to the north throughout the day. Still kind of uncertain on what's going to happen over here near like the St. Louis area per se, because again, the environment in Missouri is in recovery mode from what happened earlier today. We have a lot of cool air around here, but it does seem like the atmosphere is warming up and eroding that cooler air near the surface. I do want to see if we can get another view on this storm before it leaves our cameras out here. We can get a view from its behind. Fine. Yeah, our only saving grace, I think, at this point is if the line just stalls out. But no models indicate that that's going to happen, so probably a pretty low chance of that. Have I checked externals? No, I have not. My phone's dead. Let me pull it again in the charger. You'll be fine in St. Louis as long as you follow the warnings when they get there. Yeah, it's still kind of quiet right now. That's right. Yep. It's still kind of quiet. But again, these storms are moving into a more favorable environment. They're just not quite mature storms yet. They haven't, I don't think they've quite reached it. Well, this one has, actually. This one has reached the better instability, at least. Let me see if it's reached better lapse rates yet. No, it still hasn't reached the better lapse rates yet. The lapse rates are still kind of sitting over here near Russellville. And those extend like up like this. Still a little time before they hit that, but we can already kind of see signs that some of these storms are trying to intensify. Yeah, it is disorganized right now. Again, we've been so basically what's happened for the new viewers that are tuning in is, our environment got pretty worked over by the storms this morning, and it is currently in recovery mode. You can see that, earlier today we were talking about tornado warnings here in Missouri and strong winds and hail and all that kind of stuff, and almost all of those storms are gone because the environment just got completely worked over up there. But for the past hour or so, our environment has been recovering progressively over each hour. And so things are about to turn up again in terms of intensity. What does it look for northeast Louisiana tonight? Some storms, potentially. Even some strong storms. Maybe you can't even rule out, like a tornado threat or maybe even a strong tornado down there. especially over there near Shreveport. What's up, man? Welcome. And the Mena, Arkansas cell is still struggling at this moment. But again, that's another cell that's eventually going to move into that better environment. I will say, these storms are stalling a little bit. We kind of have like this boundary here. This storm is moving along, and you can see it takes a while if you drive it. I mean, it takes a while for it to reach this line. So it is slowly meandering in this direction. So it's not completely stalled yet. But it is moving. It's moving fast to the north and east, right? So any instability that's out over here, need to watch. But not so much in this direction, which would technically make this storm a little bit more susceptible to being outflow dominant. It just means that they're not like, there's not really a whole lot of easterly movement. So when they stall, they just kind of work over the same areas. So the like there's instability up here, right? But they're stalled and they're only going, all storms are only going in this direction. Then these storms will hit the instability first, and then there'll be nothing left for this storm. And if they go outflow dominant, then they won't be able to take any instability from this direction either, cutting them off from any moisture. And the best evidence for that we have a stalling line that is showing symptoms of that, is if we, again, start to see our lapse rates plummet and our surface inversion come back over our storms. That would be a confirmation that our line is struggling in that manner. But as of right now, it's not. I mean, you can definitely tell, it is trying to intensify, a little bit of a stronger inflow. Still not super organized, but it's still working on it. So we shall see. Do I think Springfield, Illinois will get hit bad? Kind of hard to tell. And you guys are like, let me see where Springfield is. Yeah, you're up here. So like you're either going to be just north of the worst instability, or it's just going to reach you. So I would say there's a little bit of a tornado threat tonight, as long as these storms can actually get started and really get going. For Arkansas in general, like the northern half of Arkansas, kind of in this region, I'm a little bit concerned about, just given some of our kinematics right now. But they can name last for the 5. I appreciate that name last. Thank you, Car Wash, for the 2. The sun in Sherwood is coming in and out. Okay. Thank you. We got a new mesoscale discussion out. Deepening cumulus and increasing showers along the Mississippi River. Discrete storm development becoming more probable. And we do have some blips. Now, this would be the world's last place that we would want to see storms to fire. I think we're about to get a PDS tornado watch in this area. Now, I don't know if these are actually going to be mature storms in this environment, Let's check it out. So what we need for those storms to fire and become discrete, we need forcing, which is trying to move into the area. It's not quite there yet. There is some subtle forcing in that area. Need lapse rates. That is there. Mid-level lapse rates. Pretty decent. That's where our main core of instability is. That is where some of our most strongest wind shear is at the moment. So yeah, and if we got discrete storms there, that would be terrifying. Now, there's no cap. If those storms fire, they're gonna fire. The only thing that would keep those things from maturing is if the forcing doesn't show up and they fall apart. But that is this right here, pretty much in this environment, would be the worst area for discrete supercells. Now, to be fair, latest model runs said no. But if there's already a cumulus field showing up and we do have storms trying to initiate, Brett Adair live? Oh, Brett's live. He's actually near these blips. Our first professional storm chaser has gone live. Let's get him up. He's in that area. Here. And you can see he's right in that high risk, right where that mesoscale discussion was issued. And yeah, you can see why the instability is high here. I mean, you can see blue sky. And if we get enough forcing to get discrete storms, we are talking about really dangerous day. Can I employ Brett? Yeah, me and Brett are buddies. We're both from the same state. He believes in my mission and I believe in his, and we got Brett right now. This is Brett's view. He is live in the area. He also has a drone he can put up too. So like if there's like trees in the way, which there will be for most of the shots, he can just put the drone up and then it's a live drone shot. It's like we're floating. It's pretty cool. Obviously, if there's a tornado, that's not cool. But the drone itself is cool. Being able to like live stream that is very vital because then we can track the exact path of the tornado in real time. Yeah, Brett is one of the best storm chasers in the world. I would argue even better than Reed Timmer. Because I think I like how down to earth Brett is. And he doesn't like shout and do all that kind of stuff. He's humble, he's a good dude, and he's an amazing storm chaser. Can I explain the radar on the Weather Channel? I don't know anything about the Weather Channel radar. I would just get weather-wise, dude. Pecos is a good chaser. He doesn't chase that often, I don't think. Or maybe he does. I don't know. I've seen his videos. He seems to catch. Like, I would say, like, Pecos is like, in terms of personality, 10 out of 10. That is the most genuine human being I think that exists on the planet. He does not fake it at all. He doesn't do it for views. He doesn't do it for likes. He just does it. And, you know, he seems to be always near some of the bigger tornadoes when he posts his video. Because he doesn't have a very outward social facing like personality and on the online, um, it's hard to tell, you know, I guess how good he is as a storm chaser. I mean, but just based off his videos, I mean, he's one of the best too. My phone just charged up. So I'm going to be thanking people from Cash App here. And actually get it to work. Cash App is always difficult for me for some reason. I'm a boomer when it comes to these dang apps. I don't know. It's not loading. All right, latest scan with this storm. Back over here, still have an area. Still have an area of some stronger winds to its south. Not really wrapping up just yet, but there is, a little area, a little pocket of what appears to be rotation. So some broad circulation is now existing in this storm. And we are starting to see some rotation down over here near Waldron as well. And kind of the same looking thing near Mena that we see up there to the north. Check some of these storms in Oklahoma. And potentially some rotation over here near Fort Towson, but unfortunately that's just a big old radar hole. That's going to be really hard to tell. Checking on our blips. They are fading. We never got to a blip warning. Blip watch, though, has been issued for this area. Oh. I mean, we are having convective. There seems to be some sort of confluence band out here. We are having convective attempts. They're not being successful. But you can see storms further up to the north are trying. Any one of these storms that can mature, it's going to be the quote-unquote most dangerous portion of today. But again, no models show widespread discrete activity out in this area. So we'll have to see if Mother Nature has something else in mind. No, not really. These storms out here would kind of just be in their own environment. These storms would still have stuff to work with. It could go wild. Exactly. That's the thing. If any of these storms can mature out in here, as you can see, we have little blips. These are little tiny, like, clouds, pretty much, that are trying to initiate. They're trying to form out over here, and our kinematics in this area are almost maxed out. So if you do get a mature in this region, a mature storm, long track violent tornadoes will become widespread if we get multiple ones of these actually mature. But as of right now, they're not maturing. Even if the storms up here, like near Morganfield and Evansville, mature, could be a significant tornado threat for like Morganfield and Evansville. And look at that. Just your classic. Looks like a nice day before storms try to start to fire type environment out here. Like all those documentaries that you watch when they're like, it was a nice, quiet day. Then all of a sudden, we got a tornado warning. Reason why that happens is because when you get the clearing of the clouds, that sunshine gets down to the surface of the ground, and then that makes the air more buoyant and more unstable. Brett Adair, let me bring up my app here. Brett Adair is right here, where we just got an indication from the SPC that they think that this area where Brett is showing more probable signs for discrete supercells. Use the word probable, which if you look at the mesoscale convective outlook or mesoscale analysis, you can make a case that they are possible, but me personally, I'm not willing to go out and say probable. I would put it like a 40 to 50% chance we actually get convective initiation. You can see those little cumulus clouds off in the distance. If any of those actually can mature and like turn into a full-fledged storm, today is going to be up there with some of our bigger events. We really got to keep an eye on those little baby storms. And thank you, Matthew, for the 2. When is this set to go down? Really any time from now and until this line gets there. See, the main thing is our main forcing is back over in this region. It is pushing out in front of the line. So that is the case I think the SPC is trying to make here. And it's not a bad case to make. These purple lines here, that is our forcing. You see our storms are back here, and our forcing is out of front of it. Once this pushes into this region where some of these clouds are, if it can, that'll rise the chances for those to actually initiate and fire some storms. Again, what these purple lines mean is that divergence. When you push the water aside, right? In a bathtub, in the middle, it fills back in. So essentially, our winds are creating a void, pushing the water or the atmosphere aside, and the atmosphere has to fill that void with something, and it usually fills that void with storms. And in this case, it would be very dangerous storms. So we've got to watch how far east this divergence goes. We can make it over there. It could be a dangerous day. Five hours already. Yep. We were live at like 7, I think, today. Basically just woke up and went live because we had a tornado on the ground. How's the stall looking? I mean, the leading edge of this line really hasn't even made it into Clarksville yet. So yeah, I mean, you can still make the case that these storms back here are going to continue to struggle, at least until they can get into a better environment. Let's check up here further up to the north. See how these storms are going. It looks like some rain and thunder is about to move into the Chicago region. Elgin, Chicago, Evanston, Gary, probably will see some rain and some thunderstorms. We got some storms starting to try to initiate out over here. I don't think instability is high enough for those guys. Actually, it's like these are like right on the line. Those could become a tornado threat if the instability is going to be basically right on time, moisture and instability for these guys. But if it can get up there, this could be a substantial tornado threat as well if those can mature. So we might have to keep an eye on those storms. Back over here, though, we're not really talking about anything super substantial other than the potential for some larger hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading towards McCandles, Evans City, Cranberry Township, and then over here near Greensburg, Youngwood, Mount Pleasant, and Scottdale here in Pennsylvania. Oh, wow. Got our first severe thunderstorm warning in a really long time down here in near Waldron. Edmore Keener Parks near Ouachita National Forest. That is going to be for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is going to form into the line. This stuff back here, most likely, yeah. According to our last HRRR run, this forms into a line and forcing just kind of hangs out over this region. Never quite makes it over here. We don't get prefrontals until this line gets really close, and then the prefrontals start to mature. If they do it any time before then, oh, we got problems. So we definitely got to keep on checking on these guys. They're small right now, but that's deceiving. They get big, we got problems. So that's pretty much what we're going to be doing. We're going to be watching the line back in here. There will be a tornado threat still with this line of storms, 100%. And that'll probably be where we spend the majority of our time today, is covering these storms. But then if, these storms can get started over here, this will be our main focus. I do want to see what the echo tops are over here on some of these guys. Yeah, real baby storms right now. Most mature storm out of this line is near Elizabethtown. For Lonoke, so like our prefrontal storm threat would be most likely in this area. I think further to the south, it's more conditional. Seems like the majority of our 300 our divergence is over here. There is a little bit down over here near Mississippi, though. It's just not going to be as intense as this area here. Okay, a little bit of rotation. Also trying to get organized in the upper levels with that storm. Let's check this radar, see what it says. Yeah, but that's not really making it down to the surface too much. We do still have some broader rotation in there. That's kind of in the wrong area of the storm. Check over here near Springfield, near Ava. Yeah, these storms are... They do look a little bit healthier than what they did before. So we could have a severe threat developing into this area as well. I mean, like we've been talking about earlier, these storms, even back here, their tornado threat's going to be slowly upticking as they move into a better environment. So... Memphis still showing a Torcon of 9. I don't know. We don't use Torcon over here, but we can bring up the significant tornado parameter. Significant tornado parameter is around 3, but not very high right now. How's Mountain Home looking? Has some storms coming. They could become severe or tornadic before they get to you. Let me see if we have any cameras near Mountain Home. See if we can take a look at those storms for you. Yeah, we do have some cameras in the region. Might be one of the storms there. You can watch cams for me. We also, my Discord's just not working for me. If you can figure out a way to share your screen on Twitter, I could actually use that, but yeah, I was in that outbreak too, Ernie. I live in northern Alabama. The craziest day of my life. Just had tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning. Tornadoes all around us. Our power went out for 5 days. Taking showers with bottles of water, cooking with stovetop. Went out there, clean up. Just a crazy amount of damage. It was a mess. Absolutely tragic. More blips south of Memphis. Oh, yeah, there's some over here near Clarksdale now. And it's got a yellow. So still a blip watch, but if that yellow can sustain, then we got a blip warning. So this is how it goes. We got blip watch, which is the green, which is a green blip. Once it gets yellow, we get a blip warning. And then if we see the cloud tops reach around 50,000 feet, then or in this case scenario, we're going to start to panic a little bit. Yeah, this is weather-wise, yeah. Poplar Bluff to Springfield. I'm not going to say you're going to be safe. And you definitely need to be weather aware. Again, these storms over here, they don't look too bad right now, but they will try to mature over time the further east they can move. But if they kind of just stay in this general area, then they will struggle. Be out and driving, yeah, probably. We got a full-on blippening today. Yep. Hate to say it, but we are monitoring for blips again. Last time, though, we monitored for blips was in Oklahoma yesterday, and nothing happened, at least in Oklahoma, until like super early in the morning. Thank you, Shane, for subscribing. Do I have Google Meet? I think so, yeah. Is that an app or is it on? I don't remember if I. Yeah, I have a Google Meet. It could work. Maybe if you can get Tornado Explorer to help you out, invite him to the call too. In the reporter chat, Tornado Explorer, if you got an email, put it in the chat. And I'll put my email in the reporter chat too. That could work. That's not a bad idea. Bill, as always, is thinking with his head. Blondie, if you want to too, put anybody that wants to be part of that chat, put their email in there. We could have Blondie on Broadcastify maybe, and what's going on? Bill's going to be sending us a Google Meet invite, so just put your email in the reporter chat on Twitter, and he'll send us an invitation. He's going to use, instead of using Discord, we're going to try using Google Meet and see if that slows down my computer. We'll see if we can get it to work. What does blip mean? Basically means just a small storm in a bad environment. We would never call anything like this anything else. Oh, might have been for 2 scans there. Hold on. One. Nope. Still not a blip warning yet. That's some of the healthiest convection we've seen in this area. How's Northwest Indiana, Chicago looking for a couple of hours? Rainy and thundery, and maybe some severe weather, but this should be your last little bit of round here in the Chicago region. The severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for this storm near Charleston, Ozark, Mulberry here in Arkansas. You guys live in this area, be indoors and away from windows. It's going to be for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Pouring in Gainesville, Missouri. Okay. Probably I had to guess from one of these guys. That storm's kind of getting spaghettified there. Something trying to happen there near Crocker. Only Corso, Louisville, though, still needs to be watching out for some lightning. Not very active yet in Missouri. Let's go check back in on our blips. Still don't have our latest blip scan. Checking our northern blips. Yeah, still struggling up there as well. Checking on these storms as well. See if they're actually maturing. Not yet. New severe storm warning for Hartville, Uptown, Licking, and Sherrill. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Watch out. You eat those blips. Yeah, if you had that skill, do that. That would be extremely helpful right about now. We lost Brett. He'll be back. He's probably just doing something real quick. What's our other storm chaser doing? Anybody know where this guy is? Oh, he's probably buying something then. Really clears up the but I like to have the blues. Rose our storm chaser. Again. Okay, he's this one. And we'll have him up for now underneath me until Brett comes back. He's west of Pittsburgh. Really? No. All right. We got a blip warning here near Clarksdale. Still low echo tops, though. Watching that one like a hawk. It now had yellow for 2 scans, so we're in blip warning mode. Question is, does it still try to hold together? Get the email invitation. Let me see. Nope. Sure I put the right one in. I did. Oh no, I spelled it wrong. Hold on. Sorry, Bill. There we go. That's correct. That one's correct. That will definitely work. Is it a blip emergency? Yeah. I think today we can use a blip emergency. If it reaches 50,000 feet, or yeah, 40,000 feet, we'll issue a blip emergency on there. Now, latest on these storms up here, they are still struggling to get their rotations together. This one looks potentially a little bit healthier. Some broader circulation here south of Waldron. Still moving it along 80. Yeah, northern blips are still struggling to check back in with Chicago. Yeah, your heavy rain and lightning is about to come through your area here. Again, not really talking about much of anything other than just some windy conditions and some rain and lightning. Might squeak out a severe thunderstorm warning last second, though, but your tornado threat should be pretty minimum. Pretty minimal. These storms over here near Brock are still trying to get started here. Check back over here near Pennsylvania. And near Etna, Oakmont, Springdale, New Kingston, Plum, Penn Heights. Still got a storm here with some now ping pong ball sized hail. And then over here near Greensburg, Pennsylvania, we have another storm down here, 1.25 inch hail heading towards Youngwood, Greensburg, and Mount Pleasant. Yeah. See if we have our latest Echo Top scan. Not yet. Story continues. Will the blips grow up or will they stay just blips? See where our forcing is. Latest scan here, our most of our forcing is still back over here. Our blips are in this region, so that forcing still hasn't made it to the blips yet. So that should keep them just being blips. Thank you, name last for the 2. Thank you so much. There's lots of lightning. It's a healthy storm. And that can be an indication. Let me check again. Spell it wrong again. I'm not seeing it. Let me do all mail. See if it shows up there. Spam. I'm not seeing it. Bill? Let me make sure I spelled it correctly. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. And it's not showing up. I don't know. Why it's not showing up in my email? Let me check Google Meet itself. Yeah, just send me the code, Bill. Put the code in for the Google Meet in the reporter group. That might just be the easiest way. Oh, there it is. Okay, it went through. Okay, no. Should work. Put it here, and then there, and there. And then I think it's in here. Turn that here. Oh, all right. Hold on, folks. Trying to set up our traffic camera controllers here, just so I don't have to do that manually and I can focus on the storms. Discord's been bogging my computer down, so we've had to think of some smart workaround. This seems to be not doing too much. Where is this, Bill? Okay, this is west of Memphis. This is in the blip zone. See if Brett is back live. Not yet. So we'll just have Bill underneath me for now, since he's actually in the area of interest here. Oops. Could be good. There we go. Thank you, Bill. Huge shout out to Bill. Thank you, man. We got a cam man on the job. Latest scan on these storms, they still got some severe weather to them, but we're not seeing much rotation on a lot of these guys yet. Oh, except for this one. This one might be trying to wrap up near Bull Shoal. Heading towards Yellville and Bull Shoal. This is kind of near Mountain Home. So, Bill, see if you can find like a camera near like Yellville pointed at this storm, maybe. Thank you, Wayward, for becoming a WIMD member. Yeah, it's still in Arkansas. Testing. Can you hear me, Bill? Bill, make sure that you invite like Blondie and or like just put the code in reporter and just let whoever wants to join. Yeah, a little bit more rotation is pulling up with this storm now as it pushes off to the north and east towards Bull Shoals. Still kind of on the broad side of things. What happened, Bill? Freeze? No, he just exited out and then never went back to it. I don't know what's going on there. I don't have a whole lot of time to focus on that. So unless that gets fixed, man, what did I do here? What's happening? Oh boy, my computer is starting to struggle a bit. It's getting to that time. Getting to that time. Still hanging in there though. We're still alive. Everything's still working somewhat. Wait for the latest scan on that storm. Let me check some of these other storms here to see if we have any other areas of interest. Yeah, this storm we might have to keep an eye on over there near Norwood. Again, and really any of these storms that can kind of mature in this environment is going to be a tornado threat. Oh, Bill's back. That's near Mountain Home, where we have a storm approaching with a little bit of rotation. That let me bring that up here. We're gonna be keeping an eye on this camera, or this should be near Mountain Home. Yeah, this is in Mountain Home, and yeah, hopefully we can get eyes on the storm as it approaches, because I'm interested to see what these storms look like near the surface. See if they got like an actual mesocyclone. Are we talking about a wall cloud? Are we talking about just a weak looking storm? So we'll see. Yeah, still waiting on the latest scan to come in on this storm. It's taken this radar a little while to update. Also, this storm over here south of Harrison is looking pretty interesting to me. Broad circulation is starting to pick up on that. Let me check this from this radar down here. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. Yeah, you can see we're starting to get those little bean-shaped storms again as our storms enter into a better environment. So looks like they are starting to cross over into some of those better lapse rates. Check in on our blips. Blips have somewhat dissipated. No, well, we have 1, 2, 3 blips. Still down there south of Memphis. Again, we're watching these storms for that dangerous tornado potential. If any of these can mature, that's where the biggest problem of today will happen. Back over here, though, we could have some significant tornadoes. So don't let your guard back down over here. But this would be the worst case scenario back over here if those do get started. But again, none of the models showed that. So I have an uncle that lives in Covington. Where is Covington? I don't know where Covington is. Oh, there it is. That was easy. Yeah. That is the most concerning portion of our risk is, in this area. So he needs to be super weather aware. Again, it's super conditional. It's mainly conditioned on these storms being able to mature before this line of storms hits them. If that ends up happening and we get some discrete mature supercells out here, it's going to be extremely dangerous from here up onto the north. I don't use those words lightly. We got quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings now. Willow Springs, Mountain View, here into Missouri, and then Ava there in Missouri as well. This storm's inflow is starting to strengthen. Not quite there yet, but that is a sign that the storm is trying to organize. So we're still keeping an eye on that one. And then further down to the south, we're keeping an eye on this storm over here near Mountain View, where we have some broad circulation with this storm, and then also some broad circulation to the storm to the south and west. So we are starting to see quite a few areas of rotation, broad circulation, but rotation nonetheless, developing with really any of these storms here. Seems like our corridor, most favorable corridor for now for tornadic activity is with these storms further up to the north. Further down to the south, these storms are kind of struggling to get a little bit more of an organized look here on our velocities. Yeah, we've posted a couple of links of the damage that occurred in Moundville in Nevada. It was pretty bad. Potentially some significant damage there. You might want to delete that message, Amber. That is a fatal mistype there. Yeah, I'll delete it for you. I know you didn't mean that. I know what you meant to type, but all right, we're getting pretty close here to getting our tornado warnings back up here, unfortunately. Broad circulation is developing and starting to get a little bit stronger here near Bull Shoals. It's just to the north of Mountain Home, to the south of us, or underneath me, right here. This is Mountain Home traffic camera. Still don't have eyes on this storm, but we're keeping a close eye on it. We will be able to catch a sneak peek before it goes too far away from our camera. Hey, Storm Runner Media is live now. Let's go ahead and get them up. We got 2 storm chasers now. Actually, 3. Let's see where they're at. Turn off my warnings. Okay, they're in Brinkley, Arkansas. Don't know where Brinkley is. Okay. They're like out over here. So they're waiting. They're waiting for those potential prefrontals as well. But we can go ahead and set this up really quick. That. That. And then we'll turn Cannon. That off. Pagey's on. Storm Runner bottom right. Brett's top right. It's Discord. I'll have Discord up here. Or the other thing here. Let me fix this up really quick. Did Air back live, actually? Let me check. He is not. I wonder if he's got some issues with electronics. All right. And then we'll get the chat up. And voila, our computer is pretty much going to be maxed out in terms of its performance. It should be good. Lasted us this long, dang it. Yeah, storms to the south are still struggling, although there's a little bit of weak rotation popping up on this one, south of Magazine. Might have to keep an eye on that. Rotation near Bull Shoal and near Western Grove is still trying to organize. We'll say this rotation over here near Bull Shoal, that might be becoming more just a contamination issue now. It is kind of appearing now in the wrong spot. It looked like it was more associated with the storm before, but kind of seems like it's appearing in the wrong spot now. Make sure we are live here. All of our chasers, just to make sure. Yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with these storms. These ones over here is in South Missouri. The other ones are in like Mountain Home area. Moving off to the north and east towards Cassville, Yellville, and Bull Shoals. These storms are going to start to get some probably bigger hail to it. Yeah, this one's got golf ball sized hail. This one has golf ball. All these storms have golf ball sized hail right now, except for the ones further up to the north. Let's see Ava storm. This one's now got 2-inch sized hail heading towards Ava. Another golf ball sized hailstorm near Ozark. I do want to make that smaller, actually. Wow. Make it a little bit less intrusive. No? Don't know what's going on with one of our chasers there. Looks like he's in some bad service. Latest scan on this storm south of Upton here in Missouri. Still keeping an eye on this guy. There's mainly just a gust front to the south that is kind of pushing towards like 38 there. So gotta watch the northern side of those gust fronts because they can sometimes spit out tornadoes. Coming back over to here. Still some blips out there. Got a couple of blip warnings probably with these guys. I don't think it's the time yet for those guys to do anything. Yeah, our most likely place where some of these blips could actually mature are going to be like further up into this region here. But our forcing isn't quite in the area. There's just some subtle forcing though, starting to work its way into northern Mississippi. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to kick these storms off, but something to watch for. One inch hail for Johnson, Arkansas, Newton, and 60-mile-per-hour winds has been issued or is continuing for your warning. Let's do a little bit of a zoomed out view. By the way, I asked this before with Radar Omega, but the smoothing looks a little bit different on this radar. Get how to do it. I'm wondering if you guys would like it more smooth.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That came through really glitchy. Heck, and now my chat got all messed up. Oh, wait. The Cooter is struggling. We're still going. All right, latest scan here. South of Western Grove. Still appears to be some broader circulation in there. Further back over here, still watching some weak circulation south of Boonville. Not really doing much. This storm right here that just got tornado warned, that's going to be for Yellsville, Flippin, and Gassville. We got an area of some broader circulation heading pretty much directly for the camera here on the top right of our screen. There in Mountain Home. Mountain Home does not need to be in their safe spots yet, but if this thing continues to rotate, which it probably will for a while, you're probably going to be put into a tornado warning eventually. So I would certainly have a decent plan in place to deal with that. Near Ava, no, that's not. This is not a tornadic correlation coefficient drop. That is some large to very large hail inside of that storm. We have 2-inch hail on that, but it could potentially be bigger there near Ava. And unfortunately, this storm over here near Mountain Home is in a radar hole and a half. And it looks like this storm is wrapping up. And we're starting to get a donut hole on this storm. No stronger rotation. A little bit of rotation is popping up right there in the middle of that donut. Means that there's a lot of precipitation wrapping around that updraft. That's about to get active even with just these storms. We got a lot of discrete to semi-discrete storms. Headache-sized hail now for Douglas and Texas, Missouri. Things are ramping up, unfortunately. Our forecast, short-term forecast for the storm mode appears to be verifying here. Kind of sucks. Okay, we'll be here. We'll get through this together. The latest scan here, still kind of in a weird spot here of this radar. Can't really quite see that rotation very well. But right in there, I can tell that's where our mesocyclone would be as that pushes off towards the north and east. That's our tornado warning in Arkansas. Yeah, this storm's still kind of looking the same there in Missouri, but I feel like this one is kind of in a weird spot. Essentially, a good spot for a tornado, which is not good for licking. You see, it's kind of out in front of these other cells here, so it's kind of got that moisture all to itself. There does seem to be a little bit of a storm merger thing happening off to its east, though. That might hurt the storm, so we'll see. Thank you, Bill, for the 2. Get the traffic cam. Storm. That it? You think? I don't think that's it. Is this camera in Mountainville? I mean, Mountain Home? South? Where? No problem, Jade. Thank you for trusting me with your weather. Golf ball sized hail for Dent, Missouri, Adele, Missouri, Texas, and Wright. Watch out for that storm. Yeah, this one has a little bit of a better view of our rotation. So no debris ball on this storm, though, but the storm is close to trying to produce a tornado and potentially a significant one. And the storm is moving fast, so you don't have a whole lot of time. Right there in that area, that's where your tornado would try to form, and that's exactly where that rotation is. So it's certainly not looking like a good situation there. Hopefully, this storm starts to struggle, but I would just be in your safe spots. Be as safe as possible. Latest scan on this storm, it does seem to be struggling at least at the moment to consolidate its area of rotation. A lot of clustering happening here, but this one still seems to be out all by itself up there. Also back over here near Creston and Paris, we have a lot of clustering happening here, and potentially a little bit of an outflow boundary kind of surging through here. Mainly, it seems like these storms up here, at least in this area, will be our most favorable. Thank you, Mr. Winter Storm, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome. 2-inch hail warning over here near Rolla, Sherrill, and Salem. Watch out. 2-inch hail, that's going to be enough to break those windows. Definitely want to be indoors and away from them. I do want to check on our blips really quick. Yeah, storms are increasing in coverage out here. Our echo tops doing. Yeah, we're starting to get some storms with some a little bit bigger echo tops. 30,000 feet. Wow. Over here near Cleveland, Mississippi. Yeah. Almost concerning. Still a small storm, but yeah, there's a lot of activity happening down here. You can definitely tell there's a confluence band too. Oh boy. Yeah, Mountain Home needs to be not in their safe spots, but ready to go. You're not necessarily in the tornado warning yet, but there's a good chance that you will be eventually. Let me see if Brett's back online. Still not. Interesting. Oops. Oh yeah. These could easily produce some strong tornadoes out here for sure. And it looks like this one is still trying to. They're near Yellville, Flippin, and Gasville. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots. We have this camera, which is semi nearby. Is that it? Might be the storm to the north of Mountain Home. Do you know which direction this camera is facing? It should say like when you click on it. Looking west. If that's looking west, then that might be part of the storm because that would be looking back towards our supercell. Radar up over here. And I also it's fine. New severe thunderstorm warning for Russellville. 1 inch or ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Watching for a wall cloud to develop here. That is the storm. We have got a really good view of this thing. About 6 miles down the road from this. Okay. New tornado warning. Why is that not coming through my audio?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It is glitching. My warning system is glitching, bro. I wonder if that's because we're using Google Meet. Dang it. Google Meet might not work. I don't know. We need that warning system to be up. And settings, audio. I like pull it out of. That might fix it. And there's a lot of motion underneath this cloud, but let's go check out this northern tornado warning. Oh yeah, that's near Houston and Licking. You guys need to be in your safe spots. There's your area of rotation that is now trying to develop. I would definitely be in your safe spots. Again, folks, these storms could go big. You definitely want, it's not the kind of storms you want to mess around with. So Houston, Raymondville, and Licking all need to be in their safe spots. This storm is looking dangerous. You can tell it's forming an inflow, and it has some rotation developing right there in its mezzo. heading very close to Houston. Again, that's Houston, Missouri. Come back over to this view for a second. Boy. This is getting bad. These storms are not clustering up fast enough up there. That storm is all by itself. Latest scan for this storm over here near Yellville. They don't see a debris signature just yet. Still radar indicated, but I still want Yellville to be in their safe spots. Golf ball sized hail for Boone and Baxter, Marion, Arkansas. Watch out. This is our Yellville storm, tornado warning storm. I'm not seeing a tornado in there. Still pretty far away from mountain homes, so I'm still wondering if we're actually seeing the mesocyclone itself or like a storm that's merging in front of it. It still seems too far away to be able to see with this camera, if I'm just being honest. And there is something up at the top of the screen. Now, everybody doesn't need to evacuate mountain home, but so don't be over dramatic in that sense. And chat, you guys are gonna be okay. Just make sure you're seeking shelter. When it's required, and you will get through this all right. I promise. We're gonna keep an eye on this camera. Kind of looks like there's something funnily that keeps happening, like on the very top right of the screen. I'm still not sure if we're looking at the actual mesocyclone. I don't think we are. I think it's still a little bit further away. Latest scan, still some decent rotation with this storm here near the Yellville area in Arkansas. Man. This storm is really trying to wrap up. Very strong inflow. You can probably feel it in Houston, Missouri. The winds are probably gusting pretty high. That's those winds and the warm moisture rushing into the storm right now. So again, if you're in Houston, continue to be in your safe spots. Let me see if Pagey's live. He might have gone live early. I'm sorry, guys. We don't really have a whole lot of time to answer a lot of questions today. It's about to get very busy. I'm about to stay focused on the radar. I just need you guys to stay focused and listen for your name to be called out. Pennsylvania storm trackers will be live soon, so we're going to be getting them up on a feed here shortly. Going to wait for the latest scans to come in on this Houston storm, and then we're going to go back down to the south and check up on that one near Yellville. And this tornado warning's in Mississippi. We have another one. I mean, not Mississippi, in Missouri, and this other one is in Arkansas. Still waiting on that latest scan. We'll actually just go back down here and check in on this other one. Out of Yellville, we are still seeing an area of rotation. Still no indication yet of a debris signature, but if you live in Flippin and Gassville, still continue to be seeking shelter. There is still some dangerous rotation on this storm. Yeah, I know it's frozen. There's nothing I can do about it. He's just in bad service. He doesn't have like the thing some of our other chasers have. Oh gosh. Okay. Still don't have a whole lot of rotation to denote a tornado is imminent here. But this thing, I mean, you could just tell on radar, is really trying to wrap up here. Let's hope it goes outflow dominant. As this storm is in a volatile environment, it could do something bad. Boone, Arkansas, Marion, Arkansas, and Newton, Arkansas. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on that storm. Watch out for that. Now, if we see a tight rotation couplet start with this storm, which could very well be on the next couple of scans, it'll be right in this area of the storm. Poplar Bluff. Yeah, I mean, you got to be watching out. You guys are down over in this region here. And yeah, I mean, these storms here are struggling a little bit further to the south, but eventually that threat could shift further south. So it's definitely something that you want to be keeping a very close eye on. We just make sure we don't have any other chasers chasing the storm near Houston. Hey, Bill, make sure there's no cams near Houston, Missouri. All the chasers are hanging out in the high risk area right now. None of them are in Missouri. Yeah, still waiting on our latest scan here for our storm in Missouri. And the stream has completely gone down now. This would be a great time. Pennsylvania. Storm chasers to go live, but he is not yet. Oh, nope, he's back again. Never mind. 1-inch hail in Yellville. Okay, thank you, Dan. Getting reports of 1-inch hail in Yellville. Something's popping up on this camera here. Is that the storm? Yeah, I think we're getting our first views of the storm near Mountain Home. You can see the darker base of it here. And there's a reason why we got a camera in Mountain Home. We are expecting an area of rotation to come very close to this camera. So please be in your safe spots. Don't be like these other people driving about here. You want to be in your safe spots. Taking forever for these new radar scans to come in. I'm going to come back and check in on this storm again. Just let me check for you really quick. I'll tell you if it's even worth getting it up. Yeah, rotation here near Yellville. Still heading towards Flippin and Cassville. Rotation is directly over Yellville right now. And just keep it on that camera. That's a good camera. It's looking at the storm anyway, so unless there's like a camera like right in Houston, probably should keep it there. See if we have our latest scan on this one. Not yet. It just came in. Yeah. Area of rotation is starting to ramp up here, and maybe even potentially a CC, the beginning of a CC drop there. It's not definite enough to confirm 100%, but if you are in the path of this storm, this thing is getting real close. Oh, wow. Look at this from our traffic cam. There's the storm, and it certainly got a lowering on it. This is the one that's over Yellville, approaching the Mountain Home area. We're live now. Oh. Their GPS says they're in Kansas. Is that right? That can't be right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Radar indicated it's going to be over there near Salem. Missouri needs to be in their safe spots. And there seems to be quite the mesocyclone. There's like two mesocyclones here. There's one to the left and then one to the right. I'm not sure which one of these would have. I would assume it's the one to the right, given the trajectory of this storm near Mountain Home. That new tornado warning up there. Our latest velocity scan right here, south of Licking. It is most likely moved off to the north and east, though, as we just got our latest scans. Still no definite debris signature on this. Just got a really messy scan out of the storm, so it's not very helpful. But again, if you live near Salem, continue to be in your safe spots. And that mesocyclone is looking pretty big there. Yeah, we're looking at this storm here near Flippin and Cassville. And it is still trying to rotate, and you can see it very clearly here on our traffic camera. There's the storm. You see, we do have what appears to be a wall cloud on it, approaching Mountain Home. Mountain Home does not need to be in their safe spots yet, but again, this camera is out of Mountain Home. There is a possibility that you do get put into a tornado warning here, so just be ready to go into your safe spots. Which audio is glitchy? Let me unfortunately, Bill, I've got to turn off this here. Did that fix it? No. Yeah, it was Google Meet messing with it. It's okay. We'll get the camera back up. Hold on. Wow, what is that? Look at that on the right side there. Lowering there. What's that other camera? Oh, there it is. We definitely got a lowering there. And there's some rapid motion with it, but it kind of looks scuddy to me. It is where that wall cloud was. Keeping a very close eye as this tornado mesocyclone comes very close to our camera here. It shouldn't be it, though. The rotation should be near Cassville. That should just be like a shelf cloud. Unless the radar is could be a little bit behind. Man, that has got a lot of motion though. You can see it's like moving pretty quickly in and around that area. It does look like scud to me. Yeah, that flash was a lightning bolt. Let's go check back up with our northern warning. See how this storm is progressing. Yeah. Latest scan is not looking as bad.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued, and that's going to be extending this southern warning into Mountain Home. Mountain Home now needs to be in their safe spots. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Here in Arkansas, Mountain Home, Briarcliff, all need to be in their safe spots. Again, this is a view out of Mountain Home. We are watching this storm closely for any tornadic activity. And we're looking at the storm right now. Man, that looks like a wall cloud right there in the center left of the screen. That's got to be it, right?
A new
Yeah, we're looking
tornado
west.
warning has
I'm
been
pretty sure.
issued.
Let me double check. Yeah, we're looking west. I think that's the wall cloud there. New tornado warning has been issued for the storm to our north now. That's going to be this one over near South Fork. You guys need to be in your safe spots there in South Fork, Missouri. Just to the west of West Plains. Go. That's this one. Latest velocities on this storm does still show a pretty decent area of circulation, which I'm pretty sure we're staring right at here. Still no debris signature on this storm, but Mountain Home needs to be in their shelter. In Briarcliff and Norfolk Lake after that. Really anywhere from now until, this line of storms approaches. And that's looking quite funnily there. I still think that's scud, though. Until I see it try to reach below that layer I'm not going to think differently, but it does look very funnily there. Yeah, if you live in Mountain Home, you need to be in your safe spots. This camera that we're watching is in Mountain Home, and there's a reason why we're watching the camera. We got an area of rotation approaching pretty much directly towards you guys. Just be in your safe spots until it's all over, and then we'll tell you when you can come out. Flipping Arkansas can come out of their safe spots now, though. All right, back over here with our northern tornado warning. Still a strong inflow with this storm, but it does seem to be going a little bit outflow dominant. Whatever that, if that was a wall cloud, it just dissipated. Rotation still exists with this storm, though, coming into Mountain Home. Cassville still needs to be in their safe spots, and then Norfolk Lake is after that. Oh my goodness. Oh no. We got a blip emergency. Full-blown blip emergency. That is not good. How tall are these? Echo tops. Oh no. Yeah, we're reaching 40,000 feet. I really hope these storms just fall apart, man. This would not be good. Oh boy. See if Brett's back live. Still not live. Interesting. And he's still sitting over there in near Mississippi. Update on our northern tornado warning over here near West Plains. This area of rotation is still ongoing here. Still kind of about to cross over 160. Golf ball sized hail in Denton, Texas. Missouri. Inflow is still pretty strong with this storm near Salem. The storm could easily cycle again. Check back over on our cam view in Mountain Home. It seems like there's another storm back in there. Oh, wait. We were watching first was a merger. This is the true mesocyclone. It just cleared out on radar. That back there near that mountain, that is the mesocyclone. Let me just make sure we're current here. Sometimes these things can get behind. I thought that was the actual wall cloud itself, but that was just a merger. There it is. Oh my goodness. What did we know? It was hidden behind the rain. It looked like that entire thing was the mezzo on radar. Kind of looked like a donut hole shape, but it turns out that that thing was just a merger, and it just cleared that merger out. And now we're looking at the true mesocyclone of this storm. Wow. And this storm just cycled through that merger really quick, and our rotation is definitely picking up. And this storm's got a nice clear inflow, unfortunately, which usually doesn't bode well for tornadic activity. Mountain homes should continue to be in their safe spots. The storm could be about to produce. I think that's the mesocyclone up here. Kind of looks like that's where it's wrapping around and it's like passing in front of this camera. So if I had to guess, we're right in here somewhere would be where the tornado would form. It's kind of hard to get your bearings on these cameras. But as far as I can tell, it would be like somewhere right in that region. Inflow is coming into the right of that, behind it. Rain and hail core wrapping behind it as well. Wow. That is a beast of a storm. This is in northern Arkansas here. Missouri's tornado warnings are over here near West Plain. This one's trying to wrap up over here near South Fork. Still keeping a close eye on that storm. Then over here near Salem, we have an area still of some rotation, trying to stay going with this storm. The Salem still needs to be in their safe spot. So we have 2 tornado warnings in the Missouri area. Don't move the camera. If you move it in a way that helps us. And thank you, Bucky, for the 10. Thank you so much. Or Uber Eats. Thank you. Yeah, this is definitely an Uber Eats day. I'll barely even have time to leave the seat. Especially if these storms can mature down in here. Still not quite there yet, but they are trying to mature. Just watching anywhere inside of the storm for a tornado. I'm not seeing a tornado yet out of the storm near Mountain Home, but this storm is still continuing to wrap up here. We have got just about the best view you can of this storm. Let's go check back up with our storm near Salem again, just to make sure. Yeah, man. This thing is still trying to wrap up. It's not done here in Salem. Thing's probably going to rotate for quite a while, so I would continue to be seeking shelter from that storm in Salem. Check our rotation on our Mountain Home storm. Yeah, still stronger rotation in the northern portion of Mountain Home. You can see not just on radar, but also from our view here, this thing is rotating pretty darn good. There's no tornado on the ground as far as we could tell yet with this storm, but it could definitely try to drop one here at any moment with that much rotation. So I would certainly Just be in your safe spots as the storm comes through. Our camera is right back over here looking west. So, I mean, that mesocyclone should be like right on, very close or right on top of the camera. We just double check just for sanity's sake here. It's right in that area there. Right in here. Looking towards the rotation of the storm. Let me just make sure I'm not seeing anything else in our other cams. I just want to make sure. That one's covered in rain. One's got something hanging down on it. Could just be scud. Come back to that in a moment. I think that's what we're looking at to our left side of the screen. Rain is coming in. Latest scans come in too. Yeah, rotation is still kind of on the northern side here of Mountain Home.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. It's extending this warning up into Mountain View. If you live in West Plains and Mountain View, you need to be in your safe spots. As for this area of rotation that is still continuing to rotate, about to cross north of West Plains. Quarter-sized hail, and Baxter and Marion, Arkansas. Okay, heavy rain is overtaking this camera now. Heavy rain is overtaking all of our cameras. We'll just keep it on this one just in case we have a tornado embedded in rain. And our cameras that we're looking at right here is right next to our circulation. Anything there? Let me check from back here. Oh yeah, there it is again. All right, so this is a little bit further away. Give us a, let me see where this is. Looking from here. Okay, this is looking to the west. That's our mesocyclone again. We'll keep it on this camera for now as the storm approaches. I was checking on our blips. Okay, they're still not fully mature, and they're clustering a little bit. See where their cloud tops are at? Oh man, this one over here is looking healthy. Oh my gosh, that 56,000 feet. And that storm over there south of Elaine is about to potentially be our most dangerous one if that holds on. Goodness. Definitely need to watch that storm like a hawk. 56,000 feet. I mean, that's almost a fully mature supercell. It's just not producing a whole lot of precipitation right now. The latest storm or scan for our mountain home storm. Still some decent rotation in this, heading towards just south of Bakersfield. Here's a view from it from afar. Rotation would be on the right side of the screen. I don't like it either. The fact that one of those things just hit 56,000 feet, I mean, that's pretty much game on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Like they're extending this mountain home tornado warning now into southern Missouri. It's going to be for Bakersfield and South Fork. Come check back up with this one in Salem. Yeah, still some rotation with that near Salem. Salem needs to continue to be in their safe spots. Latest scan out of this storm near West Plains still has some circulation trying to develop right there in that area, just to the west of West Plains. So it hasn't stopped rotating yet. So if you live in West Plains and Mountain View, I would still be respecting that storm quite a bit. Latest scan out of Mountain Home, still not looking great. Still a decently strength velocity couplet there. No CC yet, though. And we're not seeing anything on the ground according to our cameras yet. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. All right, I'm back. Man, it's eerily calm out in front of this storm. I mean, you can see the leaves are barely even moving. Let me see if there's like a camera maybe a little bit further down the line. Nope, this is our best shot. Keeping an eye on this storm. Jeez. And multiple decent areas of rotation. We got 3 tornado warned storms so far. I do want to come back in here, check a little bit further south. Yeah, maybe some broad circulation starting to develop near Danville. Might have to keep an eye on that. All right, let's check. Is that storm keeping those cloud tops or did they get sheared off? It's keeping them. Yeah, these are going to congeal into something. And it's not good. Also, our tornado warning in Dent, Missouri has 2-inch hail on it, by the way. All right, we're about to potentially get a PDS tornado watch here. According to help. Does anybody know where PA Storm Trackers is? because I want to get them up here, but I just don't know where they are. You know, the crazy thing is about all these storms is that I don't think any of them have produced a tornado. They have all had some pretty decent rotation here for a while, but we haven't seen any evidence of a tornado yet with any of these storms. They're just getting so darn close, but they're just not, as of right now, just not doing it, which is hopefully stays that way. Are they really in Kansas? Oh, yeah. Yeah, decent area of rotation. Still here north and east of Mountain Home. So far, no debris ball, but I mean, that's about as close as you can get without a tornado. This is our view of the storm. I'm not sure if we're still looking at the mesocyclone or not. This is going to be our last view of this storm for a while, so. Parents in Salem said there is a funnel right now. And that would be this storm. We're getting a public report here of a funnel near Salem. Still have a decent little area of rotation here north and east of Salem, but does seem to be getting a little bit weaker. Still some pretty strong winds, though, on the south side where the inflow of the storm is, though. So that storm could keep on rotating for quite a while. Latest scan over here near West Plains. Circulation still broad on both of our storms. We are starting to see, or actually, we're starting to see a new storm. We haven't really called out this one yet. New area of circulation there. Like we might be getting some RFD on our camera. Look at the water. Now it's starting to get striated. Could be some RFD on the south side of that tornado warned storm near Mountain Home. They're in Kennett, Missouri. Where's Kennett? Okay, so they're in the Boot Hill. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to get PA storm trackers on here now. Let me go ahead and set that up. And conditions are going downhill there. I'm gonna have to replace this guy. Actually, I could throw him here. Those winds. See how the river here just kind of turned into just like a wave soup? Is indicating that we're getting some pretty gusty winds along this lake. That's not a CC drop. In the inflow of the storm, it's clear air. Guess we get a report. It's most likely just clear air, but I'll be keeping my ears out for a report. Just in case that is a tornado, I want Bakersfield to be in their safe spots here. There's that rotation. There's a CC, but our precipitation is back in here, but we're pretty far away. So there could be a mesocyclone in this region here in the inflow. See if we get any confirmation on the ground. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is one of the blips. This is in Crawfordsville, Arkansas. Wow. I would say some of these blips are getting their act together. It's in Crawfordsville.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Uh-oh, that's going to be the PDS one, isn't it? Let me pull it up. I don't have a graphic. Hey, help, if you can find a graphic, please post it into reporters. We've got a PDS tornado watch. Should pop up in here too. Yeah, it's on here. Got a severe thunderstorm warning actually for Memphis. That's going to be for Piperton, Oakland, Galloway, Lakeland, and Mason. Oh boy, this is getting bad. Really hope these storms stall out somewhere. Over here near a lane, the broad circulation aloft is already starting with this storm, and it's not even a fully mature supercell. Stormwater media is on this storm here, west of Memphis. And you can see it on his screen very clearly. This is one of our blips, and these things they don't look that big on radar, but you can definitely tell they're not going to be weak storms. I mean, they're definitely convecting here quite a bit, and this one seems to be already dropping a hail core.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Hey, here's our tornado watch.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
This is going to be for Pine Bluff, Memphis, Jackson, Blytheville, Jonesboro, Cario, Paducah, Evansville. And this is our, it's a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely, widespread damaging winds and isolated severe, significant gusts of up to 80 miles per hour, scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches in diameter is possible.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And if you live in these areas, this is a particularly dangerous situation. These prefrontal storms are firing. They are trying to mature. If they can get that to happen, that's going to be a very, very dangerous situation here. And if you are in these new tornado watches, you guys need to take this very seriously. Brett's back live. Oh, I got a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. Really hope those storms struggle, man. Predator is now live as well, so we have almost all of our storm chasers ready and raring to go. Just make sure Pagey Tornado is not live. If I want to put her, oops. Okay, Pagey Tornado is now live as well, and she's on one of the blips too. We're gonna put her in place of this guy. There. All right. I know. I just got to get this set up, and then we'll be able to focus on radar for the rest of the day.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All right, checking on our tornado warnings. We're here near Bakersfield. Potentially some debris. Kind of hard to tell. Still radar indicated. We don't have any reports that that's on the ground yet. But if you live in South Fork, you need to be in your safe spot still. For Mountain View, we have an area of some strengthening rotation. 2 areas here south of Mountain View. It's going to be moving off to the north and east near Winona. And then we just had this one extended up to the north. That's going to be for Potsy. Going to be for this area of rotation here. So no debris ball on this guy. But radar indicated rotation is still ongoing. So though pretty much all of our tornadic storms right now are entering into Missouri and out of Arkansas. Let's check back in with these storms further to the south, see how these are doing. This one looks like it's trying to gust out in front of its outflow boundary. If it can do so, this one also might become a tornado threat south of the Russellville area. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that. Come on, die. No, they're still up. The storms aren't dying, man. This one near Kohlerville is getting a little bit stronger. I bet you if we look at the SPC meso analysis, our forcing is really starting to push into these storms. Not yet. And it's just the subtlest forcing. Could be potentially a short wave over here or a confluence band that's pushing these storms up. It's not the divergence that's causing these storms to mature. Wow, look at over here near Pagey's View. This is the storm over here near Forest City. There's one of our blips. Bakersfield got hammered. Okay, so yeah, that might have been a microburst near Bakersfield. Is this thing dropping hail? Oh, yeah. Hail.
So if we take a look here,
Storm near Forest City is already dropping some hail on it.
Has an update. There we go.
Yeah, all of our storm chasers. We got one in Kennett, Missouri. We got Brett Adair, Storm Under Media, and Pagey Tornado all around the Memphis area. This is in Proctor, Arkansas. Wow, that was very brief stint there of some hail. Yeah, they're all around in this area, all of our storm chasers right now. Again, we're watching these storms like a hawk for a reason. Rotations aren't quite there. These storms aren't quite mature enough yet, but again, once they get to that level, which it seems like they're all attempting to do here, any one of these storms could drop a strong to intense tornado. So we've got to really keep a close eye on that. And also, we're starting to see some convective initiation north of Pine Bluff. It looks like the tornado warning for our West Plains storm has been allowed to expire. We still have one for this storm here near Bakersfield. Still no 100% confirmation that this is on the ground, but we still have some reports coming in from Bakersfield that this was on the stronger side of storms, if not just a lot of hail that came through this area near South Fork. All right, latest scans for this storm looks like our area of rotation is still present, moving off to the north and east near 4 Points Floyd and Potosi here in Missouri. This is crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning. Okay, so they just put another tornado warning back on this storm near Mountain View. Broad area of circulation in accordance to this radar. And I think that's the closest one we got. Yeah, that's the closest one we got. Eventually, a couplet back over there south of Mountain View. Lots of hail contamination, though, so it's going to be kind of hard to really get a good picture of what is happening within this storm. But we have two areas of circulation within this area still. And again, this is in southern Missouri, heading up to the north and east towards Eminence and Winona. You guys need to be seeking shelter from this storm at this moment. Coming back over to our storm chasers. Here's Brett Adair. He's near Memphis. He is rerouting. We got Storm Owner Media, who is keeping an eye on the blip over here near West Memphis in Missouri. Not appear to have a mesocyclone on it yet, but a lot of precipitation is falling out of the storm, and that's an indication that this is strengthening. Let's come back over to Pagey Tornado, who's near the Forest City storm. Okay, she doesn't have a view of anything here in Arkansas. Okay. And what about Pennsylvania storm trackers? Oh, wow. Look at all this dust being picked up. This is just the winds here in Kennett, Missouri. Picking up a lot of dust and blowing it over the road, potentially making driving conditions kind of dangerous. This is near Haiti, Missouri. So be careful if you're around this area. Could be some blowing dust.
All of the storms are starting to get warned.
We need to keep a close eye on those conditions in that area. Okay, latest scan here out of South Fork. It's like our rotation starting to get a little bit stronger. Whoa. Is that a wall cloud already forming?
So he wants to be on the side of the east. I don't know what he's talking about. Get somewhere out of this QT at least. That way I can get a good view because I know people are going to hound us here in a minute.
Definitely got a lowering on this storm near Forest City.
Okay, I see over there.
Look at that.
There might be a better view over by that hotel on the right. Yeah, probably. I mean, I got an okay view right now.
Hit there 2 weeks ago.
Trailers, but,
doesn't really make. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess if there's like a lot of dust in that area or small debris, like a strong wind could have picked that up, or some hail. And we might even have a wall cloud already trying to develop on this storm near Forest City.
In a good spot right
As you
now.
guys can see, it's not very organized, but there's definitely a lowering forming under this.
I'm not listening to them. I'm just out here standing.
Okay.
Are they saying anything different?
He was saying there might be a better view of it.
Yeah, that's definitely a mesocyclone.
Oh, that's where I see where you're going. Okay. Now we're gonna have to watch the music now.
Definitely going to have to keep a close eye on Storm Runner Media's feed here. All right, latest scan on our tornado warning here near South Fork. Looks like that rotation is getting tight again as it approaches the South Fork area. Folks still need to be sheltering in place. And back over here near Winona, still watching these areas of some broader circulation, but they are not overly powerful at this point. Moving back over to our storm south of Steelville, still noticing a pretty decent area of some inflow coming into this storm, working its way up to 185 in Potosi. And the storm that we're looking at right now on Storm Runner Media's feed is this one near Marion, and you can see it is getting a little bean shaped. So it is forming that mesocyclone. It actually looks like it's doing a split. That might be what we're looking at on Storm Runner Media's feed. That seems to be two lowerings underneath this. And that might be two separate mesocyclones as the storm splits in two. It kind of goes, it's kind of doing like some mitosis, it looks like. There's a lot of motion in those clouds. Look how fast those clouds are moving above the surface. That's just a prime example of how strong our lower level wind shear is. I mean, we could even get a small tornado out of this one, like, pretty soon. These storms are going to go tornadic very quickly if they mature. Houston in the clear now. Let me double check. I think you guys are. Let me just make sure. There's still another storm kind of over here near Diamond City. Going to be kind of meandering towards you guys, so not completely done. You want to check up here further to the north. It looks like we're also getting some storms initiate here near Springfield, Illinois. Got to keep an eye on these guys as well. If any of these can mature, those will also be a problem. I mean, I'll have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings back over here. This one is for Oakland. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not really much strong rotation on it yet, but Storm Chaser Brett Adair is on this storm. And as you can see, it is developing. Storm Runner Media, though, I mean, they definitely have a wall cloud. Essentially, a new tornado watch for Illinois and Indiana is potentially in the works here. Not a whole lot of motion under that area yet. This storm is trying. What we're looking for is for those clouds underneath, if any of them start really moving. Man, do they got a good vantage point of this storm right now. Let's listen in to see what their opinion is.
I might just go up the Dyers, the other, they're crossing.
Wow.
Great to see a few more of you guys joining in here. Welcome to the stream. You join us. Where are we right now? Are we in West Memphis?
We're in West Memphis.
Awesome. You join us in West Memphis, Tennessee. I was not planning on going here.
It's starting to get a little striated.
Definitely keep an eye on that when we're looking at radar on the bottom right of our screen. Yeah, I mean, on radar, as far as I can tell, this storm up here doesn't have a whole lot of visible rotation on radar, but we can definitely tell by our view here from Storm Runner Media that this storm is trying to wrap up. And this will be coming really close to Marion. Come back over and check in on our tornado warning, see if anything's changed on these. Yeah, still some pretty decent rotation near South Fork. Not appear to be a tornado on the ground at this moment. Still heading up towards West Plains. Winona. It's like you're getting mist to the north with this storm for now. Area of circulation is developing north of Birch Tree. Then over here near Potosi, you still have this tornado warning ongoing. Let me get a better radar for this one. Yeah, still a pretty decent circulation on this guy as well. So still keep your eyes on this storm. Be in your safe spots there in Potosi. Oh, wow. So Brett's got a view now. That's going to be of this storm here near Oakland. Look at that. Developing mesocyclone on this storm as well, with already a wall cloud trying to develop. It's the same, just like Storm Runner Media storm. Oh, yeah, on radar, man. Look at this. This thing is wrapping up. There's that mesocyclone in there. I believe these storms are just going to be... Oh, my God. Is that already reaching down?
Looks like it's having trouble.
Brett seems to think it's having trouble. That's definitely trying to form a wall cloud under there. You can see it.
Visible.
We'll see what happens. Looks like the storm that Storm Runner Media is on is about to get a merger. From the storm to the south. We've got all of this mess further down to the south as well. I mean, we are getting convective initiation as far south as Tupelo. And east is Tupelo. I mean, this whole wide sector, or this warm sector, is convecting. Okay, we got a confirmed funnel cloud being reported on our storm near South Fork. Reports from policemen in the area are saying that there is a funnel cloud on this storm near South Fork. If you're in West Plains, watch out. This one might be trying to put down a tornado. And these storms, this storm over here is still struggling a little bit. There's some broader circulation near Eminence, Missouri. I'm still keeping an eye on it, but it seems to be struggling up there. And over here, yeah, still a pretty decent area of circulation here south and east of Steelville. Yeah, this storm is starting to wrap up here. Watch out down the line near 185 north of Potosi. That's where that storm is going. Do you want to check back up here in Indiana again, or Illinois? No, we're still okay over here. But these storms need to be monitored. We'll keep coming back and checking on that. Quarter-sized hail for Mississippi and Lauderdale in Tennessee and Missouri. Come back down here and check in on these guys. I hope these storms, I mean, there's still a chance technically that these could dissipate, but it really looks like they're trying to wrap up. Oh, there's that merger happening live on Storm Runner Media's view. Look at this. See that rain going into where that wall cloud was? That's the merger from the south starting to interact with the storm. Storm's going to have to clear out this merger. This merger will add more mass to the storm after it clears it out. Definitely have to keep a close eye on it. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Still not a whole lot of rotation further up to the north. Seems like back down here where we're getting more mergers. These storms might be getting a little bit stronger. Let me check our echo tops on these. Yeah, it seems like to the south where we're getting more mergers. That's where some of our bigger echo tops are at the moment. We got to keep an eye on all these storms. Check back over here near Arkansas where we're getting some convection near Stuttgart, Carlisle, and Hazen. These ones in DeWitt. These ones could do something later on as well. So. Okay, latest scan on our storm near West Plains, near South Fork. Still not seeing a debris ball on this storm yet. Coming over to Winona, Missouri. Still broad circulation near Eminence.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has been issued. It's going to be for Illinois and Indiana. Wait, that's not the right one. Sorry. Where is it? It is. To load tornadoes, likelihood high, EF2 tornadoes plus moderate severe wind is a high risk here. Several tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible, widespread damaging winds.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Here is our tornado watch. That's going to be for Springfield, Champion, Terre Haute, Lafayette. All of you guys need to be watching very closely to this storm. This is going to be, again, these storms are trying to upscale our environment out in this area. It looks like our surface-based cape is making it out in front of these more discrete storms here in Illinois. So they will certainly be able to mature. And around those storms, we also have, around 60 knots of shear up there.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Wow. Look at this. Down here in our southern mode, our wind shear is actually getting a little bit weaker than it was. It's up here near Illinois and Indiana where we have our strongest wind shear. Very interesting. Be interesting to see what that means. Over here near Riverton, keeping an eye on that storm and the storm over here near Atlanta and Bloomington, here in the Illinois area. Those ones are catching my eye a little bit. Quarter-sized hail again for Mississippi and Lauderdale, Tennessee, and Missouri. In Arkansas. And again, this tornado watch, by the way, is a PDS tornado watch up here further to the north. So we just got a new tornado warning issued. It's going to be for our West Plains storm off to the north and east. That was an upgrade. Let me see. Still radar indicated. And this storm up to the north is still struggling.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Champagne. What did I say? The latest area of rotation here. Still keeping an eye on the storm. I mean, it's still got some pretty decent rotation, but I mean, it's we still haven't seen a single tornado. These storms are just all like right on that line of producing. A merger is still happening with a left split on this storm near Marion. See, these storms are splitting apart. The merger coming in from the south. So this storm's going to need some time. But once that merger is complete, probably when we're really going to have to keep an eye. Oh my gosh. Look at these storms over here near Oakland and Moscow. They're starting to get potentially a little bit bigger hail in there. How tall are these guys? Yeah, those storms are looking pretty intense there. Gonna have to watch every single one of these storms up here, and then even down here near Tupelo, Amory, Guntown. Got to keep an eye on these if those mature. And then also further down to the south of Memphis, we have a couple of storms trying to continue to get a little bit stronger here as well. We have multiple areas of rotation. One down in here, one down in here, another one over there in the Batesville area. Another rotation on this storm near Tunica. These storms closer to the radar where we have a little bit of a better view, at least closer to the surface from this radar. Still no discernible rotation on them for the time being. But I mean, we've seen the view from our storm chasers. It definitely seems like there is some there. And thank you, Mary, for becoming a WIMD member. I do appreciate that. I'm going to do a broader scale view of all of our storms, try to get them all at the same time, just so you guys can kind of see how these are moving. We'll let that play for a little bit, and then we'll bring it up to Illinois. Oh, look at this. Almost every storm chaser in existence is like right here in the high risk. There's going to be some chaser traffic today. My goodness. Those are every single one of those dots is a storm chaser. That's wild. There might be more storm chasers in that area than actual residents. Can you guess where the high risk is? Okay, latest scan out of this storm in West Plains, still a decent area of rotation, but it is still like, I mean, it is getting a little bit blockier here. But still don't let your guard down further off to the north on areas like Fanchon and Thomasville there in Missouri. This one up to the north here, there is a fair chance if these circulations continue to struggle that we potentially just see this tornado warning get expired again. This storm is still trying to wrap up here. It's not producing a tornado, thankfully, at this moment, but it does still kind of seem close. Let's come back up here to Illinois, where we just got another PDS tornado warning, or tornado watch. Oh, wow. Near Atlanta, potentially a area of some stronger rotation developing just south of Atlanta, Illinois. I have to keep a close eye on that area. We'll keep coming back up to there. Oops, wrong scene. Sorry. Check out our chaser views. There's that mesocyclone developing on this storm. You can see it is trying to get organized here. That looks like a mesocyclone trying to wrap up. That'll be the updraft of the storm we're staring at. Okay, guys, just take a deep breath. I know it's going to be intense, but you got to stay focused. Can't let your nerves get the best of you. You got to stay focused. You get put under one of these tornado warnings. These storms are moving quick. You cannot panic. You've got to take a deep breath, a couple of them. Take a couple of them right now. And remember what's important. Not how you're feeling right now, but it is your family, your dog, your baby. Make sure you're prepared and ready to go. That's what you need to be focused on. What have you not done yet to prepare for this storm, especially if you're in any of these tornado watches? Making sure all my chasers are current here. It is current. New tornado warning has been issued for this storm. It is now being extended off towards DeSoto. Still radar indicated. Still quite the hook echo here with some rotation on that southern side. This thing might be about to produce here. It's getting really darn close. That rotation is wrapping around like that. We got the inflow of the storm right here. Then right on that hook, there's that rotation. Still heading towards DeSoto, Missouri. Up here near St. Louis, you got a blob of storms coming, but there's no rotation in these guys yet. The most dangerous storms are going to be our prefrontal storms that are just out in front. Do you want to check back up in northern Illinois again? I don't want to let my guard down for this storm because sometimes when you see these couplets, they produce fast. Still waiting on our latest scan as the cyclone is back in here. Yeah, still some strong winds. RFD picking up on this storm. And a little couplet is developing. We might get our first tornado warning here in Illinois soon. You live in Randolph, McLean, Hayworth. Watch out. That storm is trying to wrap up. Thank you, Stan, with the $20 donation. I do appreciate that. You're okay, man. Don't apologize for not having enough to donate. Come on. Every little bit helps. Very, very much. And it goes a long way. And think about it. You just paid for my water bill with that donation. So thank you so much. Still keeping an eye on this circulation east of West Plains, but it's still a little bit on the broad side. And then we still got some broader circulation still over here near the Ozark National Scenic Riverways. I just got to get this. Okay. That might be a tornado on the ground near Potosi, Missouri. Gonna have to wait one more scan. That appears to be on the ground. It's a little bit faded, not a definite signal. I'm searching for cameras in the area. Near Festus. I think there is a camera near Festus, if I remember correctly. We have cameras near Festus. Let me get that set up in one of these areas. I'm not sure which one I can choose from here. We could put it here. Okay, this one works. I'll just have this as a placeholder. If it comes close to Festus, we'll keep an eye on it. And thank you, Sister Sabbath, for the $10. Give me some DoorDash. I will when it comes time. Yeah, we definitely have a tornado on the ground now. And it's a tornado that is on the ground here in Missouri. Right here, there's your velocity couplet. Very tight circulation. And now definitely a tornado on the ground moving up towards DeSoto. If you live in DeSoto, you need to be in your safe spots. Next in line is going to be Ebo and Laddie, Aptis, Frogtown, Old Mines, Ricola. All of you guys need to be in your safe spots again. There's our velocity signature, and there's our debris signature. This could be potentially a strong tornado.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
We can actually use this camera. The government cam at a Festus. I'm going to be using this one. Actually, I want to have that up just in case. Don't have many people I can change here, so I guess we just got to go in between these two. One, two, three. Go. Camera at a Festus.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And this is the tornado warning that just got confirmed. Again, a large debris signature on the ground heading towards Somerset and DeSoto. You guys still need to be in your safe spots. Again, that is a tornado on the ground. Come up here, check in on this guy. This one just got warned. Looking very similar to that storm that just got a tornado on the ground. Hayworth, Randolph, Downs, Leroy, Bloomington, Illinois needs to be in their safe spots. This storm is trying to wrap up. Over here, these rotations are still relatively broad near Winona and north of Winona. We want to check back in with our more discrete storm mode. Seems like the storms are still struggling right now. They haven't really gotten fully mature. This storm just went through a split. And now that merger is done, that just finished that merger. Let's come over here to Storm Runner Media. Take a look at that mesocyclone. Okay, there's the updraft of the storm. Just ingested that merger. You can see it's a pretty healthy storm. That one's not going to die, I don't think, anytime soon. Southern Illinois needs to watch out for strong tornadoes. Is that a shear funnel? Might be a shear funnel. Right above that truck. They changed the camera. Look like a shear funnel. And that's this storm here. Oh, yeah. Broad circulation is starting to develop. All of these storms down here to the south. Oh, my goodness gracious. Every single one of these things are rotating. Not good. None of those got tornadoes at the moment, but definitely going to keep a very close eye on that. Let's come back over to our confirmed tornado. Thank you, Michael. Shout out to Carrie. Thank you.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Latest scan here, still a large debris signature, and now this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground heading towards Somerset and DeSoto. We live in Somerset and DeSoto. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, now preferably underground. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yeah, still a large debris signature. Let me see if our government camera has a view of this yet. You can see the mesocyclone just off in the distance. Might get a view of this eventually. We'll keep our close eye on it. Let's check back in with these storms really quick. And this one is starting to develop a little bit tighter circulation, but still relatively broad here, heading up to Birch Tree and Winona. And these rotations north of Winona are still pretty broad. And these storms over here west of Memphis are also trying to wrap up. We have Brett Adair, second screen on the right, getting pretty close to that storm. Come back up here and check in on Illinois. A rotation is starting to consolidate here just to the west of Randolph here in Illinois. This is just south of Bloomington, Downs, Leroy, Randolph, and Hayworth. This rotation is starting to get stronger. Also, there appears to be another little area of rotation near Beeson and Tabor. Still watching these areas back down in here. Again, any one of these storms. Oh my gosh, there's just so many storms that are initiating here. This is crazy. I really hope these just can't do it. Pagey Tornado has a view here of something. Let's listen in. This is in Millington, Tennessee. Appears to be a wall cloud of some sort. Is the same storm that Storm Hunter Media is trying to catch up to. Okay, they could cluster still. That is true. It could just be a merger fest. It's still a possibility. Okay. That's in Millington, Tennessee. Keeping an eye on that storm. Okay, still waiting on the latest scans to come in. We'll stick over here with our PDS tornado warned storm here while we wait. Those scans. Yeah, latest scan here still a large and extremely dangerous tornado is currently still on the ground. My YouTube studio just crashed again. Yeah, you can see that tight couplet right in this area, right next to that debris signature. Check back into our Festus camera. It's going to be difficult. Somewhere back in there, there's that tornado. Again, we're looking at this from Festus.
A warning has been issued.
So Eventually, we will get a view of it. New tornado warning has been issued. That is for the southern storm back over here in parts of Illinois. The area of rotation we called out earlier is starting to wrap up quite a bit. No debris signature just yet. There's our latest scan south and west of Waynesville. No debris signature on that just yet, but Wapella and Hayworth and Waynesville still need to be keeping a very close eye on that. And this storm over here near Randolph is still trying to develop its circulation, but it's not quite there yet. Check back over on our Memphis storms. None of these storms are really wrapping up yet. Oh, is that near something? No. The inflow. I mean, there's a lot of them, but none of them are really getting there just yet. A lot of them have some rotation on it aloft. It seems like they're not really making it down to the surface just yet, but we're probably going to get a lot of tornado warnings on these. If we do start to see those rotations getting a little bit closer to the surface. I do want to check back down here. We haven't really talked about down here in a while. Yeah, still some damaging winds. I'm moving towards Clinton and Mountain View and Mountain Home there in Arkansas. These storms over here still struggling. A little bit of broad circulations all the way across the board here. Still want folks, though, to be respecting this storm and staying in your safe spots. We still have a confirmed tornado. Okay, looks like they dropped the PDS tornado warning here. But we still have a confirmed tornado on the ground heading towards DeSoto. Yeah, we have a new mesoscale discussion. Apparently, see if I can get that up. Find it. Oh boy. Yeah, multiple discrete storms showing signs of intensification. Environment will support strong and intense tornadoes in this corridor over the next few hours. Peak intensities, I mean, they're pretty much as high as they can probably put on a mesoscale discussion. I doubt they would ever say an EF5 is possible, but I mean, that's pretty much as high as you see. That's EF4, almost EF5 strength tornadoes they're saying are possible here. So if you live in this area, make sure that you are in your safe spots. I'm not in your safe spots, but ready to get there. Sorry. Feels like we're getting a view from Pagey Tornado. Oh my goodness, what in the heck?
Look at that thing.
Just rotating, right?
Yeah,
A wall cloud?
Yep.
I think there's a wall cloud and a hail core.
The mid levels. Just need to bring it down to the surface. Wow.
Yeah, they don't think it's on the ground. They're not saying it's on the ground. But that is definitely a wall cloud with a hail core with it. And they're saying it is rotating.
I know, but that was pretty loud. What a spot.
That thing's got a lot of motion. Oh boy.
I know. Oh my.
I keep a close eye on that storm. That's the storm that's west of Memphis. Yeah, it looks like this tornado here near DeSoto, Missouri, might have lifted. Coming back up here, still don't have the latest scan on these guys. Come back and check in on them, but I mean, nothing's changed in terms of what I'm thinking about these storms. So we'll come back up here. Hopefully they'll have that next scan by the time we get back up there. And back down here in southern Missouri, still watching these tornado warnings, but not a whole lot has changed yet. Yeah, no, I mean, the warm sector is certainly overperforming. Yeah, this is that storm that, oh man, yeah, Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, this storm is pushing up into that shear. That was that wall cloud we just saw on this storm from Pagey Tornado. This storm is wrapping up. You can really tell it's starting to bow here. Mesocyclone is probably almost rain-free here near Munford. Unfortunately, that is underneath our can't really tell. That storm is looking the most healthy pretty much out of all of these storms right now. That storm is not looking good. It looks like it's really going to make an attempt here. Yeah, you can even see on the radar far away that there is some rotation and quite a bit of rotation aloft with this storm here. And Pagey Tornado's in perfect position to intercept this. So we'll be keeping an eye on her stream top right. Oh boy. Okay, they did allow this tornado warning to expire over here near Ellington. Everybody near Winona can come out of their safe spots. South of Mountain View, still an area of rotation here. It's not giving up, but it's not really tightening up either. Seems like the closer these storms get to this boundary, the more that they struggle. And this tornado warning still hasn't. Oh my goodness. Whoa. That all wall cloud?
I think this is the last light.
Okay, good. Thank God.
Wow, that is all wall cloud here. Jeez.
Holy moly. This massive storm.
Jeez Louise. Yeah, that was all wall cloud. Let's come up here to Illinois. It looks like these storms are gusting out at the moment. Still a decent little circulation, though, over here near Downs. So continue to be in your safe spots there in Downs and Holder. And that storm we just looked at, that's this one. One we were talking about how it looks like it's really trying to wrap up. And you can tell that it has quite the wall cloud on it. That thing was almost scraping the ground. Still don't really have a good read on how much that mesocyclone is rotating, though. Continue to watch. Paige is on the top right of the screen. Continue to watch her feed. I'll be keeping an eye on it. If she turns that camera back over to that wall cloud, we'll definitely cut to her and keep an eye on that storm because we don't really got a good understanding of what is happening in terms of that rotation on radar right now. Is there anything under Pages? No? Okay, let me fix this really quick on Pagey stream. Just want to tidy this up just a tad. There we go. It's possible that this storm over here gets allowed to expire. We do have some rotations now developing again back over here near Mountain Home. Still relatively broad circulations at the moment. Still kind of wondering if this storm's going to try to, recycle and potentially try to produce another tornado as it comes close to Festus. Let's go check in on our Festus cam. We should be able to get a view of this storm soon. Almost in range. I still can't see behind the rain.
Has been issued.
Report of a tornado in Bloomington. Tornado wouldn't be in Bloomington, it'd be south.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
There's no debris signature that I can see right now. We're keeping a close eye on it. in Bloomington. Yeah, thankfully our rotation on this storm is moving south of Bloomington, but if you live in Downs, be in your safe spots for sure. And same with Bloomington, just in case. Sometimes these storms do crazy occlusions and go way up north into their storm, so that is kind of a possibility. And we're still watching these little gust fronts here on the southern side of Bloomington. Those could eventually try to wrap up circulations on the northern side of them, so they're still keeping a close eye. No evidence yet that that one is recycling yet. South of St. Louis. And this one is still very broad. Oh my goodness. Is that on the ground yet? Man, that is a very low wall cloud. Ambience. Did you get that? Where did you get that photo from? Is that your photo or is that someone else's photo? Ambience.
Garland, Covington, Ripley.
New tornado warning now.
Boonville, Tennessee. Be in your safe spot.
There first from Pagey Tornado. But we got a tornado warning on this storm now. Wow. Yeah, this thing is wrapping up. The storm is absolutely wrapping up here. That hook is really starting to come through there. Gilt, Burleson, Garland, Covington, Henning, Ripley, Woodville, Gates, Halls, all need to be in your safe spots. Again, these are the kind of storms today that could produce long track, violent tornadoes. And this is our first tornado warning on one of these guys. Wow. Oh boy. Keeping an eye on some of these further south storms, but they don't really seem to be organized at the moment. The main storm in question here is this guy right here. It's all pretty much all by itself and really starting to wrap up. Thankfully we got Pagey Tornado nearby that can hopefully give us a view of what is continuing to happen. I mean, what we can see with that storm is we definitely got a quite the large wall cloud on it. So no latest updates on that. Storm is still struggling to cycle. Over here near Bloomington. Yeah, very broad circulation still here with this storm. Seems like that rotation is starting to die off here. We'll keep coming up and checking on it just in case it tries to reorganize. Ooh, I'm nervous for this storm. And this is in Tennessee. This is moving towards Covington and Ripley.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has just been issued on what appears to be Brett's storm. Now it's the storm just south of Brett. Tornado warning is issued on this storm near Whiteville, heading towards Mercer, Denmark, Jackson, Beach Bluff, Huron, Lexington, Medina, Humboldt, and Milan. Everybody in the path of this storm needs to be seeking shelter. Okay, yeah, you can see the rotation is starting to develop with this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A tornado warning has been issued. Let's see. Okay. That is over here with this storm near DeSoto. Yeah, still some rotations here. Water circulation in the inflow, still watching this area right here for this storm to wrap up. People that need to be in their safe spots is Festus, Waterloo, Columbia, Dupo, Belleville, Freeburg, and Millstadt. And we're about to have a view of this storm here. Yeah. That big screen. Oh, yeah, there's your mesocyclone. It says viewing the storm from Festus. This is the one that just produced. Watching this area right here north of DeSoto to produce yet another tornado. It's definitely possible. So if you were just called out in this tornado warning here in Missouri and Illinois, here going into just south of St. Louis, you need to be in your safe spots. We're going to keep an eye on the circulation just for a moment. And I will keep an eye on Paige Tornado as well. She gets a view of that storm again. And is tornado warned here in Missouri. We'll go back to her. Come back up here to Illinois really quick.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they just extended this tornado warning off towards Colfax, Aerosmith. Guys need to be in your safe spots there. Area of circulation is here just to the north and east of Downs. Moving off to the north and east towards Colfax. Over here near Hayworth, still a broad area of circulation here. Heading towards Leroy. Okay, Paige Tornado is looking at the storm. Oh, wow. Let's switch over to that if I can. There we go. It's a little bit outflow to me. Interesting. Not really sure what to think about that. We'll have to go back and look at that storm. But these storms in Illinois are still dangerous here. So make sure you're still respecting the storm. Being in your shelters. Yeah, a new couplet is forming on the storm's south side here, moving pretty much directly towards Festus. That could drop here in a little bit. If you live in Festus, be in your safe spots. We have an eye on that. If that storm really produces a tornado, we'll bring up that camera again. Latest scan on this storm. Looks like they're going to allow that tornado warning to expire near Winona, Missouri. Coming back down here to Tennessee, north of Memphis. Broad circulation here near Whiteville. Still broad circulation here. Seems like this storm might be already cycling. Jackson, Tennessee, and Ripley. Halls and Milan and Lexington, though, still need to be taking this storm pretty darn seriously. And if these storms can tap into the shear environment in this area, it could get pretty nasty. These are our most dangerous storms, but I will say the shear in this area is around 40 knots. But we do have some stronger wind shear building in behind these storms that might be about to kick off these storms. Look at this. Latest mesoscale analysis, 50 knots of shear is about to work right into this area. That might be the push they need. Yo, I have a camera in Festus. Keeping a close eye on it. As of right now, not seeing a tornado on the ground. And on radar. Area of rotation right here. Trying to build back in with this storm. Kind of has that similar look that it had earlier today when it produced. So we're just keeping a very close eye on that. Okay, looks like some broader rotation is developing here now on the storm south and east of Clinton. Oh, yeah, look at that. RFD surge in the south, inflow in the storm, right in the center there. There's where your areas are starting to rotate. Further up to the north and east towards Downs, heading towards Colfax. Yeah, I saw a picture of that. I was trying to ask somebody in chat. Okay, look, they officially allowed that tornado warning to expire up in there. Thank you, Mark, for the one gifted too. Thank you. I'm gonna figure out who took that, if I can show you guys, but here, I'll post it in chat. Here's the picture of the Potosi tornado that happened in Missouri earlier. Thank you, Sandy, for the 5. Yeah, it does not look good for you there. If you live over near Clarksville. So definitely be aware of these storms. Very aware. Hopefully they just don't do anything. But I don't know. Seems like they're really trying. That's all I can say. They're really trying, but they haven't gotten to that point yet. Let's go check back in with our Festus cam. I keep thinking mergers are freaking the storm. The mesocyclone is still back over off to the right. And this is a live cam out of Festus. I'm going to bring that to the main screen just so we can keep an eye on it always. Who am I going to take off? I think I'll take off Storm Runner Media for now. Oh, yeah, I guess I have to take out Pagey, but I don't want to do that. Oh. Let's go check in on our other storms. Still broad circulation here and a strong wind gust still. South and east of Clinton. Still certainly seems like that's trying to wrap up and potentially a little bit of rotation starting to develop on the northern edge of that wind gust. Heading into Weldon and DeWitt. Check on the storm near Festus. Yeah, still trying to develop rotation, but still kind of struggling. It's crazy. Out of all these tornado warnings, we've had one confirmed tornado. We've gotten pretty fortunate here. Oh, Pagey tornado now has a look again at our potential wall cloud. Whoa, the lightning strike there. Yeah, that's definitely the wall cloud still. I think they're trying to get out ahead of this thing, but it's moving pretty quickly. Yeah, I posted a link of the Potosi tornado. I can post it again. The same storm that we're looking at here. Get it to load again. Should come up. Yeah, there's that mesocyclone off to the right, but it's not rotating enough, really, to produce right now, at least according to radar. New tornado warning has been issued. Let's see where that is for. Oh, wow. Extending this one. That makes sense. Maybe for Farmer City, D-Land, and Blue Ridge. No tornado on the ground right now. Also, Colfax should still be in their safe spots, but this rotation is still struggling near Colfax. And then we're here in Illinois, just to the south and east of Bloomington with these. So just continue to be in your safe spots and just wait for the storm to go by. Those things, even though they might struggle with rotations at some point, could easily get back going again. And there's the official mesocyclone of our storm near Festus. You can kind of tell there's like what appears to be a shelf cloud back in there, which is interesting. What is that? On the right side of the screen, which is Scud, again, as always. But looks suspicious. Is it on the ground? Not that I can tell on radar. It looks like something's reaching down on the right side, on the far right side. Kind of looks like a funnel, but that can also be Scud. I need to be able to confirm it with radar to be able to confirm it with the look. Yeah, far right.
A new tornado warning has been
There's
issued.
just not enough rotation or debris signature to be like that's a tornado. New tornado warning has been issued again for our storm near Ironton, Missouri. This is a radar hole and a half. Okay, you can see there is some circulation trying to develop heading towards Ironton, Pilot Knob, Mountain Lake, and Fredericktown. Thank you, AJ, for the 9. Thank you. Will I be on through the night? Yeah. Be on as long as needed, or at least as long as I can go. This is almost a 24-hour stream. I mean, I only got 4 hours of sleep. We're going to go as long as we can. Yeah, that still looks like a funnel on the right side of the screen. Over here near Covington, still have quite the look to this storm, but there's no rotation. Let me look up aloft. Not even much rotation aloft. It's weird. Radar indicated. Still want Henning and Ripley to continue to be in their safe spots. It looks like Brett Adair is going over to that storm as well. Whoa, Brett's got a drone up. There it is. That's the storm near Henning. That's the one Paige has been close to. This is a drone view from Brett Adair on our tornado warning here in Tennessee, north of Memphis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. Let's see what that new tornado warning is. We'll stick on Brett for now. He's got a really good view of that storm. Okay, this new tornado warning is over here near West Plains, heading towards Brandsville and Koshkonong. A little bit of rotation is starting to get started there. Since he's zoomed in, we can come back over here and we can still see it pretty well. Looks like we lost view of our mesocyclone there in Festus, so we'll move on from that camera. It's now just north of Festus, but there still really isn't that much rotation. It's kind of gusting out. Yeah, latest scan over here with this storm, still a wind gust, but it's not really that strong of rotation. heading towards Mansfield and Farmer City. Still be in your safe spots. That can easily wrap up quickly. But man, it's kind of confusing here. I mean, we have so much wind shear. Not really sure what's in our favor. Although I haven't had much time to look at stuff. And then back down here, we still have these tornado warnings. This one over here, not a whole lot of rotation left with it. But this one back over here is the one we're looking at from Brett Adair's view. And you can see there is quite the wall or mesocyclone on this storm, I would say. Wall cloud doesn't really seem to be apparent anymore. It's rotating aloft. It seems decently rotating aloft, but near the surface, there's something preventing this storm from organizing. I'm wondering if there's like a inversion in place. Oh, yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're getting a capping inversion form near Memphis. A nudger off to the left. It might not be in the right position. Usually mergers that just slam directly into the mesocyclone don't really help out the storm too much, but we'll see. See where that new tornado warning was issued. Any of those storms. Where I heard a new, oh, there it is. And we got a new tornado warning now on this storm near Cotton Plant. Radar indicated rotation, huh? It's interesting. Yeah, a little something here. I guess that could be part of the storm, yeah. So if you live in McCrory and Augusta, be in your safe spots there. Really too sure about that one, but we don't have an eye on it, so we just gotta trust what we see on radar there. South of West Plains looks like the rotation is tightening up a little bit here, moving off to the north and east. Rotation over here near Iron Mountain Lake is kind of weak. South of St. Louis looks like we're trying to get reorganization here of this storm, but it seems to be struggling with some sort of outflow boundary at this moment. Further up to the north near Farmer City, this storm is starting to wrap up. Again, a little bit of a couplet is forming. See, that's wrapping around, but we'll see if it can actually do it this time. If it does, man, that's going to be bad news for Blue Ridge and Mansfield. And this one further up to the north still has some broad circulation near Colfax. About to move out of the tornado warning, so we might get an extension of this near Sibley and Fairborough if that continues to happen. Wow. Look at Brett's view of that merger coming into this storm. Live view of a storm merger. You see all that rain-cooled air. That's about to slam right into the inflow of this storm. Might just be too clustered. Might have just had too many discrete storms at once. And now we're getting a cooling. We're getting a cool pool at the surface. Occlusion is when mesocyclone of a storm moves, from the outside of the storm into the kind of inside of the storm. So, mesocyclone is usually the end of the hook. And when that hook goes into the storm, it occludes into the cooler air, and that kills the circulation. Yeah, latest scan here with this storm. Still not seeing a whole lot of rotation. These storms are struggling at the moment. So don't let your guard down just yet. You drive to Bloomington. We'll be back up there in a second. Check back in on you and we'll give you an answer. Yeah, still some weird rotation with this storm heading towards McCrory. Not seeing a debris signature at the moment, but definitely stay on your toes there. Coming back over to southern Missouri, still some broader circulation here to the north or south and east of West Plains. You know, that this reminds me of is like one of those days where it struggles during the day and then during the nighttime, the PDS tornado emergency machine starts getting pumped. And just a beautiful view of this merger, though. Wow. Look at that. It's like he's going to land the drone. Yeah. Pretty messed up circulation there. It's really not doing too much. Potentially a reorganization of our mesocyclone trying to happen south and east of Arnold, heading towards Columbia, Belleville, Freeburg, Waterloo, and Dupo. Sky's looking green and fluorescent. All right. Looks like Bloomington. Yeah, you can drive around in Bloomington. Storms are to your east. Still a little bit of something to your west. Might try to make a close call there. Yeah. Still not seeing much other than this little tiny couplet here south of Farmer City. And some more storms down over here that might be trying to organize. But seems like most of the storms that are associated with this line don't really do much when they're actually like part of the line itself. We'll keeping an eye on it just in case, some things change. We got a couple of rotations over here near Mountain View and Horseshoe Bend. And then we're still watching this merger coming into the storm. There's a bunch of little mergers that are feeding into this storm right now. According to radar. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to strengthen or not. I mean, it's pretty messy down here right now. We're getting a little bit of a cold pull forming around these storms. These ones should still be in a decent environment, though. The cold pull is really more to the south with these storms. Over in this area. So these storms are still technically north of it. But with a lot of these mergers going in, I mean, that's basically just like a mostly local cold pull, right? You saw it there on Brett's stream. When these mergers go right into that inflow, it's just a direct injection of some rain-cooled air into the storm. I got a feeling these storms might struggle here in the short term, which will hopefully spare Ripley and Halls and Jackson, Tennessee, but I don't want you guys to let your guards down, as we do have some stronger shear potentially about to eject into this area, which even with some storm mergers might push these storms over the edge. So this is kind of my thoughts right now. Yeah, I mean, if we come over here to our latest forecast from the RAP model, as these storms make it into northern Tennessee and southern Kentucky, we could be dealing with 60 knots of shear.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We're still just kind of at the beginning stages of these storms. A lot can still happen. Over here near McCroy, it seems like this storm is struggling at the moment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then just to the east of West Plains, Still a little area here of rotation. And yeah, I mean, if I see something, I'll let y'all know. But I mean, this is kind of the same thing we've been seeing with this storm. It might wrap up again, might not. Columbia, Millstadt, Bellevue, and Illinois. I should be continuing to be in their safe spots. Looks like Chicago might be good to go here. A lot of storms are trying to fire south of Chicago, but I think it'll be okay. Help. Oh.
New
To go in Channel
information.
5.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Tornado warning has been upgraded. Oh my goodness. That's this one in Jackson. It's apparently observed and on the ground. Wow. Public confirmed tornado. That's interesting. There's not a whole lot of rotation, but we might not be seeing the full picture just by radar. So, oops. Watch out over there. Apparently, we have a tornado on the ground here near Jackson. Heading up towards Jackson and Medina and Beach Bluff. Got a public confirmed tornado. AG tornado might be in some hail. Nope, just rain. Free radar is the one I'm using. Weather-wise is a free radar. You can get it on the App Store, whatever, on the browser. The radar part of it is free. Another tornado warning has been issued for this storm to the south. That's going to be heading up towards Holly Springs. An area of rotation is pretty present with this storm moving up towards Holly Springs. Need some more water. Give me a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. Got me some water. Let me drink quite a bit of it. I feel like my heart rate is up. It's weird. We had any tornadoes in the last hour? Yeah, I mean this one right here. It's on the ground. observed. Moving into Jackson, Tennessee. Let me see if we have any traffic cams there. Not sure if these ones are live. Oh yeah, there are live cameras in Jackson, like North Jackson. Might be a view. Let me try to get it. Here, we'll put it here. Yeah, I'm trying to drink water. And apparently, according to spotters, this has a tornado on the ground at the moment. Be right up in this area. Not really seeing a debris signature, but spotters seem to see something. So, live in Bemis and Jackson. I just continue to be sheltered in place. Let's come over here to Mississippi. I'm like I feel panicky. It's so weird. I'm about to have a panic attack. Yeah, lack of sleep for sure. Playing a role. I'm battling it. I mean, we've been live for 9 hours, and we were live for 9 hours the day before, and 6 hours the day before, and 12 hours the day before. I'm also feeling a little bit overworked, but I'm gonna try to keep on pushing. Yeah, it looks like this area of rotation over here near Columbia is still, I don't know. It's still ongoing, going towards Millstat and Belleville. Let me just like I like passively watch radar here. Come back up here to the north. This storm doesn't really have too much rotation on it. I mean, there is actually a little bit of an area there. It's associated with the reflectivity that's moving up towards Fooseland.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, I might have to take a break, which would suck.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's the thing. If I take a break now, I don't know when I'll be back. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take a break. So I'll be back. Sorry. We've been working really hard, and it's catching up to me. Probably take a nap. It'll be like an hour or so. I don't know. Sorry.